everything. So there'll be a lot of cutscene skipping, especially when we finish quests. It's a little bit annoying, but it does save a couple of seconds, which is nice.
You can not only skip cutscenes, but the transitions into cutscenes and out of cutscenes, and sometimes dialogue boxes. So it's a lot of fun. Do we want to just quickly pick up on the story so far while we roll into the prologue?
Sure.
Okay, so Final Fantasy XIII is the first of this series, and it's a wonderful story of a woman, her sister's fiancé, the sister's two friends, and two randos she meets on a train, all coming together to save the world and get the sister to the altar. They accomplish this by unraveling the government and destroying civilization. Plus, she has a really cool gunblade. This transitions into 13.2, where the happy ending is retconned. The sister crosses 500 years of wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey space with a drifter and a Moogle, and they literally go on to murder entropy, or something. It's weird. But that brings us to 500 years later now, where it's 1,000 years after the original story. It's 2 weeks from the end of the world, and lightning has now come back to, I guess, save people? Maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. It should be a lot of fun. Those are my story notes to start.
So
how you feeling, Dyne?
This game is New Game Plus Dash. This game is done over, or this run is done over 2 playthroughs. The first playthrough is done on normal, and then the second playthrough is done on hard mode. We do it on hard mode because Air Knight and Erishkigal, the 2 super bosses, drop abilities. So Dash stands for Disaster, All Side Quests, Heroic Guard. The vast majority of the side quests we'll be doing in New Game Plus. I don't know if you can look at it due to an oversight, but by careful planning, we can make ourselves greatly overpowered for the hard mode. So the first leg of the game will look kind of close to an any % run if you're familiar with Lightning Returns. There will be 2 side quests we will be finishing, Avid Reader and Omega Point. We can talk about more of that when we get there. So there you just seen some tutorial battles. So the Niblets take a lot of damage from spells. The Anubises don't like being blocked. Each enemy kind of has a different way to stagger them. And when the staggering hit on an enemy gets a 3 times damage multiplier, you'll see it coming up here on the first Zoltis. So it looks kind of like we're just kind of throwing spells, but if we throw 1 Thunder, 2 Blizzards, 5 Thunders, the head will stagger. And the head is very, very weak to physicals.
So if you look close around the head and the bar up on the top here, what you'll see is a little kind of waving radio wave. That is how the game represents just how close you are to staggering. It's a little bit more nuanced than 13's just hard multipliers, but the basic idea here is that Dyne has knocked it onto the ground with the first stagger, and then used ability we'll talk about called Overclock to just pump as many attacks into the face of the dragon, and it kind of just melts down.
Overclock is a very, very fun ability casually. In a speedrun, it kind of just completely breaks the game. So what Overclock does is Overclock gives you roughly 190 ATB. I say roughly because Overclock does allow you to go into the negative. So if you have a very, very small sliver of your Overclock bar left, you can get off a 50 or 100 ATB attack, or a 5 ATB, depending on what ability you're planning to use. Which is a lot of ATB, because right now we only have 100 to deal with. And the added bonus is it ends up restoring all ATB on all 3 of the Garbs.
So we can talk about that just a little bit here. In the first Final Fantasy XIII, you had a total of 6 friends, The main one you controlled, and then 2 others would be in your party at a given time. And everybody had their own action bars or ATB that would fill up, and then they would make attacks or debuffs or heal or whatever they happen to be in the middle of. This game has condensed that down a bit to where you're kind of your own 3-person party, in the sense that you can switch between any 3 different equipment set, each with their own action bar that you're filling and managing. So, for example, you'll notice now that there's a red, yellow, and blue bar on the screen in the middle of the Zaltas fight or the next ones that come up. Each one of those is a separate set of equipment with up to 4 different abilities that you can throw, whether they be spells, whether they be defensive moves, physical attacks, any number of things. So, as far as the run goes here, we've jumped into the Ark, which is a place that Young Hope is managing for us, and he's let us trade in another one of our resources called EP for some Phoenix Downs we're going to sell for cash, and for some Warriors potions that we're going to use to crunch through some early fights. There's a few bits of story that are going to cost us about 2,000 in the money department each, but by basically throwing away our first day for cash, we can just blaze through the start of the story.
So now day 1 is kind of a murder mystery. People around town are killing girls with rose color hair. So we can do the Withered Faith and Where Art Thou homes in New Game Plus, but the money they give us is actually very useful for New Game. So since we have to complete them once anyways, it's more beneficial for us to complete them in a New Game setting. So we're just going to talk to a couple of people, just basically figure out what's going on, and then end the day. A pretty big scheme for especially New Game is if we don't have any EP, we just end the day. EP is extremely good for especially boss fights with overclocking. Having access to pretty much unlimited ATB makes a lot of the bosses pretty easy, and then also exploiting buffs, debuffs, and conditional modifiers.
So let's talk a little bit more about this category itself, what it comes from, and what exactly we need to do in order to fit the definition of a New Game Plus dash run. So originally this category came from a runner named Arthelnus, I think is how you pronounce his name, about 4 or 5 years back, who had done some other segmented work back when segmented speedruns were a thing. And he had an idea about a perfect save speedrun. Basically, he wanted to get to what he thought a perfect save would be as fast as possible. He worked with a couple other folks in the community at various points, one of them named Destrian, another one named Maelstrom. And basically they ended up settling on a category to where you would get all of the ultimate magic, and because it's kind of a community-defined 100% category, you'd also finish all of the subquests. So when you start from scratch, you can be easy or normal. You can't access hard difficulty, and hard is where those ultimate magics are from. So in essence, you start from scratch with a normal playthrough that gets you to the hard mode, that gets you the spells that you need to complete things, and also unlocks your ability to, between the 2 playthroughs, access all 65 side quests. Unfortunately, because of branching, you can only do 64 of them on one playthrough. There's one of them that forks and gives you a new quest if you fail it. So we're going to end up, between all these playthroughs, covering all the side quests at least once, and you'll see us preload various reagents, various items, so that we're ready on hard mode to just blast through and go, oh, you need these six three things? Here you go. You need these other four? Let's rock and roll. So the first playthrough will be a little bit longer than a standard any percent, which, depending on platform, is about 2 to 2.5 hours for a lot of runners. And the combined two playthroughs will take us probably a little under 7 hours to go through.
The world record for this category is a 6:23 by King SPI. Pretty much one of the Lightning Returns masters. He's got enough gold belts. We had to buy him a second bed because he didn't have enough room to hang his trophies on. But an amazing runner for the Lightning Returns community. He's done a lot of work, driven a lot of the times down.
Yeah, at current pace, I think there's really 4 really strong Lightning Returns runners that float around, and then also a bunch of us that are trying our best to catch up. There's King, like we just mentioned. There's D-Wins. There is Dyne, and then there's Shannon. And the thing I noticed is that half of the top runners of this game are from Canada, so if you happen to be Canadian, you are inherently awesome at this game. Don't at me on that, though.
So we bought the strongest garb really in any setting, Velvet Bouncer. So Velvet Bouncer is a very, very strong garb because its garb ability is strength plus 10%, and it always has a buffed blitz for 80 strength. So it's always guaranteed damage. Velvet Bouncer we'll be using for the vast majority of New Game and also the tail end of New Game Plus. So I sold a bunch of Phoenix Downs. I sold the Juna Suspida Shield because we're not really worried too much in defense. We're really going to be glass cannoning for a lot of the parts. So we bought Velvet Bouncer. We sold the Phoenix Downs that sell for 680 each. I made sure not to sell my Warrior's Potions because that would make me sad. So the first couple of days in any percent is just kind of just setting quests up, going through areas, getting teleport spots, kind of starting a quest. We'll get back to it a couple of days later. Like Yustan, we won't visit back until about day 6. It just kind of works for time, where it's like, we need this garb to do damage, and we're really just done with this area. So with Velvet Bouncer and the Fighter's Emblem, we have a 25% strength buff, which obviously is a lot of damage off the bat. So these fanatics coming up, we're supposed to do Metal Gear Solid Lightning and then follow them to the phone booth. The twilight hours of speedrunning in this used to do that, and then we found out you can just kill these guys and then just walk to the graveyard ourselves. It saves about 70 seconds.
Yeah, if you remember where he hopped up and went on the ladder a day ago to get the Fighter's Emblem, the game kind of expects you to just watch them and tail them from behind. But with Velvet Bouncer, you can kind of just blitz them down like they're not even there. If you hit the leader, you'll just win in one fight. If you don't, then you'll have to do it some more. In either case, you're trying to get to the telephone here, which is kind of the secret door to make it into the nightly meeting, where the heretics are planning to sacrifice another strawberry blonde woman to saving the world, they think.
So
it's Lightning Returns. The story is a little bit toxic for general human consumption, so please be cautious in how much of this run you enjoy.
So
but we're all very happy here.
The first digit of the phone is always between 1 to 3. The second digit's always between 4 to 6. The third is always a 0, and the fourth one is always 7 to 9. So if chat wants to start throwing out random guesses for the phone, it's not necessary. It's a fun little game. Like the vast majority of the runners play in their chat. So
a few console runners actually brute force their way and just not even bother with the phone game. But On PC, it's faster to get it in the first few tries.
So every day you go back to the Ark, another chest is unlocked that will give you different items. The first time we went up there after the tutorial land, we had to grab it because it unlocked the third garb. Second time, it had the Liberator, which is a very, very strong sword, and the Juno Suspida, which is a good selling shield. We're pretty much going to ignore all the Ark quests, Ark treasure chests, now until the very end of the game, end of new game. They just don't offer really anything special, and they just clutter up our garb menu. So the reason we couldn't access the phone is the game's like, alright, hey, you talk to the phone, come back the next day after midnight. So we're like, alright, we're out of EP, nothing to do. Time to go sleep. So what do we have? We have a 5. Yes, that did look like a 6, but because of the alphabet in this game, the 5 is just a 6 with a hat, and the 6 is a lowercase b. That always trips up newer runners of the 80% especially. So a lot of people would actually just interact with the phone, with the number. It's a little bit of a time loss, but at least you're not sitting there guessing and going for 27 or 30 shots. Alright, so we got 1509. Whoever guessed that, congratulations. You win an arbitrary point in this leaderboard. So we got really lucky with first try phone. Now the next area is just get through this without getting an encounter. The time mechanic for a lot of the game really doesn't matter too much. There is certain circumstances where the time mechanic, because if you escape a battle, you lose an hour.
This is true on normal.
And normal and hard. Hi, friend. So you don't want to just be escaping willy-nilly, because a lot of the days, they're not tightly routed, but losing an hour can make things a little more difficult. And especially at this, like those giant dragons, the Zomox, we're not in any shape to fight them. They are quite tough enemies. We could use an overclock, but Zomox are like Zaltuses. They take damage from the head. We don't really have anything to do a lot of damage, and they only take stagger from thunder, so we're stuck to using just one garb. The clock stops in all battles except for the ultimate lair. The ultimate lair is a secret dungeon we'll be doing in New Game Plus on hard mode in probably about 5 hours. But in battle, basically, you don't have to worry about the timer ticking down.
We do have the 13 trilogy mechanic of, hey, you lost a battle, just go ahead and retry. But those retries are escapes, and unless you're playing in easy mode, they do bleed an hour off the time. There will be times where we'll do that on purpose coming up here, but in general, it's faster not to lose fights. Speedrunner logic. So we finished off what we can reach right now for the quest here in this particular area called Luxarian. It ties back to a character from 13.2 called Leon. Wait, no, that's not his name. Null, that's what it was. Yeah, Null. So Null is here, and he... unfortunately, he's found through a plot device something that's telling him that if he beats lightning, that the world will go back to the happy land that he really wants it to be. But before we go do that, we need to explore a little bit. There's a couple more zones that we haven't been to and unlocked, and the first one is the Dead Dunes. This is our obligatory desert where you can literally surf on the sand if the incline's right. And we're coming here to advance some more plot. We're coming here to grab some items and specifically pick up a garb called Passion Rogue. Wait, no, that's Passion Leadership, sorry. So you want to be a Rouge Rogue because it gives you access to D-Protect and D-Shell, and like in the other 13 games, debuffs are basically damage multipliers. So stacking up the right ones can take a small amount of damage and pump it up really high. You add in things like the strength buffs and Velvet Bouncer that Dyne showed off earlier, and use your overclocks effectively, and you're pushing out way more damage than the game expects you to at this point. It's fun.
So as Reflections is mentioning in chat, sliding is 18% faster than dashing, and it doesn't use up ATB. So the dash meter is based off the default Garb maximum ATB. You don't want to exhaust yourself. Exhaust yourself meaning putting the blue bar into the red, because it regenerates half as quickly. When you're at a low ATB like this, it doesn't matter, but definitely in New Game Plus, when we're going to have 170, 180 max ATB, exhausting yourself on running is a good probably 5 or 6 seconds time loss, and I will be doing it quite a bit because I'm horrible at dash management. So we're entering our first Chaos field. So Chaos bubbles randomly appear throughout the world. They give the enemies a 50% stat increase, but they also triple the amount of gold they drop, add an EP, add +1 to their EP drop, and they double drop rates. So since this is PC, the community has a drop mod. So those fishies there, we're hoping for a 15% imperil drop if you're doing this the vanilla style. But because of the drop mod, it makes imperil 100%. So on the board we have drop mods and then normal. Drop mods are just really, really nice for marathons because you're not sitting there saving and reloading, fighting. There's been a couple of times, Shonen particularly, I think fought 36 fish without an imperil.
I had a run a couple weeks back, I think it was for the anniversary, where I had 21 attempts in Imperil. So a 30% chance I missed 20 times in a row. So based on, actually, I believe it just showed up in chat, Nietzsche Bashira here, did some kind work for PC to where you can basically use a mod if you choose to guarantee that Imperil and also Magnet, which is a chance drop later on, are guaranteed to happen, and it takes the need to reset so frequently out of your speedrun attempts. You still have to play the game, you still have to do your best, but you're not losing runs to chance drops from enemies if you're trying to go for the fastest times, so it's nice.
Come on, nope. You can't get the super slide. So, as Cherokee was talking about, D-Protect is a 33% physical damage increase, and it's additive, so on certain enemies, it's always 33%. But it's nice, and especially at the end of the day, in the very last dungeon, where the Archangels only take 10% from physicals. So if you inflict D-Protect on them, you're now doing 43% more damage, or 43% instead of 10%. So you're actually getting a 4.3 times damage boost, which is very, very nice for those enemies, because they are very much a giant pain in the ass. Like the mod wasn't even like a very controversial talk, which was nice. It was kind of just like, because a lot of new runners just wanted to finish runs, and that's totally understandable. So like the community, we kept it the legacy boards for any percent, and then anyone that just wants to play the game and not worry about RNG, or especially drop RNG can. And it's done quite a good work for the community. We've gotten quite a bit of runners from it.
I could want to say, I think I verified somewhere around maybe 8 or 10 of them that I'm not sure we would have met otherwise in the last year. So it's been really nice. If it's allowed, I can try to get a link pulled up here for the speedrun resource page if anybody's interested.
If you're running on console, sadly, you're still screwed, but... So normally we would just take the left path and head to Leon, but we need to grab a couple of items along our way, mainly the runic ring that we'll be using once against one of the super bosses in New Game Plus. And then we'll also be grabbing a Thundera. So even though this is pretty much any percent, we will be grabbing a lot of items and be fighting quite a few enemies. This is just because we need their drops to finish side quests in the New Game Plus, and it's easier just to complete everything now, because like for anyone that's familiar with the game, like Yogg Woods, we're only going to be going through it the traditional way once. So we're going to be trying to grab all the mushrooms we can from there. Same thing with the nighttime mushrooms, same thing with flowers.
This category will let you grab a bunch of the things that you'll need to turn in their quests on your first playthrough, and then turn them in to complete the quest when you're over in hard mode. So some of those things are weak to Thunder, so Dyne went ahead and picked up Thundera there. And like you mentioned, we'll be doing a very specific setup for one of the super bosses, and we'll need that runic ring accessory to pull it off. So we've grabbed both of those, and now we're heading back over to Noel's area, where we're going to have a chat, I believe. Yeah, I think it's the time.
So the Scale Strike we picked up is only really used for one fight, but it can be useful because it can have a strength plus 80, which on this boss especially is a good 7,000 damage increase. The game kind of messed up a little bit with Noel and two other enemies, which makes rather difficult bosses quite easy.
Correct me if I'm wrong on the mechanic here, but I think basically what we're going to do is bring him to the brink of a second stagger, but then start hitting him with things that can't crack that stagger open. So we'll get a damage boost as if we're hitting a staggering hit over and over and over again.
That's the gist, pretty much the gist of it. I'll go into a little more detail after the fight, because this is one fight I generally screw up from just being an idiot.
You can load the autosave if you need, it's fine. And I'm a little bit off on delay here, so I apologize if this is a little late, but he's flinging spells, using a warrior potion, and hitting him with Deep Protect so that he can get him on the edge of stagger, and those blitzes have now gone all the way up to 20 or 30,000 damage when his spells were hitting for 1,000.
I've gone and done it. I'm just gonna fly. I'm gonna stay in the air for a little bit. He's almost dead.
This is fine.
There we go.
It's really, really long-a-thon. We want to stretch out these fights for maximum enjoyment for the viewers. Well done.
So I went to Noel's backside. If you attack an enemy from if we call it touching the butt, if you attack an enemy from the backside, you get a free 20% damage boost, and it also stacks with perfect timing.
We really need a better name for that.
I love that name. What are you talking about? So, Noel, Astroprotoflorian, and Cyclopses have very, very wonky second stagger conditions. Their second stagger condition is launch, which this game has auto abilities. So when you get Noel to red waves, attack, light slash, defensive strike, searing strike, beat down, and a couple of other abilities will turn into launch, and that will break Noel's second stagger. But because Blitz isn't an auto ability, the game still thinks it is. So what happens is the game thinks every Blitz is going to break stagger, but it can't because it's not launch. So each Blitz is getting a 3 times damage modifier, which combined with Bravery is a 4.5 times modifier. So that's how we ended up doing quite a bit of damage so quickly, and you'll be seeing that a lot every time we fight. Not every time, but a lot of the times we end up fighting a Cyclops or an Astroprotoflorian or anything like that. Very little work for very large damage.
So we haven't really talked much about what's going on in the desert here, but as soon as we show up, we get some information from Hope, who is kind of our eyes and ears in the sky, that there is a device somewhere in the desert here that is supposed to help draw lost souls. Remember when we talked about entropy not being a thing anymore? Well, for the last few hundred years, people are just staying the same age and not dying, and anybody that does actually get killed from not old age is kind of still floating around as a soul, and people have various goals about what to do with those. So we're told there's this thing called the clavis, which is really just Square Enix going into a dictionary, finding the best old Roman or Norse word for key, and using it. I learned that today.
I learned that just now.
Yeah, somebody in your Discord wanted to know what clavis meant, and Google told me it was a Roman word for key. So that was fun. We're told that in order to get to it, we're going to need two things. One is a few tablets so that we can unlock some locked doors in a dungeon. The other is we're going to have to make friends with some local bandits who kind of own the desert, for lack of a better term. When we finish this quest, which I think either happens in a few minutes or early in the next day in this route, we're going to find out just who the leader of the bandit gang is, and we're going to realize that our old friend Fang is still out and about.
Bad skeleton. Don't touch me.
Also, we're at the point to where he's going to have to fight anything if he gets caught, because it's 5 o'clock at night, and skipping is going to end the day when we don't want to. Good luck, friend. This is not a fight we're supposed to be taking, so this is fun.
Oh, thank God I killed him before Blood Sword got off. That would have been horrible.
Ooh, good catch. Thankfully, I don't think we needed that EP for anything.
No, we end the day on one of these encounters, hopefully, or another buddy. So,
yes.
if we attack the enemy, or if the enemy attacks us, we lose 5% of our current hit points. If we attack the enemy, they lose 10% of their max, and if we can attack them before they see us, they lose 25% of their max. Getting a great, or I guess it could, in a better word, just be a preempt, isn't too common. But it is very nice when it happens. There is one super boss, Arishka Gul, that you can actually force to get the great preempt, and it's kind of hilarious.
I mean, he's just sitting there waiting for someone to eventually come challenge him, so it's natural he might take a nap. So we're at the end of day 3 here. We don't get all of the 2 weeks to rescue the end of the world. We need to push through the main quest in certain sections so that we unlock extra days. So we've got a couple more days to start pushing through here and really make it through the main quest lines for the game. So
you start with 7 days. You get 1 extra day for every main quest you complete. Main quest being Leon we just killed, and 4 others that we're not going to try to spoil too hard yet. So we start with 7. Killing Leon gave us an extra day, so we're at 8.
So
go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
One thing we didn't talk about in battle is guard canceling. So this game has a priority sequence. Guards is very high up in the priority sequence. The only thing that cancels out a guard is item tosses. So what we're doing is, every time you do a finisher, there's a backflip animation or a pirouette animation or anything like that. We're queuing up light guard or guard depending on how much ATB we have on Velvet Bouncer. We're queuing it up to prevent a part of that animation, which saves about a second and a half. So by switching to Passion Rouge, which after the debuff's done, we really don't worry about Passion Rouge's ATB, unless we're really in a pickle. So we'll be going in overclock. We'll be guard canceling in light guard because it uses less overclock. In normal battles, we'll be guard canceling in either Equilibrium or Passion Rouge, just to save ATB, because right now we're at that sweet spot where we can get 5 blitzes off. But if we guard cancel, we can only get 4, which is a very large damage chunk gone. The Blitz finisher is a 1.5 times damage modifier.
I forget, are we playing with a drop mod on for this?
Yeah.
So there's not going to be any drama here?
Nope. So Dash is Disaster, all side quests, Heroic Guard. All side quests is pretty self-explanatory. Disaster and Heroic Guard are drops from the super bosses, Air Knight and Erishkigal, on hard mode. So we played through the first game on normal, and then we'll play through a second run through on hard mode. This is done for a couple of reasons. One, the Avid Reader quest is a branching quest. And second of all, you can't complete the last one's quests, Skeletons in the Closet, Diviners, without... you can't really, I guess Skeleton in the Closet you can, but you can't complete To Save the Sinless or the last ones in a single playthrough, because 3 of the Omegas only spawn on the last day, and when you're in the last day, you can't hand in quests because you don't have access to the world anymore. So it's the first playthrough is basically just get everything we need. Second playthrough is pretty much hand everything in and fight what we have to. Speaking of extinction, this game does have an extinction mechanic. So each enemy has a certain extinction number. Small enemies are usually 80 to 100. Medium enemies are usually 30 to 50, and large enemies are about 15. If you've killed the desired amount, what happens is a giant Pepto-Bismol version of them show up, a giant purple one. It's called the Omega. It has increased stats and everything else, and if you end up managing defeating it, that enemy will not spawn for the rest of that playthrough. So if I was to fight 60 skeletons and fight the Omega, I wouldn't have to worry about skeletons for the rest of this playthrough. There is one monster that's a troll. The Monectin is 65,535 for some unknown reason. Enemies like the Anubises and Sets cannot be extincted, so you'll always have something to fight. Normally, Anubises only spawn in exterior planes between the hours of 16 and 1800, and in Snow's Palace. Their chosen battleground.
So there's a finite population of any given monster, and you can actually wipe them off the face of the world if you so choose. And we're going to have to as part of doing all the quests.
Thankfully, wiping out the rest of the monsters isn't nearly as bad as wiping out the first 3. So because of enemies only spawning on the final day, we will have to do a 20-minute extinction grind. But thankfully, the game puts everyone else into a nice dungeon that we can just kind of turn into a boss rush. So we don't have to worry about extincting every enemy manually. We only have to extinct 3 kinds.
Excuse me.
So here in the Dead Dunes, we're going through the God Hands Maze, and we're going to be doing 2 of the we picked up 2 iPods, or iPads as they're sometimes called. We're going to be trading them in for crux pieces, and then we're pretty much going to be done with the Dead Dunes for a while.
Apologies, Priya. I was I was streaming from a van down by the river. So, also, sorry for that cough. I took a swig of water while my cat jumped on the desk and distracted me. So, good news. We are well prepared here to bring you at least 6 more hours of entertainment.
So this is where you get a large lore dump. Thankfully, we can just cutscene skip everything. The start and the select buttons get a lot of use. So here I'm going to be jumping up and down. Oh shite. That didn't work. I still managed to dodge it. So jumping counts as steps. So if you're looking in a direction and jumping, you can force an encounter to save them from spawning in a very, very unfortunate location, like in a doorway.
Do you remember which runner realized that we could force encounters to spawn by jumping around in place?
Dash figured it out for the last one grind. King put it to work in the Temple of the Goddess to give us a 0 Caius Temple manip.
Okay. To explain for folks a little bit more, this game doesn't have a hard step route, but the game likes to spawn some sort of enemy in front of Lightning after she runs a given amount of distance.
It's usually about 4 seconds.
So whichever way you happen to be facing, it'll just drop something in your way, whether it's, niblets or gremlins or bigger monsters, whatever they happen. And in a few cases, the hallways are pretty narrow and difficult to evade some of those enemies. So what we figured out is if we run up to the point where usually it's right before something's going to spawn, turn around and start jumping, the thing that was going to block our way will spawn behind us. And then we just turn the way we were going to move and keep on running. What day do we do to do the temple on? Is it day 7? Okay. So maybe another half an hour to an hour here we'll be able to show that off repeatedly.
If I remember, I've been forgetting it quite a bit in practice. I'll try my best to remember, but I make no promises. Please don't yell at me, chat.
We believe in you, Poutine-san.
So the reason we do 2 crux pieces is the third one is way back where we've unlocked the Cactuar statue by the door. So it's kind of like, okay, we can do 2 in a timely fashion. If we do 3, we have to fight the boss. And we don't want to do that right now, so it's just better to kind of forget about the dead dunes and then move on with our lives and explore other places in the world. The Temple of the Goddess manipulation, where you can get through it without getting into an encounter with the ecto puddings. So before going to the Wildlands for the next area, we're going to be activating the Avid Reader side quest. It's the reason I couldn't use an overclock on the Gurngach, even though I really don't need to. It's still nice to do just to save a couple of, just save like a second and a half. Lightning does move faster in overclock, and enemies move slower. So Ranulf, or the Muffin Man, doesn't spawn until 5 AM. I could have escaped an encounter if I got one. I still would have to sleep, so it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Encounters cost you 10 seconds. So obviously avoiding most of them is... Avoiding any encounter is generally the best idea. So once you start talking to Ranulf, there's going to be 2 NPCs we're going to be looking after, Mitka and... forget the other guy's name. Riddick. Just to progress the quest.
That's what it was. Yeah.
So a lot of this is just a running simulator. With some fighting sprinkled in.
I'd say that's a fair way of describing it. The running segments aren't too long in the speed run. Sometimes you'll get just a couple minute break to run here, talk to this guy, run there, grab this item. In this case, we're just going to make a pass from the south end of Luxarian to the north end, so we can advance this quest. And this is the one with branching. So I believe we succeed on it in normal and then fail it on hard on purpose. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
So Avid Reader, if you read the journal, you fail Avid Reader, but it opens to save the Sinless, which ties into a couple of other quests in Loxarian. Can't believe I failed that. So we're just going to be completing the easy one now, and then the more difficult one when we're running through talking to everyone.
So this lady is hiding in a spot, and then we keep pushing forward in the general vicinity of where we ran into Noel earlier. That's where the second person is going to be. Once we've advanced the quest enough, we're ready to go back to the Ark, so we'll just escape out of the first encounter we can force.
Muffin Man, take me by the hand. I wish I knew more of that Ocean Man song so I could make another parody.
I don't know, can you still get DMCA'd if you sing a song in a Canadian accent that's not intended?
I don't know.
Let's not find out. This is someone else's channel. It's a really nice event.
Let me to the land, then you understand.
So the game is keeping us on a story-based clock, I'll say, to where there's only so many days to try to accomplish as much as we can, and it doesn't give us all that clock at once. So that's why at the moment, if you look on the screen, it's saying that we have 4 days left. And once we hit 6 o'clock in the morning here, getting off this train, we'll be down to 3 for the moment.
So we end the day in Wildlands. We have to come here anyways. It's still debatable if ending via an encounter or by the train is faster. Loads vary greatly from computer to computer.
And computer to console.
So we're starting the 5th day, and we haven't really done much of anything. We've been a very, very lazy savior that's been spending a lot of time just sleeping. And today she's going to get a workout.
Yeah, so the Wildlands has, I think, kind of 1.5 to 2 main quests that flow through it, and also a lot of different fetch quests or things we can grab items for. And we're going to basically preload ahead for being able to zoom through all those quests when we get to hard mode in a couple hours. So you're going to see Dyne picking up flowers and mushrooms off the ground and farming up lots of vegetables in a lady's garden, and of course stealing those away. And we'll use a few of them, but we're going to basically just hold on to the rest of them and get ready to use them once we make it to hard difficulty.
Nope.
One of those things we're going to have to farm up is mini flans. So this is why we took the long way around in our way over to Null, because mini flans are weak to Thunder, and Thundara is an AoE version.
Raw spells are very good in really any 13 game. They offer the same stagger power as... so Thundara will offer the same power as Thunder in terms of stagger. It just requires less cast, but the same amount of ATB. So you can just get the cast out quicker. So the finisher is worth 80 stagger. For Thundara, the 2 casts are worth 40. For Thunder, the 4 casts are worth 20 each. So in any case, you always want to get the finisher off, because it's worth as much as the whole string in terms of stagger power. And since you really don't have a numerical value, it's hard to tell. Even the wave system sometimes can be very confusing to see if you're getting close to what you need to or not.
You get used to it when you play through a few times, but yeah, the basic idea right now is that we're advancing toward the first story fight that I don't think the game has technically told us about, but it's just there. And we're going to farm up some of these plans in the meantime. Is it 6 or 12?
6 in the new route.
Ooh, interesting. So I think we've already got 7 or 8 based off those 2 fights, so we should be okay.
Nice whip.
So this is Chocobo Eater or Cheater. It's with the setup that we've got, basically a beat it up before it beats you up fight. We're gonna burn an overclock and just try to spam blitzes to burn through its limited health pool. It doesn't have all of its health because it was in a very difficult fight with the Chocobo that is laying on the ground right next to it. Nice save, Dyne.
Surprised that worked. I forgot to cast Deep Protect ×2 to try to stop the back jump.
Oops.
So there's a lot of the refinement in this route. As Sharky was mentioning, Maelstrom and Destrian turned this from a segmented run into an RTA run, and then another runner, Savis Monk 1, did an absolute workover of the route. Maelstrom's run on PC was a little over 9 hours. He did run into some technical difficulties. It was probably would have been about an 8:30, 8:20 run for PC. And then Savis came on the scene and dropped a sub-8 console for 360. Just by cutting out a lot of menus, refining a bunch of things. I actually picked up the category because I was watching Savis's run. And I mean to pick up the run years before it. I just got lazy and didn't do it. So with us working together, we ended up cutting quite a bit. So we used to be farming 12 flans because we needed 2 Mystic Meals. Then we cut that down to only needing 6 flans. You can't cut it down to 0 flans because you need 6 flans to go for a quest anyways. So it's a very, very, it's down to a very minimalist. It could probably still be cut down a little more, but she's in a pretty good place.
We should also shout out a runner who was there before Maelstrom, one of the original crafters, Destrian. It was, I believe, the only speedrunner, the only RTA he ever did, and he managed to pull off an 11-hour run, which was the world record until Maelstrom could get some practice in. So at this point, sorry, go ahead.
So now we're on a wild mushroom hunt. Shirala is like, hey, you can use my fields, but you need to get me some fertilizer. And she's like, I don't know what the fertilizer looks like, but you'll know it when you find it. So we're like, okay, off to the forest we go. So we will be grabbing a couple of flowers. The day rings spawn in the overworld up to 1800 or 6 p.m. After that, they turn into moon souls.
Night ring? Oh, moon soul, my bad.
How much faster do you think this would run on a PS5? Does this run on a PS5? I think that would be the first question.
I don't actually know if it does.
Does the PS5 run PS3 games?
Whether it does or it doesn't, I'd assume it's going to play at roughly the same speed as a high-end PC, and the best PC runners that we have right now, I think, are roughly in the 15 or so minute faster mark than the original consoles.
Yeah.
So, Savis is the fastest console runner at the moment for any percent. With 209.54, I believe, is the normal world record. And King and Dyne have traded back the world record literally thousands of times over the last year or so. And I want to say they're in the 154, 155 range. somewhere along
Yeah,
those
King
range.
and D wins.
Did I say D wins?
No, you said Dyne.
Son of a gun.
Giving me fake publicity.
Grandpa DW is going to come over and, give me some words for that later, but that's fine. Sorry. So, what I've been talking over in the meantime is Dyne running around here, picking up some mushrooms, a couple of things of fertilizer, and some daytime flowers from here, all of which are reagents for various quests. He's also going to farm up a few of these Rafelses because you also need some of their drops in hard mode.
I think because they're so weak, it's just better to kill them there than trying to despawn them at the bridge. But it is always nice to be ahead on the Rafelisa kills. Item spawn is consistent. They'll respawn basically every day for normal items. The mushrooms and flowers will always be in the same spot no matter what. Which makes it very, very mechanical just to run through Yogd. Because everything spawns at the same place.
So, and we went ahead and picked up an extra garb while we were here called Vengeance. Vengeance has an ability called Beatdown, which is a very high stagger physical attack, and depending on your weapon can actually transform into Jump, which you might be familiar with from other Final Fantasies. It can do a lot of hurt really quick for where we're at so far in the game.
The beatdown finisher is by far the best stagger versus ATB, especially when you pair it with the sight circlet. The sight circlet will reduce the amount of hits before a finisher by 1. Beatdown only has 1 attack, so Beatdown is a 50 and then 100 stagger ability. So with the sight circlet, you're doing 100 stagger for 30 ATB, and no other ability in the game comes close to that.
Yeah, bringing Vengeance into the any percent run, I think, was one of the newer innovations when I played more often. And I think we were still trying to figure out if Sight Circlet helped more, or at least I did.
Roosta said Sight Circlet hurt, because it's only really viable for such few fights.
I think I was trying to work some of that out with him last year, so that makes sense. Roosta is also another runner who's done some Xbox runs. He's known from Final Fantasy XII, Final Fantasy XIII, and plenty of other places, and has a very nice blushing emote if you ever visit his channel.
So due to a PC bug of making a 30 FPS game run at 60 FPS, if you're planting, you have to lower your frame rate. So instead of having it on dynamic, you have to have it on fixed. The reason for this is what will happen is, since the floor here is paper thin, or rather wafer thin, the seed will actually fall through the floor tile and spawn somewhere in the 12th layer of hell. So in a casual playthrough or a speedrun, meaning that you can no longer use that plot to use more seeds. So if it happened in the first planting, we would effectively be down 3 Gashel greens, which is quite large because of the time mechanic. We really can't spend the extra 7 hours to go plant another round. So even though it does cost time to lower the FPS, it's a much safer option.
Dante's Inferno was really just a hunt for a nice head of lettuce, apparently. That's interesting. So yeah, it takes 6 hours once you plant a seed for it to grow into a set of greens, and you would normally just need a couple of them, along with some healing items that the townsfolk give you, in order to get the Angel Valhalla off the ground. But we're going to go through, I think, another cycle or 2 of that so we can bank some greens for the next playthrough.
Just one more cycle. We're going to end up with 1 extra green. Okay. And then we're going to be planting 2 Tantals in the research camp. which saves us an entire planting cycle here.
So instead of regular lettuce, we'll go to a different farmer's market and pick up some superfood. I think Chocobos like kale, maybe?
Nobody likes kale, not even kale.
Fair enough.
Floor is just a suggestion. That's always true.
So that will come into play later on, I believe, as long as we can keep the frame rate up where it needs to be. Sometimes we can force things to drop through the floor to interesting battle mechanics.
Yeah, the Boon of Elza fight, its floor is also wafer thin. So if you drop the decoy at 60 FPS, Booney can pretty much do 0 damage to it. He has maybe 2 attacks that will actually do damage, but for the most part, he's just going to be trying to hit the Moogle, and the ground will stop his attacks, but thankfully not the decoy. The decoy is actually a very useful ability. So the decoy will have 5,000 base attack, or not base attack, base hit points. And he takes reduced damage. So for 1 EP, you basically summon a giant Moogle punching bag.
If you ever played Earthbound for the Super Nintendo, it's kind of the teddy bear mechanic. If you're carrying it around and it's where the enemy can see, it's going to punch the teddy bear instead of you, at least as long as it has the durability to withstand it. And that's fun when you are able to put that teddy bear, or Moogle in this case, in a place that the enemy can't reach it. Most of the way anyway. So in the meantime here, we're in the evening time out in the wildlands. So we're going to pick up some Moonsoul Bloom, which are just flowers that happen to be picked at night. We're also going to pick up a couple of accessories, which give us the equivalent of free end spells at the start of a fight. In older routes, we pick up all 4 of them because there's a set for each of the 4 main elements here in the wildlands. But with some of the newer refinements, I believe we only need ice and fire.
Yeah.
And that should be... We can cover the rest with potions.
So thankfully, the vast majority of the enemies in this game are weak to either ice or fire. The wind ones, we can end up just throwing potions, which it's 3 seconds for a potion toss animation, but it's still faster than going into the menu and equipping, say, the Windwalker bracelet to give yourself an arrow at the start. And also the 33% healing we get from in-arrow potions is also very nice. It allows us to use the 2 EP we would use from Kiraga. We can dump it into another overclock.
Potions give you healing every time you throw one of them, which you can save your other resources by throwing extra potions. So it's a little bit of a give and a take for resources, but it ends up working out nicely. So we've just run through another town on the south end of the wildlands, the Arius village, home to lots of sheep and some occasional stores.
They have special sheep. They moo and they lay eggs. It's a marvel of the world. I don't know how this wasn't a marvel of the city.
So they're kind of, I don't know, platypus? I have no idea how this works. Reasons. So at the very end of the tip of the world here is a item we need to pick up called Beloved's Gift. We'll trade that in for a piece of the main quest. And then we're going to warp back to Yogg Village here. I'm trying to remember where we're headed for the end of the day. We've got enough time to read Saz. Is that where we're headed?
Yeah, research to grab Water God, do Omega Point, plant 2 Tantals.
Right, so at the very far north of the area is a research camp where they're trying to study what happened when the world kind of blew up at the end of the previous game. And we're also going to happen to eventually end the day at a wrecked airship with an old friend that you recognize, or you'll know exactly who it is if you were paying attention 20 seconds ago. Sorry.
surprised I made that jump. So I think if they would have made the chocobo 10% thinner, it would have made Lightning riding it with pants a little less awkward to look at. It always looks like her hips are ready to get like dislocate out of the socket.
Maybe the angle just looks a little bit strange, but the idea makes sense. I'm just, when there's no entropy, I guess you're just really flexible. So either way, it's okay. She can still run around, kick things, swipe at them, and help us save the world, we hope. So at the moment, we're taking a back way up to the northern area because up on a ledge is the other of the main end spell bracelets we're going to need to pick up. This one is called Water God to match the Fireworm bracelet that give us both ice and fire elements.
So with an end spell, Deep Protect, and Imperil, you're basically doing double damage. If we add Bravery into the mix, we end up doing a little over triple times damage. So a lot of the damage, much like from Final Fantasy 13, if anyone watched the plat run that Flux did, a lot of it is just thank you. Just a large chunk of our damage is coming from buffs and debuffs. But we will very much for a large chunk of the run be in glass cannon mode, where if anything hits us, it's going to be doing a large chunk of damage.
It's a pretty common theme of Final Fantasy 13 trilogy speedruns in general, where aggression until you reach the point of recklessness gets rewarded. So the more you hit an enemy, the faster it dies. The faster it dies, the lesser you get hit. So why be defensive when you can just punch it in the face? So the basic idea here is we've started clearing up a couple of quests while we're up by the research center. Did we run and pick up Blizzara? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Thundera basically replaces the need for Blizzara, thankfully.
Gotcha, that's fair. There's an extra raw spell chest right behind the town that we went to. But we're going to try to pick up a few quest items here, and then we'll end the day at the next main quest marker, which is up in the northwest corner of the zone.
Ending the day via an encounter is very much a gamble, because especially after 4 a.m. After 4 a.m. only Neonectins will spawn in exterior planes. Parts of the Dead Dunes are the exception to that, where they'll also spawn Cactuars. So it just kind of fits really nice that us doing Omega Point helps end the day naturally, instead of like getting to Saz at like 5:20 and just trying for 10 or 15 minutes to get an encounter. Whether you do this in New Game Plus, it doesn't matter. It's just for the sake of the routing, it's better. It just works out nicer to do it now.
This particular day, whenever we'd come up here and pick this up in the old route, was always tricky because we'd show up a good 20 in-game minutes before the end of the day, and you just could not get a monster to spawn in order to end the day.
Yeah, the Menectans have a very, very low spawn chance, unfortunately.
Something about being right here. Sometimes you could almost run all the way back to town before something would pop open, and that's slow.
I remember like running all the way to the Windwalker, getting the Windwalker and walking back out to the research camp and still not getting an encounter.
Oh, jeez.
So like the moments when we used to get the Windwalker and you got an encounter, like you were so happy because you gold splitted by about like a minute and a half.
So to pick up on the plot here, the fifth of the 5 main quests that are going on, which we'll explain as we go, has to do with Saz from 13. If you'll remember, he has a very young son whose name is Daj, and a big part of the original game was trying to make sure that you could help rescue and restore Daj back to life. So he got his kid back, and everything's fine, except now here at the end of the world, something's happened, and his kid's in a coma, basically. He's told that the kid has lost its soul and it's in a few different pieces, and you had better go all around the world trying to find your kid's soul and bring them back to life. Also, I'm really happy I got to talk about that because I didn't have to talk about the fact that it looked like Lightning's ankles were breaking and shattering.
She's got very weak ankles. There. So sadly, any day that does Yusnon is insanely long for no reason. Yusnon involves a lot of running around for very little progress. So in new game, it's about 24 minutes. In New Game Plus, it's about 40 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to call out one thing from the chat. If you have a fear of kaleidoscopes for whatever reason, I apologize for what you've had to watch. There's a lot of them here. Sorry, please continue.
So the Beloved's Gift we picked up just outside Arius' village. We traded into Chocolina for another piece of the Dodge Soul Fragment. So,
good point. The first one just appears in a chest right next to his house right after you start the quest.
Sauce is like, I've looked forever and I can't find it. And we're like, all right, we walk right outside of his house and we're like, hey, we found it. So we want to make sure not to read the journal. And now we can go on with our business. The only thing we have to do now with the Ranulf quest is just hand in the journal. We'll give it back to him on day 11. Until then, we just don't care about him.
This is an extra thing that would not be in any percent, but... Oh, you skipped the wolf emblem. That's neat.
The sight circlet takes up the added strength for the second garb.
That's a great point. Okay. There's an extra accessory that improves your physical damage up on that ledge, but we don't have room to use it in this route, as Dyne just pointed out. So also we skipped past a piece of the story from 13.2, Chocolina. Chocolina is through magic and timey-wimey stuff, the human embodiment of the baby Chocobo chick from 13. So, yeah, that happens.
So we're allowed.
So anyway,
we're allowed 2 enemy escapes in the warehouse. Any more we have to fight, depending on what the enemy is. Gremlins are. I believe the general rule of thumb is if an enemy dies to 2 blitzes, it's faster to kill him than it is to escape. Unfortunately, there already goes 1 escape.
You could technically beat these if you had to.
Yeah.
But...
So
back on day 2, we picked up a ticket to sneak into the revelry that I called the Sneaking In Special. And here on day 6, we're finally coming back to pick it up. And it looks like Dyne is going to go ahead and take on this fight to save our second retry in case we get stuck by something that we have to escape.
There's a lot of warehouse left.
That's a smart move. So hoplites, gremlins are fairly easy to fight. Good lord. All the robots here, man.
So what you can do in these wider open areas is look off into a corner and then try to veer back. The enemies will spawn in the direction Lightning is looking, not the way the camera's facing. So you can kind of manipulate the encounters if you're about to get one, in a sense.
It's kind of scary. I mean, it's not a tough battle, but if you're trying really hard to... These are the guys, the Desmonds are the ones that worry me. The little hovering robots are a much tougher fight.
They can only be staggered by thunder abilities, which thankfully in this route we have Thundera. But like if you're going for like a really optimized time, each one of these encounters is just 10-15 seconds down the drain, and there's really just nothing you can do about it. They're not really scary as much as they are just annoyance.
Yeah, you're losing time here, and every silly split comes from another silly red split's end. So, You always want to avoid that if you can. But now we've come up to a mini boss of the area, Cyclops. Uh, and Cyclops is weak to beat down, so this will be fun to watch.
So what we did there is we ability buffered. So the beatdown finisher has an insane attack power. It's works out to be about 4.67 times, which is a lot higher than the 2.1 of Blitz. So if you execute a command and then switch the garb very quickly, I believe it's a 3 or a 5 frame window, the game will think Velvet Bouncer is doing the beatdown finisher. And since Velvet Bouncer has a much higher attack stat, you end up doing the move from Vengeance, but getting the stats from Velvet Bouncer. You might be like, hey, this sounds awesome. It's really not. It's used maybe 2 or 3 times in the run. For anyone that's watched the old Etro's Gates videos on YouTube, there is also something called status ailment buffering. So what they would do in those videos is they would basically pile on as much status ailment damage as they could, usually caps around 540, 560%. And if you hit Thundera and switch to your debuffing garb, it would think that a spell is a debuff. So your spells would get a 560 times damage increase. So if anyone wants to see Air Knight done in 54 seconds, or Bunavelza Plus done in 40 seconds, recommend checking out those videos. Unfortunately, in a speedrun, we just don't have the stats to back it up to make it viable. That's for something where you have like 7,000-8,000 magic or 7,000-8,000 attack. But we're very specialized into one ability in the speedrun, and it doesn't work out well.
Yeah, you're basically just tricking the game into using the ability from one garb, but letting it hit with the stats of a different garb. And in that case, you take the jump off of Vengeance and you let it hit with the strength buffs of Velvet Bouncer, and that's why that jump suddenly goes from 10,000 to 70,000 damage on that last hit of the Cyclops. So the whole point of running in the back was to try to figure out how to get into this area, which is kind of the corporate or the theater area. For some reason, the game calls it the Augur's Quarter, which is another fun word to look up on Wikipedia. But the basic idea here is that there is a nightly theater performance about God and the Savior and all the other relevant things to the world's plot. And now that we're finally here, we want to take advantage of that performance so we can get back to the palace we were in the prologue, and we can go have a chat with Snow from earlier games in the series. Snow is basically the ruler by default of this particular town because he was the strongest guy and he wanted to help everyone, so they said, yeah, you're gonna be our ruler. And since it's been 500 years since his fiancée passed away, he's really depressed. So we need to go find him, have a talk with him, and see if we can move on the plot.
This is where Yusnan really turns into like a fetch questy area. First, it's grab 10 fireworks. So the boss can't be, hey, go grab 10 fireworks and fight in the Colosseum.
No, it asks you to run all the way around the zone once, to then go back around to go pick up some stuff from a Colosseum, to come all the way back to say, okay, now you finally done enough things, we can get to the main piece of the story.
So we activate the Funiculus quest. It's the fastest way to get fireworks. So it's basically the station guy, Funiculus, and then the guy by the green cactuar statue, and we have our 10. So I swapped out Velvet Bouncer's Liberator for the Shadow Hunter Spear we got from Noel. It's 10 attack weaker, which is not a big deal, but the Liberator sells for about 4,000 GP. Or I forget the Gil, I think is the currency.
Gil. Yeah.
So it's gonna help. It just saves an equip menu coming up at the shop. Older routes would do this day 5. So on day 6, Snow upgrades from Snow to Snow Plus. It gets a pretty sizable stat increase, and as well as goes from 400,000 to 700,000 hit points. Noel does the same thing on day 7. Brandis does the same thing on day 7. Caius does an upgrade. Oops, spoiler. Enemies upgrade on day 7 and day 10. But the good thing about doing Yusna on day 6 is the weapon shop gets a nice upgrade. Which basically makes that extra 300 hit points Snow gets a drop of water in the bucket. We just no longer care about it.
So we're going to end up trading in our Liberator sword for a katana, I believe that's the type it is. And I'm going to just call it the Kiku because only Dyne can properly pronounce the name of that weapon.
The Kiku Ichimonji.
Yeah, that's a mouthful. So, the Kiku is a very strong physical blade that also has an extra bit of a stat in it that will help interrupt attacks. Basically, how able you are to interrupt someone and how easily you can be interrupted are stored in 2 different numeric stats called cut and keep, which exist but you don't really see. The Kiku has a small natural buff that gives you a little bit extra cut, which makes you therefore more likely to interrupt something and stop it from hitting you with an attacker spell. Dash, just like chat is calling out, is Disaster, All Side Quest, and Heroic Guard. It is the community-defined 100% speedrun for Lightning Returns because the Pure Plat Trophy has some tedious and unentertaining. It's just not entertaining up to a certain point. So the original runners decided if we can have a category that hits every side quest and picks up all 3 of the biggest spells in the game from a hard playthrough, that should fit for what makes us all happy for a 100% run. So one of them is from a super boss called Aeronite, one of them is from a super boss called Reshkagal, and one of them is from the final strongest form of the end boss, who we'll save describing for later. So in this case, Dyne has made it to the weapon shop that he was just describing. He's picked up a stronger sword, the Kiku. He's picked up a shield which gives strength called a Dragoon Gauntlet. And now that he's taken that strong Velvet Garb Bouncer and gotten it even stronger, we're going to sit here and tear our way through a few fights. The gremlins are kind of a joke, but the Anubis and then the Xaltus that coming up are a wee bit more complicated.
What's bad about Plat percent? 35 Chocobo Eaters, 100 Soul Seeds for the Elixir, 40 Canvas of Prayers quests, upgrade a single item 40 times, upgrade a piece of equipment 40 times. It's a lot of just like very, very minor stuff that really adds up. And it adds into a lot, it makes a lot of unnecessary grinding. There's also the kill 500 enemies achievement. So in Dash, we kill about 260. So we're halfway there during 2 playthroughs. Now grinding the extra 250 kills isn't bad at all. But like it's just a lot of really unnecessary grinding that just it doesn't interest any runners and it doesn't interest I can't speak for viewers, but it doesn't sound interesting at all.
Oh hey, Destrian.
Destrian?
So Destrian was one of the original people, like we described earlier, who helped bring together what the community agreed would be a good, entertaining 100% category, which is what we have here now. To summarize what we've been watching, the theater director decided if you're going to be in my play, you need a really nice outfit. You're going to get that outfit by going over to the Colosseum and fighting some monsters, because reasons. So we go through a set of gremlins, an Anubis, and a Xaltus again, which was the dragon we saw. And while we're there, it says, hey, there's a fragment of the soul here that you can win if you take on one more Xaltus. So Dyne is sitting here taking on that Xaltus. Xaltus isn't that bad with the setup we have, mainly because we've picked up bravery, we've picked up an end spell, we've picked up some strong strength weapons, and we've picked up jump. And the heads of dragons take a very large multiplier, more stagger if you hit them. So we run up, we basically hit it with a couple debuffs, jump to where we can clip its head with the spear, and we get an instant stagger. I'm a bigger fan of orange, but
I tried to remember what colors was on the Longathon overlay.
Oh, nice.
Normally, I'm a big fan of the black dress, white gloves.
Personally, I just go for a straight tangerine axe outfit. It's just perfection.
All right, Reflections, thank you very much for sticking around, sir. It is always greatly appreciated.
Yeah, thank you again for being here, man.
So, Midnight Mob is... we'll be maining this as our default garb for a while. It has a nice bonus of adding plus 30 ATB to your max, which means we get a little more running stamina only out of the first bar.
Well, it adds to the maximum amount of the run gauge, not how quickly it fills back up. I think is the way to say it, right?
Yes. Yeah, the way it fills up is the way it fills up and depletes is a static amount. Don't be sorry, Reflections. So there's an item we also picked up when I jumped behind the director called the Demon's Earrings. It's an item that boosts magic and strength by 30%, but it makes all abilities on the garb cost 10 more ATB. We'll be using that for the Omega grind. It really just helps guarantee that the enemies die when we want them to, instead of living with a very small amount of hit points. And it's really useful only on the last day because of the ultimate weapons we'll be getting. The old dash route used to heavily rely on the Demon Earrings Plus, which would give us a 40% boost to strength, and then Velvet Bouncer would give us another 10 for a 50% boost. But making a ability cost 10 ATB more just really hurt its viability.
How did you do that? How did that Cyclops actually miss you?
I have no idea.
That never works for me.
I think he was on a smoke break.
Yeah. So the nightly play happens at 3 a.m. Each day. So by coming back to the theater director, we've advanced ourselves to 3 a.m. And in a cutscene we skipped, basically the play was used to blow a hole in the wall into Snow's palace. So we pick up the action just inside, and we know there's an accessory that's extremely useful right outside the door, so we detour to grab that, which was Throne of Courage, I believe.
Yes.
So just like the Wildlands has 4 variations of end spells, Yusnam has 4 variations of other buffs that you can pick up from accessories. One for bravery, one for faith, one for... Ooh,
Hi,
I
friend.
just saw on the stream.
How are you?
So it's not just me that spawned 3 of them?
Yeah. Spawn zones are just a myth in this game.
Oh, that's rough.
Cyclops are not supposed to be able to spawn inside the palace, but the best is sometimes they can spawn on this small ledge here. It's happened to quite a few runners where everything goes good, and since it's such a small area and the Cyclops is such a big boy, the only thing you can do is just take the encounter.
I had my mic muted my last PB, and I am so thankful because you don't want to hear the.
That's why
you don't want to hear the verbiage that inspires.
That's why I record in dual audio. So if I end up cursing too much, I can just cut it out. But the dress colors don't have an effect. Midnight Mauve is the dress we'll be looking at the most in this run. So I'll always take the couple of seconds just to spruce it up. An old run, one of the first runners of Lightning Returns, Navoots, used to do that all the time in his runs. He would give Lightning the white dress, and it made it look a lot like Yuna's wedding dress from Final Fantasy X. And I was like, oh, that was a really neat idea. So I'll always just burn the 2 or 3 seconds, especially like in this category when we're going to be staring at it for 4.5 hours. I want something visual pleasing.
Yeah, Neviatz is, I think he's still active as a Persona speedrunner. He's from Europe, and he's a pretty nice guy. And for most of the 13 trilogy, he was one of the earliest runners, and then he went on to do other things. I want to say this is how you spell his name. I'll have to look it up. I'll do that now.
So we're done going through the tutorial area. We finally got a key card, so we can go through to the rest of the Patron's Palace. These doors have cutscenes, and the beautiful thing about it is the camera angle goes really wonky. So there's sometimes you'll do a cutscene skip, and the enemy will just kick you in the back of the head.
I was worried that you said that because it just happened to you, so I'm glad you got through there.
I thought that Scatney was going to get me. So during the course of New Game, and of course New Game Plus, we need to grab at least 1 soul seed. I end up grabbing like 5 or 6, because every time I go through Snow's Palace, I'm like, oh look, a soul seed.
Oh look, a shiny.
Yeah.
Oh look, a shiny. Oh look, a shiny.
There is a sequence break you can do here. It's a small sequence break. If you stand on the crates by the switch, you can skip this area. However, every time I tried that in practice, I end up getting to like 3 encounters.
Yeah, you're getting a few unfortunate clips here too.
So that crate there to the right of me, you can jump onto this platform here and get the switch. But the unfortunate thing is Cyclops and Zoltai like to spawn down there, and if they catch you mid-air, it especially sucks because it stops your momentum. So you get hit and then you just instantly drop after the encounter.
Yeah, you can kind of see one of the big Zoltas spawned in the room while you're up there, and it's a kind of a tight jump from the edge of the crate to the ledge there, and if you miss it, you've got to deal with the big boy.
Thankfully, this day is not tightly timed. We would like to hit the double Anubis before the day ends, before they get the day 7 hit point upgrade. It's about a 45% hit point increase. It's still nothing to worry about. It's just a couple of extra seconds, and you get 1 less overclock for Snow, which really still doesn't mean much of anything. So with the Thorn of Courage, the Fireworm Bracelet, Imperil, and Deprotect, we're going to be doing 3 times base damage. As long as we don't lose the end spell. If the enemy is resistant against the element, you lose it instantly. It will happen not very often, but in a casual playthrough it could happen quite a bit, especially when you're still trying to figure out what enemy takes damage from what.
And Imperil really only affects your damage if you have the end spell up. Deprotect or D-Shell are going to be static either way, depending on what you're throwing.
Am I going to make it? Ooh, and Chaos too.
Ooh, this should be exciting. I mean, it's a rough fight, but you are the savior, so... So the basic idea for this fight is Deprotect and Imperil, because you have Bravery and spells, and then just try to push out as much damage as you can. Older routes would try to make it all the way to the end here before 6, but since this is your last piece, you can just burn whatever resources you have to make it through.
Yeah, the day 7 is pretty short. It follows the good old rule of once we're out of EP, just don't do anything.
Yeah, so I believe we're going to take on the boss at the end of this section, warp to another town, and make sure that we run out of the day by the time we get to the next boss so that we can reload our EP to fight then.
Were you keeping an eye on my N buff in that fight?
I want to say you still had it.
I don't know if I have fire equipped or ice.
Fire.
Okay. Because that'll make this next fight really sad if I still have the water god on.
I mean, there's ways to check, but I'm reasonably confident it's... I mean, if you just get clipped by something, we'll know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm mostly certain you had fire equipped there.
Well, we're going to find out anyways. Yeah, we got fire. So, strangely enough, we can't equip 2 end bracelets. Well, I mean, you can, but the end bracelets also have a priority order. So if you have the fire worm and then water god equipped, you'll start the battle with end fire, and it will get instantly replaced with end frost. I don't know how the other 2 elements work out in the tier system because it's just nothing you'd ever experience in a run.
It's a story of ice and fire, really. So we've made it here to the very end, and the person that calls himself the patron is here. He's locked himself away to try to prove that you're the real lightning, and now it's time to fight. An interesting mechanic is with overclock, you can catch somebody stuck in the middle of an attack animation, and they take a large amount of extra damage or extra stagger while they're in the middle of punching. So
yeah, when you hit snow with spells, after a certain amount of time, it triggers recast. So recast gives you a 2 times damage stagger modifier while he's in transit, and then 3 times after he's hit you, which is why we're able to stagger him so quickly. And then he also has a 2 times damage modifier after stagger. So with Snow, we're doing 57,000 for a blitz finisher. On the next boss coming up, we're going to be doing about 17. That just really shows the difference between enemy-made damage modifiers and just natural modifiers.
I think what we're really just seeing here is that lightning is a grass type, and that's why the elements line up as they do. So we managed to push through that boss fight through basically abusing all of our strength and putting it into one place and burning through a full day's EP of overclocks. We've now used that resource to warp us back to Yogg Village because on top of Saz's main quest, there's a second main quest pathline that comes through the Wildlands that starts with you unlocking the bird here and turns into running into a couple of other characters from 13.2. But before we do that, we're going to run into Polta, which is a town of fanatic equivalents from the folks that were in Luxarian. We're going to take a nap here. We're going to stop at Potion Mart International. Do we pick those up now, or is that later?
We pick them up. We buy the Costco pack of it in arrows.
Costco. So yeah, the general stores in various towns sell specific end spell potions, and we go through a lot of those in the run, especially not picking up every end spell bracelet. So he picks up a few ice and wind element potions that we can throw on the... Is it only wind?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I've played too much any percent.
Yeah, it's all good. I had to think. I was like, do we buy any Frost? Am I in trouble?
We're also going to pick up a special accessory here while we're running through called the Beggar's Beads. If you have this accessory picked up, you are trading your ability to make money on fights for increased, I want to say doubled drop rates on abilities.
Doubled base drop rate, yeah.
So for specific points in the run, we're going to need to farm abilities so that we can synthesize them into stronger versions. This will help us get extra ones. It was also interesting, a couple of years back, Luke Dolphin did a run for Limit Break, and he came here in the any percent run super early because the drop mod didn't exist, and it was a form of marathon safety to pick up Imperil in a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, so like in the terms of Imperil, it's 15% base. It's 30% if you have the beggar's beads, but Chaos also doubles drop rate, so you wouldn't get a 60% drop, you would get a 45. Even though it says doubles, it's all the drop modifiers are additive. So it's like 15 plus 15, and then Chaos is also another 15 on top of it. Having the enemy's Libra notes, I believe, adds 10. And then hard mode also adds a modifier that's eluding me at the moment.
Don't forget to show off the jump skipping mechanic while you're here.
Which one? The Healy?
No. Well, a Healy is a specific runner who found a ledge that you're not supposed to be able to reach.
The
I was
encounter.
referring to the encounter manipulation.
All right, so I think it's here.
So you'll notice that we run up to a certain point in this narrow hallway, and then we'll decide, well, shoot, we can't really get around stuff. So Dyne turned around and started jumping, and the enemy spawned behind us, or behind the camera. You'll notice on the mini-map the red dots show up where the enemies are. So if we sit here and jump a few more times, and there are more or less efficient ways to do this, but now we didn't have a couple of big red puddings spawn in front of us and muck with things. They spawned somewhere that we already were. So
Yeah, the Meonectin probably messed up where the spawn was for that one. Ecto puddings have a 85% spawn chance for a vast majority of this temple, and they're always a pain in the ass.
they have a really long swipe range. Camera mechanics for spawning are interesting in this trilogy. 13 used to operate off of the mechanic of, well, you remember when you were a kid, you thought, hey, I can only see things that see me, so if I close my eyes or look away, something can't see me, and I'm invisible. That's the basic gist behind camera tricking in 13. If you just pull your camera to where it's facing straight down at the ground, the enemies don't realize you're there for a closer distance, and you can skip fights that you normally wouldn't. In this case, the Lightning Returns spawns monsters as you go rather than having them in static places. So, and they always spawn in front of you because the game assumes that you'll want to fight things that pop up in your way. So, Dyne, in essence, just gets to a certain point where he expects a monster to pop up, turns around, triggers the spawn, and the thing spawns out of his way rather than right in his way. That makes sense, or did I ramble a bit?
Stupid wall. So there is another little small sequence break. If you jump to the top of this ledge, you can jump over and talk to the Yule. It saves talking to this Yule. That Bulbasaur sometimes will just throw a wrench into your plan. If he wedges himself into the corner, the Yule will stay scared. So you'll have to run backwards and forwards. So it's very debatable if it saves time. And I think that skip saves like 10 or 12 seconds if it's done optimally.
I think that's about right. If you miss it once, you basically won't make up the time by running back up and trying again. But this game does have a few different spaces where they didn't necessarily expect you to be able to reach the ledge. Another one that comes up later on here, a specific runner named Healy found. Basically a ledge that has a big chasm between it. You're expected to run down the hall, get a Yule to spawn some platforms, and take those platforms to the other side. But at 60 FPS, you can just jump far enough to catch that edge.
D-Wins is saying 7 seconds.
That's Believable.
All right, I'll give
You would
this.
know better than I would. Also, it's drop mode,
Nope.
so we got magnet, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, on stream we're coming up to it now, so...
And I failed it gloriously.
Well done, sir.
That'll be...
So yeah,
that's my one and only shot.
What are you talking about, man? We got at least 5 more hours in this run. Sorry, I'm a bad influence. So yeah, the other thing to point out is that there's a spell chest we just ran past that has an Auraga spell. It's a GA version, so Arrow 3 to use Super Nintendo terms. And that's something that you would use if the monsters have not been nice enough to give you Magnet so far in the run. Since this is drop mod, the Cyclops or the Cheater should have already dropped Magnet, and we don't have to worry about that.
That pull
Nice
animation
thought on
is slower, but it's nice to show off.
I like to think of her as a firefighter more than anything. Also, yes, these are Mode 7 graphics. I have no idea how we're playing in 240p right now, but I'm really...
Area upscaling does an amazing job in OBS. So we're almost done to the end of the temple. I think that's pretty much the end of all the encounters. So here we're coming up to a boss that gave everyone a giant headache when they played. But with high strength weapons, bravery, imperil, deprotect, and an end spell, and also ATBs for the end of time, you can guess how he's gonna go.
Yeah, the cutscenes you missed brought back Yule and Caius from 13.2. And you probably remember this being a really awful fight, but with an end spell, with bravery, with deprotect and imperil, you can just burn a whole day's worth of overclocks and blitz him down before he ever gets a chance to attack you.
That's a boss.
Yep. That whole 20 seconds was a really big boss.
So one thing to mention about katanas that will play into New Game Plus, the katana class weapons have the highest upgraded stats out of any weapon in the game. And it's good to notice if you buy a weapon at level 1 or like 1 star or 5 stars, it doesn't matter. It will always do, or it will always end up at the same max stats no matter what. So if you buy the Kiku Chimanji, the Masamune, any one of those weapons, they'll always cap out at 4,000. I agree, Destrian. It would have been nice if he scaled up like the rest of the bosses.
Yeah, Caius stays the same amount of strength no matter what day you fight him, so... at this point, we've cleared out as much as we can in the Wildlands. We've pretty much cleared out the main quest of Luxarian and the main quest of Yusnon, so we're coming back to the desert to clean up a few things now. There's a set of ruins we'll have to run into, which... I can't remember, I think did we do some of it already?
We did part of the God Hand Maze. We're doing Grave of the Colossi to get the 3rd iPad, to get the 3rd Crux piece, and then we're fighting the boss of this area tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yeah.
You're not old enough to remember when tablets were made of stone, are you?
I am. I just really like when Dwayne says iPads. So it works out nicely that all main bosses give 5 EP. So going into Caius with 7, using 3 overclocks brings us down to 1. Killing Caius brings us up to 6, which is nice because it allows 2 teleports. So we can go into Ruffian, sleep till 5, end the day there, but it's more beneficial to go through the tablet and then sleep here, because we're also going to be killing the next day very quickly from this endpoint as well.
Have you already picked up the 3rd tablet? I'm sorry, I missed if you said that.
I just did now.
Okay, so you won't have to do that in the next day.
So we got maybe 2 days left of like jam-packed stuff, and then we're just killing days. Everything's done in the route by day 10 in New Game and New Game Plus. So if we ended in the Grave of the Colossi, we'd just have to run back to the inn. Inns cost 500 GP. They're not free. So over the course of the run, I think we spend close to like 7,000 or 8,000 gil just on sleeping. Which in the speedrun, especially the first couple of days, is very hard to route around, because a lot of your money early game especially goes to just sleeping.
Yeah, we actually used to call some of the old splits resident sleeper, especially in the old 80% categories, because you'd finish things and have 3 or 4 whole days to burn.
Yeah, the old console route would have 4 days to burn. We'd finish everything by day 8 or day 9.
The old easy percent route would actually get a bunch of stuff done by day 2 and then sleep till day 6 before it continued. It was so hard to remember what day I was on. So we are back in the maze now. We've used 2 of the tablets. Now that we've picked up the 3rd one, we're going to drop it in right next to the large gate. Inserting each of these tablets gives us a story cutscene and a piece of a large crux, which is basically in the form of a key for some of these sealed doors. Behind the sealed door, we're going to find the clavis, which is a fancy word for a key, for souls apparently. And at this point, the bad guys in the story from Luxarian are going to show up and try to fight us and take it away. So this is technically a main quest boss, but it's not a reference to everything else from the past of the game. At least I don't think this isn't a model from 13.2 anywhere, is it?
I don't think so. I'm not that versed in 13.2 though.
Yeah, I try to avoid 13.2 as well. But this particular fight, Pirandus, is just a little bit interesting because he puts up a barrier you have to stagger away before you can start hurting him. So we need to throw a number of spells pretty quickly, and only once that goes away can we put our debuffs on and burn our overclocks to push through the fight.
I put Chaos Revenge on the wrong garb.
Oh, you did. This is fine.
I was like, why is this taking so long to stagger? So when you beat Caius, he gives you a form of his weapon, which is really interesting looking, and it has a unique skill called Quick Stagger. That's a good point. It might be Rasputil. So Quick Stagger basically says, as soon as you've progressed through the wibbly wave of the stagger mechanic to where it turns red, the very next hit that would advance the stagger gauge completes it. So it makes it to where you don't have to throw as many spells in order to get things right. We've also picked up an extra item off the ground there for beating Pirandus. That was the Preda Hood. It's an accessory that reduces the offense of one garb in exchange for 75% magic damage reduction, I believe, or... Yep, 75.
Am I confused? Okay. Did you pick up Quiet Guardian when you went through Yuzan, or
Quiet
is that
Guardian's
later?
New Game Plus.
Got it. Okay, that's a change then. Yeah, the 13.2 did a great job of, I think it was Ally KO finally becoming useful, and Lightning Returns finally made Quick Stagger into a fairly awesome ability.
Quick Stagger's so good, we pick up 2 Chaos Revenges.
We do, actually. We can only use 3 weapons in hard mode, and 2 of them are the same sword.
So we want to pick up 4 mushrooms on our way to the Moogle village. This is a very tight time segment. Thankfully, we can burn a couple of chronostasis at the the added risk of just not having an overclock, which these dryads in the setup, especially in Dash, because we have end bracelets, where any percent you do this kind of naked on the elemental front. But these guys, these dryads, if they get below 33% health, will summon more friends and have a cuddle party.
I don't think cuddles are what they're going for.
But they'll...
Speaking...
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm going to cut... I was just going to say I need to cut away here for a minute because one of my cats just decided to remind me it's time for treats. So
good.
I'll leave the dryads to you and I'll be back in just a moment.
So when they get low, they summon more friends and then they cuddle up together and cast Aurora on each other, and the Aurora will heal them. So you can find yourself against overwhelming numbers very, very quickly. Violent cuddles. I might need to burn a chrono here. So here I'm going to do a cheap trick. I'm going to talk to Odin to pause time and let Ma get into the place. You can do the same thing by opening a treasure chest. I will also pause time for a little bit, just giving you a couple of extra seconds. We didn't talk about it, but 1 in-game minute is equivalent to 2.5 seconds in real time. So if you can save an extra second or two here and there, it does really add up. There's nothing in a speedrun we don't need to farm. Casually, it is a very, very good way to end up getting the Omega. Because you can just have them summon them over and over and over again. It's better than trying to spawn them and then fight them separately. So this is the last day we're going to do something. We're going to get the last Dosh fragment. And this involves fighting a Cactuar with an Afro. So something we didn't talk about to this point is there's a very, very small subset of enemies that have a minimum damage resistance. So Bunafelzel Plus has 1800, Earth Eaters have 2200, Chocobo Eaters I believe have 100. Afrotuar, as we call him in the community, has 65,535. He also takes 10% damage from all forms of damage, so you need to do over 655,000 damage for it to register more than one. And this is where Magnet comes into play. Magnet is by far the fastest way to fight him in New Game in this setting. It hits 4 times for 15 ATB and it doesn't have a finisher. So the fight basically boils down to holding circle, because that's where I have Magnet. And then when my ATB runs out, I hit L2 and continue holding circle. And then you just do this over and over again until he dies. Even though he takes 10% from all damage, he takes 100% for Blizzara. So even though he's got 180 hit points, if you cast Blizzara or Blizzard on him, you heal him for about 60 to 300 hit points. Which was a big worry in the old console route, because we would have Enfrost. So any like Blitz or anything like that would just instantly top him back up. And it was a big pain in the butt. How many Omegas? We do all of them, because it's part of a side quest. So we just hold circle. 1. And this is where a Roga would be used, that Sharky was mentioning, if we didn't get Omegas. Even the 65,000. We will kill the Manecton Omega, and chat will like it. So we only want to use 2 overclocks, because we do need to still go to Luxarian South.
What sort of bad idea did I just return to? Neonectin Omega?
Yep. So the game, we talked about it before. The game, if you unlock the 13th day, will give you the Ultimate Lair. The Ultimate Lair has 28 Omegas in it, and the Neonectin Omega is one of them. So we don't need to manually extinct a large majority of the enemies. We just need to do enough side quests to open up the final day, and then go through the dungeon and defeat all the Omegas just automatically. Will we? I don't know. I can turn this car around if you want.
Please don't. So, we made it through the Mog village, and we ran into Mog, who was there. And of course, we skipped past those cutscenes. You remember Mog if you played 13.2, Kupo Kupo. We also went back to the desert because somehow a cactar got a piece of Dodge's soul stuck in its spines. That's why that cactar had Saz's afro on its head. And now we've come back to Luxarian South, so we can complete off the Avid Reader side quest, which is the one that has the branching subplot and makes it to where we can't do every single side quest in one playthrough. So, since we can't both complete and fail it in one playthrough, we have to succeed now and then fail later.
I forgot to go back to Ruffian after Cactuar.
Why did?
Because I got a hand in the Moogle fragment. So I can sleep till 5. Hand in Omega Quest and the day after Saz, and everything will be right as rain. I didn't call you idiot, I called me an idiot, King Moscoat.
Oh, he does that constantly.
Yes.
So.
It's no big deal. It's just a little bit of a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, so we missed a small piece of the playthrough where once we've picked up the cactar fight, we've gotten all 5 pieces of Dodge, and we're supposed to go back to Saz and turn that in, I believe. So, do we have enough time if we go to 5 to do all the shopping and the collecting and the finishing quests? Okay. I'm curious what the mispronunciation was.
I butchered his name horribly. I'm not even going to try it again. I'm way too scatterbrained at the moment.
I can respect that. I thought I was going for Kinjemo cut personally, but you know, Dyne is a wonderfully Canadian person who has a voice with all of the properties of natural maple syrup. So it's always fun to hear how names come out.
So this is one of these are probably the best utility-based shields. The Ghostly Blooms add speed to your ATB recovery. And since our Tantal Greens are nicely riped, we're going to pick them. We want to stay away from the old man because he'll talk to us and we don't want to talk to him. We're very antisocial right now.
Social distancing is very important in this day and age. So,
actually, I didn't even need to sleep.
Yeah, we could have warped away back to Lux.
That worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. It's okay, I'll warp to Lux North. I already finished the Avid Reader quest.
Okay. So, in essence, what we're doing here is picking off a few resources for a new game in those grains. We're picking up a couple of new shields because outside of the one main garb we're going to use for physical damage, we got to do something to help out the other two. Why not fill them up faster with some shields that increase your regeneration of ATB?
It won't be oh, sorry, go ahead.
At least I think that's what that does. You're a little more knowledgeable, so...
It's not really a huge noticeable... It'll be very, very noticeable on like a big boss like Air Knight when the battle lasts quite a long time. But for like a lot of the battles, it won't like notice super fast. But an extra like 0.1 to your ATB is, if it's on standby, is about 3/4 of an ATB extra per second, which isn't a lot. But with some of the battles, like that extra 4 or 5 ATB can still definitely add up to be a good chunk.
Okay. So real quick, this is day 11? I'm asking?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pick up the decoy in Army of One?
I'm doing that this day. I do that actually on the before we go into the final day, because I can pick up Army of One and the Garb upgrades in one shot. We don't pick up decoy anymore.
You don't pick up decoy at all?
New game
Wow.
Booney, you don't use it, and King pointed out something I didn't think of. It's an extra slot you have to go through to select escape, which costs you 0.1 or 0.2 of a second. So even though it sped up the final Booney fight, it actually slowed down everything else in the run.
Yeah, that makes sense if you do something 100 times
Yeah.
and it takes 10th of a second. So the last day here, we've got pretty much nothing left we can do unless we have more random side quests to pick up. So we're going to go back to Hope, and just like we did on day 1, spend our EP resource to pick up some Heroes Potions. Heroes Potions give you 4 offensive buffs whenever you throw them, and they stick for a given amount of time.
A minute.
One of the nice things, which I learned from Lude a couple of years back, is that when you throw a potion that would give you a buff you already have, it just extends the duration of your existing buff. So in some points of his strats, he would actually throw 2 or 3 of the same potion in a row so he could keep a buff going for 3 or 4 minutes at a time.
That also works for debuffs too, which is really nice.
So at this point, we're pretty much wrapping up the initial playthrough up until the final day. We've completed all 5 of the main quests. We've completed the amount of subquests we need in order to cover all of them across both playthroughs. Now we're going to go into the run-up to the final boss, which in any percent is 3 fights and a final boss. In Dash, though, there are a few extra enemies that only show up on this day that we need to extinct. And because there's special equipment that is much stronger than what we have in a normal playthrough, we're going to farm through the area to clear out 12 fights and get that extra equipment so we can do the extra extinctions we need for hard mode. And just because it's been about an hour since we covered it, Dash is the Lightning Return speedrunning community accepted 100% category. It was come up a few years back by a couple of runners to say, let's cover all of the side quests and let's pick up each of the 3 ultimate battle abilities, 2 of them coming from super bosses and 1 of them coming from a upgraded version in hard mode of the final boss.
If debuffs or buffs have a time cap, I don't know about it. Generally in a speedrun, if you throw 3 heroes potions, it will last for 3 minutes 45 seconds. Outside of that, it's something I just haven't tested because it's not really used in a speedrun. At one point, we're not going to burn 4 heroes potions on a fight. A lot of the times, we're not even going to burn 3 heroes potions. Like, in any percent you would, but throwing them all at the same time is not beneficial. So it's still very much like untested grounds.
There might be a little bit to this. Like, for example, we'll throw Deep Protector in Peril a few times in a row in some cases on a longer fight to get it to stick more. Yeah, and if you guys have any questions, there are no stupid questions, only stupid monsters, so please feel free to ask anything you've got. We've got some really strong runners in the chat as well, most of which are much better than the commentator. So
there's no stupid questions, just easy answers.
So the first fight is a couple of simple guards that are in the entranceway to the church. They get confused if you stagger them, so any percent playthroughs will quickly overclock to confuse the first one and stop it from bringing any friends over. However, Dyne's strong enough here that he just overpowered both of them and knocked them out before they could get to the end.
So our 3 initial Garbs got a pretty big upgrade. Equal to Equilibrium Plus, its attack got upgraded quite a bit, and it got a special ability called Standby ATB Recovery, which means it gets a 40% standby recovery. Dark Muse turned into Dark Muse Plus, and it got its attack turned into Heavy Slash. Its Heavy Slash is an 8 times damage modifier, which is just absolutely insane when used in the right terms. The 80% speed run for fighting the last boss hinges on using this ability with attack to get the extra 20% bonus. In Dash, not so much. It will be used a lot on this last day and then kind of just forgotten about.
Yep. Hard mode allows you to upgrade your abilities and your weapons, which kind of changes the mechanics of what it means to do the most damage. But in a regular single playthrough category, Heavy Slash is the biggest hit you're going to get in a single hit, and we'll often combine it with the Quick Stagger weapon so that we can stagger with that Heavy Slash and do well over 100,000 per hit to the final boss. The last boss here is a bit of a different thing to get used to, even though it's coming up a little bit later. Basically, the idea here is that you've had lots of short, very scripted fights to get through the speedrun, and then you have this big 4-phase boss fight where you have to watch things and balance mechanics. It's kind of like playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure, getting the very end of the final boss, and then realize you have to get into a fist fight with Prime Mike Tyson in order to win the game. So it's not even a difficulty curve, it's a cliff. And it trips up people a lot.
The damage cap of 100,000 does get removed with stagger modifier, so there we did 202,000.
So your base damage might only hit 5 digits, but because of the multipliers, yeah, those Heavy Slashes there are going over 200,000.
So the staggering hit gives you a 3 times damage modifier on the bravery end, which gives you a little more than 3 times because it's also getting duplicated by Imperil and Bravery. So it's, in the end, it's like a 6 times damage boost. So the game's cap is 1 short of 1 million. The soft cap for attack and magic is 5,000. We'll be using an item called the something of overcoming limits. Proof of overcoming limits we get in the beginning of hard mode. We'll be using that to go over the 5,000 soft cap. We don't get any points, but since the overworld services is dead, no one really cares about the point system.
I did learn just today that the first runners that did this thought that limit break was something that they shouldn't unlock or shouldn't use in this category. It was
the stats they were getting at the time really didn't benefit because they weren't really getting over much of the 5,000 cap. Like Maelstrom in his route, I think, was sitting at like 5,600. So
when you're getting up to 7,500.
Yeah, so the 600 wasn't worth activating it. Or with the new route, because we're going over it by a couple of thousand, it does make it very much worth it. You can, if you're a purist, you can run it without it. It doesn't really change any of the boss fights. Some of them are just a little, like they're a couple of seconds longer. That's only the real big difference.
Okay, that's good to know. So to catch people up on what's going on right now, the any percent run at this point goes straight into the final boss fight. The dash run has a requirement from one of the quests that you need to defeat every. One of the quests requires you to defeat the last of every different mob type that's out there, with 1 or 2 exceptions. And in order to keep things vibrant and fresh here in the final dungeon, 3 of those boss monsters that you would need, or those monster types you would need to extinct, only exist in the final dungeon. So in our normal playthrough, we must extinct the chimeras, the monkey packs that I can't remember the name
Saguvru,
of.
Wendels, and Eas, I think they're called.
That's why I can't remember the names. They're awful. So anyway, the Archangel monsters that are floating around are the 3rd ones. So the only requirement we have right now is that we must extinct those, but with the strength and abilities that we have right now, that would take an exceeding amount of time, and it looks like Dyne's having a little bit of a hard time with this chimera.
I killed the Thunderhead, which dropped stagger, and then he debuffed me. It was horrible. That was a god-awful fight.
That was a rough fight. So, taking on these 12 extra fights here, besides just the treasure that you can turn in for cash later, is something that will give you upgraded equipment enough to where you'll make up all this time in trying to extinct those 3 other mob types.
Yeah, it's this. The altar is about 11 minutes when done optimally, 10-11 minutes. And the grind, you save this time and then some. As Sharky was saying, it's the extra attack we get is helps out so much with, especially with the demon earrings.
Demon earrings were an accessory that you picked up back in Yusnan around day 6, I believe.
Yeah.
And when you put those on, you get extra strength, but your abilities also cost extra ATB to use. So we can use stuff like that and push through to pick up more damage than we would normally have, and clip some of these regular mobs before they would be able to hurt us, in essence. Because more offense means you need less defense. Also, do you need to grab a potion?
I got an extra arrow.
Okay, good. I know there's the Mogs down there next to the last door to sell us some X potions if we're in trouble. Ooh, the gremlins. These were from Final Fantasy 13, and they are just as annoying as they look. Looks like they're coming down pretty well, though.
Yeah, with a lot of times when you're blitzing small enemies, you want to do blitz, blitz, guard, blitz, blitz, guard, because these small enemies like to get launched, which is different than the auto abilities we were talking about when it pertains to Null. You don't want to do the finisher because it will actually scatter them away.
This is a Zomak. Zomak has the same properties for hitting the head as Xaltis does, so because Dyne was extra quick with that first heavy slash, the heavy slash clipped the head of the dragon, and it instantly staggered and fell to the ground.
And this is also where that blitz is being used that we picked up in Yusnan back on day 2. The old route would use would switch between Dark Muse Plus and Velvet Bouncer, but because of grabbing that one blitz, it saved somewhere along the lines of 7 menus. Because for every second room we would have to switch to Velvet Bouncer, which means we would have to also switch back to Dark Muse Plus for the next room. So it was just a very nice optimization. Dang it, I was doing so good with running ATB. I knew it. It's just very aggressive head pats.
Yeah, we were just discussing aggressive head pats and distracted you, so apologies.
That's all good. Ooh.
So, in order to get to the ultimate sword and shield, you need to clear out all 4 wings. Each of them have 3 stages you kill something at the end of. So Dyne is, I think, on the 3rd of 4th wings right now. And then once we clear those out and get our upgraded setup, we'll do a short menu, go to a specific room that has better drop changes for for the particular things we need to extinct, and we're just going to hop around, get up, and get down until we can take out the rest of the fights we need to here in the end of New Game.
Niblets.
We did establish earlier that lightning is a grass type, so that does make sense. The Crimson Blitz that you've been using for a lot of the game gets broken in the game's initial cutscene before the prologue starts, and that particular chunk of equipment is repaired if you do all of this, and you go from having a maximum of, I think, 1400 strength to having something with almost double that to swing around.
I like that kill with the debuffs on the Niblet.
That was impressive.
I was desperate for ATB.
Also learn from my mistake and sell that light slash if it dropped.
Oh yeah, that could be a killer.
I think my dash run lost over an hour because I didn't realize it was there. Anyway, Cyclops. Kind of just like we saw before, very weak to beatdowns. So we're just going to sit here and keep stabbing it until it falls over.
We're going to stab it in the jewels until he keels over. Cyclops is one of those interesting enemies where if you perfect guard one of his attacks, he'll actually fall down and just sit there on his butt, being staggered.
Nice. At the end of each of these, we're actually getting a magic ability. These are the 4th level of the element spells. Various different games might call these the JA versions or Ancient Magic if you played the MMOs, anything like that. They each have special properties where they're really big and have special mechanics for doing more damage. In this playthrough, they're basically not used at all, so they're just really ancient, strong 5,000 gil coins.
We just don't have the magic stat to back it up. To make it worth any kind of damage, sadly.
So depending on what day and what difficulty you're on, specific levels of abilities will drop, and in hard mode you're able to combine instances of the same ability in order to upgrade them, which is something we'll take advantage of early in hard mode. It looks like we almost managed to get them down with those blitzes.
Yeah, I accidentally got the finisher off twice, which is the worst feeling because they just go flying everywhere.
That is a good point, and it came up earlier a few times. I don't know if we called it out, but the last blitz has a vertical component to it. So oftentimes, if you're trying to pump out damage and keep things packed up, you'll throw a guard in after 2 blitzes to interrupt you from doing a finisher, and then you'll just keep spinning. I always thought these puddings were interesting because when you stagger them, they turn to stone or glass or something like that.
They get frozen or something. It's very peculiar.
Yeah, you'll have to watch closely because they'll die shortly after. But once they stagger, they eventually go from jelly to solid.
Mistakes were made.
Were they, though?
We recovered. That's all that matters.
They're just happy little delays.
So coming up is probably the true final boss. Earth Eaters are annoying no matter really what you do.
They're one of the strongest regular enemies in the entire game. Very similar to Chocobo Eaters, but from the desert and a different palette, so Dyne here is going to end up staggering it a few times and needing to burn an element potion for wind in order to push through these. I think we're going to use both of the overclocks
Yeah,
too.
this guy's got a boatload of hit points.
It looks like it must be over 1 million.
I think it's like 1.4. 1.1 or 1.4. That fight,
So
you really have to be careful. If you debuff too early, you'll end up actually losing the an arrow spell for reasons I still don't understand. Somehow heavy slashes don't make you lose your buff, even though Earth Eater at that time is very resistant to it. So we're allowed to get those 2 heavy slashes off, which thankfully stops him from shaking around. And then we use a heavy slash to break stagger, as Sharky was mentioning, to get that 3 times damage bonus, and then just keep doing it over and over again is a good way. Just it saves a bunch of ATB.
So that was the last of the 4 wings of this area. So now Dyne's going to run back up to the pedestal in the middle here and end up with the ultimate sword and shield to mix into his equipment setups. So now we're finally strong enough to where we can go in and try to extinct out these 3 sets of mobs that we can't get to anywhere else.
So yeah, the ultimate weapon gives us 2200 attack. So you've seen that these angels took 3 heavy slashes. Now they only take 1. It's also an EP conservation. Chimeras will give 3 EP, and a lot of these enemies will just give very little. So it would be a lot of it is if we decided to try to forego it, it's a lot of EP management. And if you got a lot of chimeras, you're okay because they'll pay for themselves in an overclock. Where using the angels will not. And if you don't kill them, they'll actually summon friends, which makes everything quite a bit difficult.
The other thing I'll call out here is that the HP pool that's available to Dyne with that shield is now much higher than it was.
Yeah, the shield gives us 8,000 hit points.
Which is twice as much as you have in total, I think,
Yeah.
for an any percent run.
What do you keep over New Game Plus? All the stats, abilities, garbs, regular items, monster drops, nothing key item based.
Basically, you give up your key items when you transfer over, but your equipment, abilities, and inventory get to stay in your bags. So, some different things, like there are plenty of really cool videos on YouTube of folks that have maxed out their stats over many playthroughs, and then they decide that they're just going to kill the ultimate final boss in a wave of spells in 30 seconds, go kill Air Knight, one of the super bosses, in 50 seconds flat, because they have maxed out max level spells and know how to spin around with different garbs. Etro's Gate, I don't think that website is still active anymore, but I think the YouTube channel is still around and has some really nice fight videos. I always thought the most interesting one was from 13.2 though, because it shows one of the last bosses with lightning as your monster, and lightning just turns and shoots 1 bullet from her blade gun and beats the final boss.
That sounds
It's
amazing.
a 2-second fight. It's a 2-second fight, and it just, I can't help but laugh whenever I watch it. So, where we're at right now is a particular room that raises the odds of spawning the monsters we need to, I think, about a 1 in 4 chance.
Although it's a higher monkey rate than anywhere else.
Okay. But we need to clear out all the chimeras, we need to clear out all of the monkey packs, and we need to clear out all of the archangels. We also need to avoid all of the sets, which are Final Day Anubises, basically. And we're jumping around right next to this doorway so that if something we don't want to fight shows up, we just immediately run through the doorway and it respawns. The nice thing about picking all these up is that they generate enough EP to let us overclock whenever a Chimera shows up, and if our health gets on a heal with an ability called Curaga, which is normally not ever used in any percent run. So there's a set fight, and the set fight's gone, and Dyne can jump up here and spawn something else, which is unfortunately another set. When I first learned this, I didn't know about jumping, so I was running in circles the entire time, and it was really disorienting.
I think that's what Maelstrom ended up doing. I think he would actually manually escape from a lot of the sets.
I want to say that's familiar, yeah, that does make sense. Which is slower and also probably would make half of chat dizzy, so I like your strats here, man.
So we're looking to kill, I believe it's 40 angels, 15 chimeras, and 30 monkeys. Thankfully with the monkeys, every time it has, each fight counts as 2 or 3. Because even though the Sagriva is the one we're looking after, the Neely and Wendigos also fall under their subsection. For some reason, monkeys have subsections in their groups. Hanumans also have valleys. So this fight right here adds 3 to the extinction. So the monkeys are usually the first ones to extinct. The issue with that is their spawn chance gets divided up into the sets. The angels in these rooms only have a 15% spawn chance, and they can only spawn 1 at a time. I wasn't even paying attention to my hit points. Whatever they were, it wasn't good.
24, and then you die. So thankfully there's no real penalty to retrying here since the clock mechanic is used up now. It just wastes a little time.
So we actually have to cast the Deep Protect on the Wendigo, the blue monkey. If not, because he absorbs ice, we'll actually end up healing him, and then we have no ATB to do actual damage. Any reason to stay that low? No, I just didn't look at my hit point bar. You can generally go down to about 800-900.
Yeah, the fights will give you enough EP to where you can somewhat consistently refill your health, and you can run downstairs and buy a potion if you're absolutely in dire straits, but there's no real need to heal up after every fight, so you just try not to let it get so low that you waste time.
The Archangels are also kind of a mixed bag. If they cast Element, you're going to take a large amount of damage, where if they cast Imperil, you take very little. So this has actually been a pretty good grind so far for the Angels. So for anyone new that's tuning in, the reason we're doing this is these are end day exclusives, and they don't show up in the ultimate lair for easy killing. So we have to manually extinct these. This is pretty much this is one of the more sloggy parts of the run.
Yeah, it's a good half an hour to 45 minutes of just needing to clear out fights so that we're able to finish off all the remaining requirements that we can't do in a hard playthrough. Because we have to finish a quest that says extinct everything, and if we wait till now, we can't go back to the quest giver because the world's basically ended.
The kind of good thing is, once you basically completed this quest, it's free to complete on every quest, because the game remembers what Omegas you've defeated. Even though it respawns the enemies, it still remembers that you've defeated that Omega, and that flag never gets cleared. Also, like, if you're looking to like max out your stats, it's a free quest just to hand in.
Have you considered healing recently?
I'm going to do that right now.
Good call. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are wonderful snacks and they're minimal effort, so I would check your fridge for bread and peanut. That would be my suggestion.
So we got our
Kim Jim.
first Omega.
So this is the Pepto-Bismol fight. For whatever reason, being the last of your species turns you bright magenta and gives you super strength. Unfortunately, not enough super strength to stand up to Dyne, though. Debuffs, overclock, heavy slash, and it's gone. So we've cleared out one of the 3 Omegas that we need to in order to be able to safely progress to the final day. We've also gotten clipped by Set, and we have picked up a new accessory called, I believe that was the Cold Flame Droplet.
Yeah.
So a couple of accessories that you can pick up here are straight damage buffs to specific elements. In this case, I want to say it's fire and ice.
Yep, by 20%.
A few of the old categories, I want to say, would equip these, but I'm sure you've probably figured out a more efficient way to finish things off by now.
The old dash route used to equip it when we used Dance Macabre to boost its elemental damage.
Okay.
They were used instead of like for the Fighter Emblems Plus.
Dyne is number 1. Well said.
So we're getting actually pretty good angel spawn. These chimeras like to swat at you, which really makes it a pain in the ass.
Part of the frustration here is that every time you extinct one of the things, the slot that it could spawn becomes a set rather than one of the other 2 things you need to extinct. So when we clear out one Omega, it's a little more likely to have to despawn things, and after the second one is, then it's a lot more likely. Which is why we're starting to see more of these guys pop up, and since they neither count to the quest nor are easy to extinct, it's better just to ignore them.
Man, if we had to extinct 4 sets of enemies, I don't know if that would be better or worse.
Yes.
Always yes.
Hard questions require intelligent solutions. Please continue.
Another kind of crappy thing about them getting the hit is you lose that 10% hit points they would have lost from you hitting them. And since we're always losing 5% at the start of the battle because of the Thorn of Courage, losing 10% of your current hit points also hurts. It's not a big deal, but if you get hit enough, it can force an extra couple of heals where you don't need it. Or where you shouldn't have needed it.
It's a balanced effect to the accessories that give you buffs. For example, it'll call it Tithed Courage or Tithed Faith, basically saying that for every fight that you get to start with Bravery or Faith or whatever it happens to be that buffs your damage, you're taking 5% off of your current HP and losing it just for starting the fight. So it's supposed to wear you down slowly over several fights, but we've got enough healing at this point to where we're basically able to just push through. And we're kind of overpowered enough to where you can't tell, but those chimeras have 2 different extra heads. And if you clip them with your slashes, you'll actually defeat that head, which breaks stagger and has some other effects that you kind of don't want to see.
Yeah, you lose the double damage stagger bonus. Breaking one of the heads instantly ends the stagger if you staggered the enemy.
So we used to do the touch the butt strat with chimeras just to make sure that didn't happen, but with current setups, it's just kind of not needed anymore.
think we got to be
So
getting
we're still-
close.
You've cleared a lot of these and not had too many sets, so we've got to be.
Yeah,
We got to be pushing forward.
this has been a top-notch grind.
It has been. Yeah, that's an Archangel, which will sit there, try to debuff you, and then try to launch some attacks afterwards. So every time one of those pops up, Dyne is taking a little bit of damage, but not really soaking up any hits. Kind of the same with the Chimera. The Tithe ability takes a little bit of health, and then you soak up a hit or so each time. If you look at the UI that's at the bottom left, the red, yellow, and blue are your Garbs ATB, and if you're in the middle of overclock, they fully refresh and you have another special bar to use. The thing that rotates around is your EP for overclocks, teleports, stuff like that. And the green bar is your health points or HP. So, and various Garbs will give you more or less of those, so you're still going to have the same percentage of health, but for example, you can see that his health is jumping between 10,000 and 3,000 as it goes from the debuffing Garbs to the attacking Garbs.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't just overflow hit points on lesser HP Garbs.
So once we get through this point, all we've got left to do in this playthrough is rummage through the final boss, which, because we get to carry this overpowered equipment, is a bit less scary than it is in a normal mode. I think I mentioned at one point earlier that the last boss is much stronger than all of the other fights that you have to do in the speedrun for any percent. So it can be a bit cathartic to play through to play through dash as a category, because he melts instead of you having to go through the struggles you usually do. The 13 series are a set of good games, and both the pacing of the games and the fight mechanics are much improved in the speedrun, because you tend to trim down a lot of things and just go for the battles. So I've been doing 13 trilogy runs for about 7 years off and on now, and I've enjoyed it for longer than anybody probably should. I know Dyne's been around for quite a long time, and he does run other Final Fantasies. So, Dyne, how do you feel something like this compares to some of your other work?
I don't know. I like over FF6. This is nice. Like being able to skip cutscenes. Like actually just doing stuff for the whole run instead of like wasting a couple hours for cutscenes. FF6 is good for the cutscenes because of the downtime. So like it's pretty much like a mixed bag. It's the 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yep. I know the older ones, the PS1 and PS2 ones that don't have skippable cutscenes, do have larger breaks. So if you need to stand up, you need to go take a break. FF10, I think, is famous for a world-class speedrunner who actually took a shower in the middle of one of the cutscenes in there a bit. So, yeah, I mean, it's a different type of pace. 13 basically will let you race through the whole thing, but your longest bathroom break is about 30 seconds if your controller is wireless. So it's a dense run that goes through. Inagami, basically we're trying to extinct a couple of specific monsters so that we'll be able to finish off all of the remaining quests when we get to the second playthrough.
That's actually a very interesting thing to bring up. You don't actually gain experience from battles. The only way you gain stats is from finishing quests. So if you're looking to finish the game quickly and optimally,
Ooh, there's the Chimera Omega.
You don't really need to fight enemies.
And this one is large enough with enough damage that we actually do go for the touch the butt strat.
Yeah, breaking the head on this guy would be god-awful.
And you can see that these buffed up heavy slashes are doing about 250,000 damage per hit. Nice job sneaking in the healing since we're going to go full EP.
Oops. Might as well grab this. Battles casually aren't bad, but if you're looking to gain extra stats from them, you're going to be fighting a very much a one-sided losing battle. Battles are good for monster drops for like Canvas of Prayers, ability drops if you want to try to do some min-maxing, and of course money, but for anything else, like if you're looking to gain stronger, it's not going to be... You're going to be sadly mistaken after a couple hundred fights.
I never actually got to play this game casually. My first experience was learning a speedrun for a marathon about 4 years ago. But I've been told that one of the ways that a casual player can grind up some stats for their own saves is just starting a new game and doing the first day or two of quests very quickly, and then deciding to give up and restart and let things start back over. So you basically, yeah. And here's the last one. Okay, so after we finish this one off, we can go ahead and push through and finish off the new game playthrough.
Very good grind. Under 21 minutes.
That is nice, yeah. We're on a good pace here.
Fireworm. Get turned into equal plus. You get Thundera. You can stay like that.
So Dyne's gonna do a short
Give me
amount.
This. I want my Forsaken tie.
Good point. So Dyne, yeah, we forgot to pick up the last extra accessory here. That's important.
The Forsaken tie is like the most important out of all three of them.
Yeah, it's probably the only one you're going to really use. So at this point, we have cleared out the enemies that we need to. We've done everything except go on to the final boss. And two of the shields that we have are called Ghostly Bloom, and they are shields that are based on a bouquet of flowers. Not only flowers, but you know, it's a nice look. So at this point, Dyne's going to go ahead and rush off to the end here. Lightning Returns, without spoiling too much, has a bit of a Final Fantasy IV style deal, in which case you're following along a plot with specific antagonists and protagonists up until near the end, and then surprise, something big is right behind it. In addition, it was made about the same era of the first Dragon Age, or rather, 13 was around the same time as Dragon Age Origins, so you heard lots of stuff about the Maker, who they're trying to sacrifice all the people and make return. Well, we've made it to the end of the trilogy, and our last boss is the Maker himself. Boomy, 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 rocking everywhere. So, yeah, we're going to do the ancient trope to attacking the throne god here. A few mechanics that'll be going on. It's a 4-stage fight. The first one is trying to basically force you to beat it quickly by using Doom. You only get 5 slots for being buffed and debuffed, so we're going to balance some buffs to do maximum damage, and since we're much more powerful than any percent, yeah, that first phase is already done. Second phase, he'll summon some orbs that'll chase you around while he throws magic spells. Eventually he will get himself a element buff and then do something special called Genolithic Hymn, something like that, which is a terrible attack.
Imperil?
But But we're just way too strong, so that doesn't happen here either. The power of friendship is vastly strong here. After we finish off the magic phase, he goes more for a full-on just, I'm going to stand here and attack you. He'll do a certain number of attacks, buff himself for 3 cycles, and then I think it's Dancing Mad that happens.
Yeah.
I'll call out to Kefka from Final Fantasy VI, and the whole stage just explodes. If you beat the 3rd phase, you get to the 4th phase now, to where all the damage is shut off. He's basically fallen over, but he's still coming at you. And you have to figure out how to stagger him before he can pump out his strongest abilities and waste you down, which is tough in an any percent run. Not so much with our overpowered setup here. How many Heroes Potions did you use?
1. And it's not working out good.
Oh, you should still be fine, I'm pretty sure. You're 10 seconds ahead of me at this point. Yeah, Heartless Angel is also something he throws around, which is similar to Fallen One in earlier games. He'll just drop you down to 1 health. But the whole point here is, if you can get the stagger off...
I gotta use it. Actually...
Not enough to get the quick stagger going?
Yeah,
oh, no.
I'm losing stagger pretty quick. Alright, let's try something different. I want to do something cheeky later on, and it kind of bit me in the ass at the moment. I should have threw something on PR.
So,
there we go.
Dyne is trying to save an extra potion for a little bit of a surprise if we can make it work. So our buffs and healing are a little underpowered here, even though his abilities are super strong.
Yeah, I didn't think haste was going to run out that quickly.
All good. So now that everybody's seen what's happening, the stuff that flashes by on the screen should make a bit more sense. So I'll let the fight speak for itself, because the music is pretty cool here, and just let this roll through.
Actually. Alright, we're looking in a little better shape.
Good. Because this fight is so long, what was I gonna say? It's possible to run out of gas even though you're still in the fight by the time you get to the later stages. So it melts away pretty quickly, but if you do manage to stagger him, he is basically stopped still for a little bit over a minute,
Yeah.
and his damage goes to 500% taken. I know Dyne knows exactly to the 10th of a second how long it is.
64.3.
You are an encyclopedia, my friend.
So that's done with the new game part of the run. Thanks everyone for showing up. Well underestimate. Everyone have a good one.
It's amazing how those ending cutscenes are unskippable.
So now we're getting into the new game plus. So all quest progression has been erased. So we're basically a beefed up new game.
There is more.
And thankfully, it ends up in a quite interesting route, in my opinion. I really like the way New Game Plus unfolds.
The prologue is no longer necessary, so you're in essence dropped in right at the start of day one from the initial run, except you're not going to get as much EP from fights. Things are going to be tougher. They're going to hit harder. They're going to have more health.
Yeah, the enemies dropping half EP is a big, big thing. Because it's no longer you get a free overclock from a Cyclops or a Gurungach. So you really have to be careful on when you use the overclocks and really what you use them for, or even teleports.
Yeah, if you miss a teleport and try to make it up with a few extra fights along the way, you're in trouble. I learned that pretty quickly here. So, something we missed because we had to do this initial quest once, you can abuse the hour forward of escape and completely skip the opening quest. Just run up to the soldiers that are defending the Inquisitioner and punch them in the face 3 times and escape. This is the second of 2 playthroughs for this category, so we're going to clear out everything on hard mode now that we've unlocked it with a playthrough on normal.
Equal plus turns into Vengeance, Dark View PE. This. Where's my Gipper?
So we're back to day 1 where on day 2 of the first playthrough, we ran into the Disciples and we fought them instead of doing the stealth mechanic. In this case, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to use some extra items we've picked up and try to farm some abilities off of these Disciples while we're here. So we've upgraded a specific accessory by picking it up in a second playthrough again. And now Dyne's going to basically try to fight as many of these fanatics as it can, because they drop debuff abilities like De-Protect and De-Shell, and we need to upgrade one of those 2 in order to be able to push out the damage we need to finish off the run.
Actually, we got good. We got the 3 enemy packs. Nor if you end up fighting the leader like we do in New Game, you can only fight 1 pack, which isn't the worst thing, but you really want as many debuff chances as you get. We've gotten some good debuffs, some good buffed debuffs, which is nice in the first fight.
It looks like the third fight dropped some extra things for you as well. So separate of this, separate of that mechanic, we're also stopping off at a special store because your equipment can now be upgraded using some items that you can buy to polish your shield or clean up your sword or whatever it happens to call. So we'll end up using some of these along with drops from various hard mode bosses so that those swords and shields that we've picked up along the way can become 2 or 3 times as strong as they were in normal mode.
So even though we lost the ultimate weapon and we're back to the Kiku, very, very quickly we'll be back up to that strength that we were once at.
So English and Japanese are the major
Languages.
major language packages. And part of the plot involves the idea that emotions have been taken away from both Lightning and Hope. So a lot of their deliveries are not as emotionally poignant or well acted, I'd say.
Hope is just really annoying in English too. After you've
He's
listened to
super
several hundred,
monotone.
if not 1,000 hours of his dialogue.
So I imagine that for people who speak Japanese, English may be similar, although I can't know myself. But I find that dialogue is less annoying when I don't understand it. So based on the fact I don't know what Hope is saying, it doesn't bother me. Also, we skipped the explanation of what chaos is here because we've seen it now.
It's one of the it's one of the few prompts that actually don't get reflagged, which is really nice. So our first goal is to get our Chocobo back because we miss him.
Hold on to Hope? Yeah, right.
So this is
I think we'll do better with the Angel of Valhalla.
This is probably one of your first bathroom breaks in the game. It's probably about a 15-20 second break because the game opens up basically all of your teleport spots in one shot.
Yeah, so if you need to go use the bathroom, go for it, dude.
I'm good. I was just grabbing a drink. So here, the reason we go to Wildlands is this is the best place to farm D-Protect and D-Shell level 4s. If sometimes the game is just rude, we grab the Triffid notes to help increase the drop rate, but it's very minor, so it's not guaranteed. Game.
Does it think your controller's unplugged?
I think so.
This is fine.
There we go.
I was gonna say you can load your autosave if you need those 3 minutes back.
No.
Okay.
It was just, I didn't hear it disconnect, so it was weird that it wasn't doing anything.
So we're back to the start of the Wildlands. So we're back to what's supposed to take us into this town, tell us, hey, you should really go visit with, you should really go find this special chocobo that's running around. We call it the Angel of Valhalla, for reasons I don't. And it's always in the same spot because it's in the middle of a very desperate, violent fight with a monster called a Chocobo Eater. Excuse me. So we can run straight there, just like we did in the first playthrough. We'll have to be a little bit ginger with our fight mechanics because we're not mega overpowered anymore, and we won't get... We'll need the EP that we might pick up otherwise.
So this is where the last in arrow potion will go. Chocobo Eater takes not enough elemental damage from either Enfrost or Enfire, but takes plenty from an arrow. And in this fight especially, it helps speed up the time by quite a bit. Thanks, guys.
FF15. So.
I'll deal with this later.
Now you're making me think about how I say that. Yeah, so, wait a minute, Reaver? Why are we fighting a Reaver?
I got hit.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna be out of time if you don't. This is gonna get spicy.
That was...
I'm glad those things don't heal to full like they did.
I actually tried to remember if that was a possible thing or not. I was like, how screwed am I?
I had a run recently where I was about to pop the Chocobo Eater, and a Reaver popped up out of nowhere and pushed it out of my way.
Oh, really? Nice guy.
Yeah, that was exciting. So we have heavy slash here and a few other things that make it easier to stagger than we did before. So we're kind of just gonna push as much damage through as we can. And he falls down rather quickly.
So because we already have that one Gashal green on us, we don't need to go through the Shirala quest again to get the Chocobo on his feet. We can pretty much just get him on his feet right away. Especially with the 2 Tantal greens we also have. We still do have to activate the Shirala quest because it's tied into quite a few side quests here in the Wildlands.
And one of the quests that we'll go through is actually only available once we fully heal the Angel of Valhalla. So we'll need plenty of resources to make sure that we can increment him back all the way up into good shape.
I don't know if I should...
Push-ups, sit-ups, and plenty of juice. What's up?
I don't know if I should grab a potion for safety.
Go for it. We can always skim away the safeties on the next marathon and see how much faster we go. So, in the cutscene where you beat the Chocobo Eater, this guy shows up with basically a big wooden cart and helps wheel him back to the farm so that they can nurse him back to health. And you collect various things to feed him. In our case, because we've got all these greens available to us, because they're still in our inventory from the first playthrough, we can go ahead and, rather than running around or sleep and waste chunks of 6 hours, we can just go ahead and feed him whatever we've got available right now and get him to stand up immediately. Thus answering the question, do you think you can ride this Chocobo?
We're gonna gas up the greens and let it go.
If anyone has ever played 13.2, there is a ridiculously hard rock remixed version of the Chocobo thing. And the biggest, most common reaction I get is, that's Final Fantasy music? So it's a blast.
I don't trust Odin healing abilities.
Spoilers. Yeah, that's fair. I'm more confused just by the traditional tube top that Sarala uses as a farm worker. I didn't know that was normal.
I didn't know that was standard attire.
I didn't either. So at this point, we can't float with the Angel at this point, but we can jump and run around on it, which doesn't use up our run gauge and does open up a chunk of quests. And at this point, we're going to do our first equipment upgrades. So our Kiku gets to jump all the way up to 2200 strength, basically as strong as the ultimate weapon was. And then I think it's tomorrow that you go for abilities, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to pick up a few more mushrooms and a few fertilizers and stuff because those are quest items that we need to pick up. And we're going to start cleaning out more of all of the available side quests that are out in this area.
I'm at 0 and 3.
Say again?
I'm just doing mental math.
Okay. Oh, you're counting fights now. That makes more sense.
So we need to kill at least 5 Triffids and 6 Raffalisas. I killed 3 slugs in New Game. The Triffids, the flower enemies, are the ones we're really worried about, or concerned about, because they drop the debuff we want. I am familiar with Pektek D-Wins. I just keep forgetting it's a thing every time I get on the Chocobo.
I've heard of this. you can make the bird start running faster if you start swiping at something the second you hop on it, right?
Yeah.
That's cool. I wouldn't have thought about that.
Alright, so I got all my slugs. I could use one more monkey, and that would take care of that encounter. Nice.
So, are we going all the way to... We are going to Mog's village now, aren't we?
Yes. And now I just need to fight Triffids if they show up. I got my monkey kills.
So, some quests will require some of these common drops that come off of these mobs. So, monkeys drop a certain thing that somebody will ask you 6 of. Mini flans drop something that'll ask you to give it 2 of them. All sorts of different stuff like that pops up. So, at this point, basically, Dyne is farming those up along the way so that as soon as he shows up and passes by that quest giver, he can just cash it in and move on.
You've killed the Omega. It's in New Game Plus, it doesn't matter. The enemy spawn flags get all reset. If you're talking about casually, you just have to restart your game.
Finish off your playthrough and then come back and do it the next time, or load an earlier save.
Yeah.
But these things are common enough to where if you've killed enough to do the Omega, you should have enough to finish a quest. By far. The Moogles are very well dressed here. It's fun to watch. So we've got the same 3 Dryad fight that we had from New Game, and Dryads are not particularly tough enemies, so it just takes a hot minute to push through them, and hope potentially for some nice drops. But we clear away the Dryads that were threatening the Moogle village. We come back here to let them know that they're okay, and when we do that, a specific Moogle that we are very familiar with appears, because Mog was part of the protagonist team from 13-2 Kupo. So we talk to him, we find out he's survived for the last 500 years somehow, and he feels terrible because Sarah's no longer with us. Sorry, please go ahead.
I was just gonna, you can sell the drops from enemies. They sell for 10 gil each. So like, Valleys and Hanuman sell monster minces. They sell for 10 GP. Red Knot sells high quality machine oil, which sells for 10 gil. They all sell for the same amount. So unless you're really desperate for money, there's really no good reason to sell enemy drops.
Oh, I think this is the start of one of your favorite quests, isn't it?
Yes.
With the unskippable cutscene?
We have to find his 3 Moogle brethren.
Yeah, so 3 of the Moogle have gotten lost in the forest, and one of their brothers has asked Lightning here to help return them to town and bring them back to safety. So as we're doing that, we get some very comical cutscenes once we find them, and they're a different color dot on the mini map, so you should be able to identify them fairly easily.
So that's 3. I need 2 more Triffids. My time's not looking the worst. Nice.
So I'll go ahead and call this out just because it's been a while since it was brought up. Dash is the... Wait, I'll wait for the cutscene and then we'll talk about it. So I'll explain the category here shortly, Rocket.
見つけたぞ。大丈夫だ。手伝ってやる。
Bye. Ability name. All right. I got 1 shot.
The Yeet of Valhalla, indeed. So, basically, Lightning grabs the lost Moogle by the head and flings it into the stratosphere so that it makes it back into town. So, Dash is the community accepted or agreed upon long form speedrun for Lightning Returns. doing a traditional plat trophy has a lot of just tedious and kind of boring extra things where you know, upgrade something 40 times or fight this thing a few hundred times. So some earlier runners a few years back agreed that we would put together something that gets the very best spells and finishes all of the side quests. So Disaster, all side quests, and Heroic Guard, plus Elementaga from the very final end. But having an E and dash is just silly. I'll let this one talk through.
So I think at most I have one shot right now at D-Protect Chaser.
We got time. So, basically what it comes down to is you're starting from scratch. You do an entire normal playthrough in a way that lets you complete all available side quests on hard, which is only unlocked after you beat the final boss. So you do, in essence, 2 speedruns back to back, one in normal mode and then one in hard mode, and that combines together to our 100% category, which was originally about 11 hours or so for the very first people that ran it, and it's been refined and narrowed down all the way to, on PC, I think about 6.5 hours.
Yeah, King's got the record with like 622 or 623. So I think I got one shot at Chaser.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to try to synth the regular. Get back here. Where are you going? Friend. Thank you.
Oh gosh, you needed to retry on him and he's just running away
He
from
wanted nothing to do with me.
That's hilarious.
The good thing is I remembered to do the Shrala quest. So that should save me a bunch of time over my PB.
Well done, sir.
It's not bad. We're only like a minute and a half behind it. Can you save scum? You can. But there's no guarantee that you'll get more drops or more of the same buffs you need. So like a D-Protect level 4 is a 42% chance to drop. It being buffed is 16%. So the time you invest into it, as long as you have one shot, it's generally faster just to save scum for the D-Protect Chaser than it is to save scum for more shots at it.
So in essence, what D-Protect Chaser is it's a rare buff form on either D-Protect or D-Shell that you can get when you synthesize 2 copies of D-Protect with the same buff. I want to say that's accurate.
Yes. So like 2 status element damage plus 10%, status element duration plus 25%, hit points plus 600, or ATB plus 25. And you have a 18% chance of it turning into D-Protect Chaser. This is where a lot of runs, especially on console, go to die. PC, it's very fast to reload. But if I was running this on console for a PB attempt, I'd already call this a dead run. Because one shot it still can happen on the first shot, but it's very, very unlikely.
And in essence, loading the autosave on a PS3, for example, that doesn't have a solid state hard drive, you're giving up a minute and change just to load the save and back up.
Not counting hopes to spawn the battles, get the drops. I don't know what's best. It's just something I've kind of just convinced myself to do, is if you have one shot, especially in a marathon, you're better to go for it. The PB run, I'd still run with it, because it's only another 5 or 6 minutes before I find out. But like if the run dies here, the run dies here. It's kind of just that fact of like the run you chose to do.
And it's really not the run isn't possible to finish now. It's the PB's gone.
Yeah.
So we've now returned back to the Dead Dunes. We're hearing from Hope the initial description of what's going on. Hey, there's bandits here, and there's this thing called the Cladis. You should really try to find it, Kupo. And we're kind of just retreading some of that initial main quest. So we'll unlock some of the warp point statues in the form of these red cactars. We'll unlock some of the main quest area, and then actually no, I don't think you go to routine yet, do we?
No.
Okay.
We're just basically unlocking teleport spots. We'll get the Dry Floodland Shrine.
You can get another copy of Imperil.
Yay!
Or not.
Actually, I need to remember to buff that up.
Get the better one.
Especially before Air Knight. Because of Chaos, level 1 doesn't last longer than like 4 seconds.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you're going to have to do something about that. Basically every ability has up to 5 levels, and the higher level it is, the stronger it is, the longer it lasts. Once you complete normal and unlock hard mode, depending on what day you're at, you'll either always get level 4 or level 5. Levels 1 through 3 are relegated to what day you're on in easy or normal percent. While the best stuff, you pretty much have to play on hard mode in order to get it to drop. And yeah, we do need to be careful here because the bandits are coming!
The skeletons are gonna get me. Or the goblets are gonna nibble on my ankles.
Oh, I never want to see a niblet again.
Oh, we'll be farming a bunch of them very soon. Or at least in about an hour and a half.
The death game's coming. That'll be fun. So it's not just unlocking all of the main quest to finish off this playthrough, it's making sure that we're grabbing all the little side quest items and key items as we go by, so that every time we make a loop through a town, we advance as many quests as we can. So now that we've done our first unlocking in the Dead Dunes, we're going to go back to the Wildlands. We're going to do our Deep Protect Chaser farming, I think, or are we unlocking something else?
We're doing Shrala, because we have to plant and harvest 1 green to progress our quest line. We're going to sleep, harvest it, and then go for the Deep Protect Chaser fun.
This is the lady who wants you to help her rescue a dog?
Yeah, she lost her dog, Collie or Coral, I think.
Oh, wait, I'm messing up how to describe that, because she tells you she wants her daughter, and it turns out her daughter is actually her.
Oh, is that what happens?
I think it is what happens, yeah. It's been a while, but I want to say that was the twist on this one, so.
Right.
Yeah, so we've talked to our very well-dressed farmer here. My Girl was a terrible movie from the 90s. I can't recommend that. Anyway, sorry, that was me reacting to chat. At this point, we've gone ahead and said, okay, let's get 1 more green together. So we planted 1 of the 5 seeds in the only plot of fertilizer we need. And that should give us, I think, pretty much all the items we're going to need to fully heal the Chocobo by the end of it.
Yep. The Cardesia quest will give us a Mystic Meal or a Chocobo Burrell, which will put them over the top.
So now that we're back in Yogged Woods, we can go to the Sorcerer Shop, and this is where we'll find out just how long it'll take to get Deep Protect Chaser. I had something more clever.
Oh god, I hate life. I hate life.
I can't see what happened yet, but I think I know what it is.
I hate life. I'm happy, but I hate life.
You gotta be kidding me. First try?
Alright.
Good lord, man. Buy a lottery ticket.
I know. That was... I'm happy with that. I'll take it.
I saw that dance. So a few more quests we're unlocking. Nadia wants us to look into some flowers that grow because they're supposed to have some healing powers. We're also going to talk to Cardisia here and turn in some of the mushrooms that we've done so that she gives us more healing items. I think there's another quest that if we talk to her long enough, is she going to ask us to farm some mushrooms that we've been picking up?
Yeah, that's when you ask her about the Crim mushroom, and then you have to ask her about her story to flag the next. I never said the run was dead. I just said we had the chance to lose quite a bit of time.
Whatever works. So, basically here, because we've been farming up mushrooms in the 3 or 4 or 5 different places we've run through, as soon as she asks us to bring her some stuff to make an item, we just say, hey, here you go. Because we already picked it up a couple hours ago. So, feeding him up to a certain point will give him the ability to flap his wings more and float, as we saw in the previous playthrough. So we're going to go ahead and use what we've gotten so far to do that now. We're also going to adjust our equipment setup a little bit. We still have one guard that's mainly for throwing out debuffs. However, we've thrown our special D-Protect into our attacking guard because it's going to change our normal attacks to a special attack called D-Protect Hunter, which enhances the damage that you get from deprotecting an enemy. So you make it weaker to physicals, and by default, that special debuff that you're wearing makes it even more weak to physicals.
So it's a 20% ability modifier. So Equilibrium Plus has a 2x attack. So when we inflict D-Protect, it will the attack will basically turn into 2.4 times. Which will carry us through about an hour and a half. But D-Protect Chaser is a lot more broken with an ability called Light Slash. So for whatever reason I don't understand, because it's not even a round number. D-Protect Chaser will boost any physical attack by 20%. It will boost Light Slash by 281.9. So we'll be doing, when it comes to the death game, we'll be farming Light Slashes because we also have to kill Niblets. So it'll turn our 1.65 times Light Slash into about a 3.8 times. Which is an insane amount of damage for an ability that costs 5 ATB.
Yeah, so we've been doing these massive multiplier hits on things that use up 50 ATB. We're going to, halfway through this hard mode playthrough, be doing that damage for 5. Because why not?
Especially once, because we can still add another 1800 strength. Oh, hi friend. Bye friend. We can still add another 1800 attack onto the Kiku and another 400 onto the Dragoon's Gauntlet.
We're also preloading some key items that we're going to need here. These little crag moles. I don't remember why we need to pull prairie dogs up from the ground, but I'm not going to question.
2 of them someone needs to make their famous dish for human consumption, and I forget what we do with the other 2.
That is much worse than I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we've pushed through and we've reached now the end of day 2 for the new game playthrough. So we've got some more offense. We're upgraded to where we should be able to do decent damage for hard mode, and we can start running through both some of the bigger fights we need to finish and some of the main quests that unlock side quest areas and things of that nature. Because we've got 64 side quests to finish off. 65 in total. There's 65 in total, and 64 we can do before the end of the playthrough. So yeah, we're going to hop right back where we were. We're going to unlock a couple of quests here in Palta. This guy wants to know what some of this ancient writing is. This other dude is laying on the ground dying, and no one seems to care because I guess they just like that idea somehow.
He killed Cardicia's husband, and he thinks, oh, that was brilliant. Let's do that again. He thinks he is now poisoned by her, and he thinks he's gonna die, but it turns out it's just a bad stomach ache. So he's like, this is my resentment for killing her husband. She put a curse on me. And he's like, oh, that idiot. Here, just give him this. It'll be fine.
It's food poisoning. That's all it is.
So second verse, same as the first verse. Caius' temple will be pretty much identically the same as what we did at New Game, except we'll be visiting 2 plaques.
Do we have a couple extra fights to pick up along the way?
Just the Aster Protoflorian. We cut out the Reaver by sleeping that day, and by adding in the teleport from Dead Dunes. So we used to get to Dry Floodlands, then go to the station, and then take the train to Wildlands. But Savis figured out that, because we used to kill 3 days in Dash, so by sleeping there, it cuts out the Reaver fight.
You know, I kind of assumed that just because you got that surprise Reaver, you already had a drop you needed.
I wish.
But that's interesting.
So the reason we do Caius first is he's the only boss on hard mode that will give you the 9th EP. The game caps you at 9. And routing around 3 teleports is a lot more efficient than routing around 2 teleports and a couple of encounters. So I already got my 3 monkey fights, so I don't need to worry about these guys.
It's still one more chance to show off the encounter manipulation, the step routing, as it were, by jumping around at the right times.
Jump around.
Jump, 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 jump. Wait, that's a different song. I'm very confused. It's been 3.5 hours. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
It's been a good run so far. If it wasn't for that mess up with Booney, with me being stubborn, it's still been a pretty solid run.
It is a good run, actually. So these are a couple of things that we missed because we didn't pick up the side quest the first time, but this professor that's out here in this village of people who worship the goddess of death really wants to understand these ancient words that are written on some tablets here. So he gives us a job to go pick them up.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't get his information until like 9 days later. Changing position.
That is correct, as far as positioning. So basically, once you move enough, the game goes, okay, it's time to give you another encounter, and jumping in place will let you stand in the same spot and in the same direction, and basically tell the game, okay, this is where I'm going, even though where you want to go is the opposite direction. So a lot of the mobs in this area are just hard to dodge in the narrow pathways of climbing up this palace. So a couple of runners, maybe a year or so back, figured out that they could manipulate the spawns and put the spawns that block the way behind them instead of in front of them. So the enemies that showed up as those 2 red dots there more than likely were big puddings that block the way and slap you whenever you get too close. But in the meantime, this is Bulbasaur.
So once again, using the stagger trick we used on Noel, Aster Protoflorian has the 2nd stagger condition of launch. But in this case, attack would normally turn into launch, but Deep Protect Chaser overrides everything else. So by doing those 2 beatdowns after the first stagger and using Deep Protect Chaser, each one of those hits got that 3 times stagger modifier.
So you're getting the damage buff of, this is supposed to be the staggering shot, but it doesn't. So you get it on the next shot, and the next shot, and the next shot.
I missed a step.
Oh well.
See if I
I
can...
think you have to... Do you have to fight them with Warrior Claw? I guess
No,
not.
because we sleep before
That's
doing the
right.
next boss fight.
When I learned this, we had to get to Caius before 6 a.m., so there really was no retrying. It was such a pain.
Yeah, the extra sleep really freed up a lot of stuff.
It was especially hard because I'd never fought a Bulbasaur before.
I remember the first couple of times I tried the strat, I would end up launching them with beatdown. Be like, alright, time to restart. So we got the second tablet, so now it's just off to see the wizard.
The Wonderful Wizard of Oz.
That's right.
You know, speedruns are not policed, at least by any sort of group that has any real power, so if you want a category to contain any sort of thing, if you really need it to cover certain cutscenes, if you really need it to have certain fights or certain conditions, you can do whatever you want with them. The only real rule is, you know, if you want it to go on a leaderboard, it's got to be standardized in a way that people actually want to play it. So if a speedrun for you means no cutscene skips until you've heard everything Hope says, I respect your right to do that. I respect the right to question whether that's a good idea, but...
My half-ass answer for not using a Hope's voice is I did a dash race with King for the North America Speedrun Assembly, and I thought, hey, I'd be nice to the viewers, and I'd run in English. Little did I know is the drop mod works dependent on what voice pack you use. So by changing it to English, I completely disabled the voice pack, or the drop mod. Thankfully,
I remember that.
Thankfully, I got first try in Peril, but I got to Cactuar, and I was like, why don't I have a magnet? But it would have really sucked going to Snow and being like, hey, where's my Imperil? Because I wasn't even looking, because I didn't realize that it was voice pack dependent.
Oh.
But like, I got so lucky, and I was like, I don't know what's going on.
So, he may have a little more health here, but this fight is pretty much exactly what it was last time. Except I don't believe we're using blitzes now.
No.
It's Deep Protect Hunter.
Deep Protect Hunter will be our main source of damage for the rest of the game.
But yeah, we're just spamming extra powerful attacks here, and yeah, Caius is down again. 17 seconds.
I like how Caius only drops like 3,000 GP, where Noel will drop 30,000 in hard. He's such a hard boss, and he just gives you nothing.
I mean, he lives out in the middle of nowhere here. Where's he going to get money from?
His beautiful, beautiful, beautiful locks of hair.
That's a fair point. So the other thing you'll notice is that the weapon drop appeared again now that we've defeated Caius. So we're going to be running around with two separate copies of Chaos's Revenge. In essence, we've got our hard-hitting Kiku, and we've got two quick stagger weapons to run around.
Yeah, Midnight Moth will be our magic stagger / debuffing garb, and then Beatdown and Vengeance is just our physical-based stagger garb.
So now that we've finished with Caius, our next plan is to come back and give our good buddy Leon a hug. We'll also, you're going for the force your way through this time,
We
right?
have to. We need the 1 EP from the Dreadnought to teleport back to Lux North, the station, to for an easier trip to Knoll.
So console speedrunners and any percent do this pretty much all the time now. But this is Dreadnought, which you may remember from Chapter 4 in 13. It has some interesting mechanics because you can stagger and or put some real hurt down on its hands separately from the main chunk of the body. But really, it's just a beat 'em up fight. Oh no.
That was embarrassing. I forgot to put Water God.
Oh, right. He takes
Extra damage from ice.
Frost, yeah. So this is a scripted thing where we fight it so you're more aware of it, and then we turn back around and kill it for real.
So instead of Kais giving 5 EP or Null giving 5, they give 2.5. So this kind of routing is pretty cool. We're using the half EP Kais would give and the half EP Null would give to give us a free teleport where normally we wouldn't have it. So here we just have to go back, get the Crest of Etro. We have to... Killing the main boss is usually the good idea for the area because it unlocks quite a bit of the side quests. Yusnon just has a bunch that spawn anyways, but Yusnon is always the rule breaker to pretty much everything. So since, unlike the first playthrough, we don't have to go to unlock Dead Dunes, it's already unlocked. We could just go back, teleport, and go right back to the main goal. Because of the stagger launch mechanic, we don't need an overclock for Null. Null's going to go down in 5 or 6 hits.
Spoilers. But yeah, since we've already run down and unlocked the south end of town, like we did right after the Disciples fight, there's no need to rush down there again, and we can just teleport right back to the initial train station and clean off the rest of the Null pathway. So this is the shorter way to run. There was a longer way we went the first time when we picked up Thundara. Really, though, you can just jump down some hallways here and you're right there at the entrance with the guard. I did have an enemy once spawn on me at the bottom of that drop.
Oh, yeah.
So I just went straight down and landed on it. It was awesome.
I love it when it's like a gremlin, where it's like you lying down and he hits your ankles, and it's just like, you win this round, you little drunk child.
You know, I've been using the term pathway for the last 4 hours to make sure nobody made that comment, and I messed it up one damn. I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. So we get to run through the rooftops here. There's a cool weapon that's down if you drop off right around here. Right behind a beat-up old Toyota truck is a battle axe in a treasure chest, and that axe gives you 12% extra stagger with each spell that you throw.
Yeah, it's a pretty big chunk early on.
It's the second best chunk I think that you can get a hold of in a regular speedrun, or a shorter form speedrun.
Yeah, I think was it a Wyvern Spear ends up outclassing it very, very slightly. It's like 12 to 15. It's like 15 versus 12.
It is, yeah. So everybody wave to Null. Null is finally here. He is ready to challenge us and save the future he's always hoped for.
I forgot I had Ice Blitz on instead of Gale Strike. I was like, oh god, but it was cool because we got Blizzara Strike instead.
I think that's about the biggest hit I've seen you push out so far. That was 293,000. No, Heavy Slash on the last day would have hit 4s, right?
300,000 with like a staggering hit on a set.
So I didn't know this until actually I got to this point, but there's actually there's actually a ladder right outside the wall to where you can just climb out of this area. Every other run category I'd seen just ends the day after that fight.
Or just teleports somewhere else.
Yeah. So there's a whole place that we can run through here that has some side quest characters we can talk to. Some of them are more interesting than others. So I'm trying to remember which ones you pick up now.
Lackey, Gem the Cat, Aramea, Voices from the Grave. And then we end the day. So a lot of the pathing now is just sweeping across the city from one point to another, starting as many quests as we can. We've already downed 2 of the 5 main quests in the first 3 days. So we're just cleaning up. This area is kind of just off on its own.
Alright, So a lot of the idea, at least the background behind this game, is that Lightning is doing her best to take care of whatever outstanding requests or last hopes that all of these surviving people have, having made it through 500 long years without being able to age or really have things change. So some of these are really deep and poignant quests, and some of them are just really simple things that folks would like a hand with. So you may spend time helping someone figure out what happened to their lost long wife or husband. Or you may simply just pick up a ball off of a platform and bring it back to a small child. It could be anything in between.
Or you played real life Tinder and someone swiped right on you.
You know, I had forgotten about that. You do get asked out by one of the quests. So, in essence, all of these different folks are standing around just waiting for someone to come help them with these things. And we're going to loop through these towns a number of times and open up quests, increment them, or just go ahead and finish them off.
So,
and then stop the day as we go. Go ahead.
I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick.
Sure thing. Yeah, like for example, that cat we talked to actually has a soul and needs some help. But you're probably asking about, the Lightning Fanboy quest.
There's...
Yeah, the...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say my understanding is just that the guy is sad and lonely and really just wishes that he could just try to take his shot and finally, get an evening or a day or just a moment with someone special. So why not take your shot with
the savior?
Literal. Yeah. Why not take your shot with lightning? What have you got to lose? I mean, I can kind of understand. It's the same thing that my dad used to tell me as a teenager. Don't be scared to talk to anybody, because what have you got to lose? But it's a bit awkward as a game mechanic. So.
Yeah. He's like, hey, it's the end of the world. I would really like to date the savior. And she's like, I'll think about it. But you have to wear the Midnight Mob dress.
It is a risky bet, but that's okay. So we've come back to the Wildlands Research Center, which is going to let us sell off some things and buff up some more of our weapons, because killing main bosses gives you reagents that can be used in the upper tiers of weapon and armor upgrades. So one of our Chaos Caius weapons is going to go for a straight magic build. Another one is basically we're setting ourselves up for strength and trying to get our ATB shields to give us as quick of a refresh as we can. We're also going to open up some more quests because there are some folks that need help here. Some of them are veterinarian types, some of them are farmers, some of them are scientists. This stubborn old guy is also an interesting mechanic because a lot of people learn how to act and behave from their family and from the people who came before them. One of the things we noticed when we went through these quests in the first playthrough is that Sarala wants you to find her dad. You actually do find her, and then you find out that the way that they help people grow up is at some point when they become an adult, the parent simply disappears and makes sure that someone tells the child that they're dead.
It's a family tradition.
It literally is, because that's Sarala's grandpa sitting there as a crusty old farmer in the other side of town. So he did that to Cole, who is Sarala's dad. So Cole does that to Sarala. And eventually, when we go through these quests, we get to reunite the whole family. Because as a wonderful internet video series once said, "We must save my family!" Bonus points if you recognize that. We've gone back to Saz, we've opened up his quest, and we've immediately ported out to the south end of town so that we can help save some sheep.
So we're safety saving here. If you cutscene skip on the right frame, one of these sheep are not given their proper coordinates. So one of these 3 sheeps will stay at 0, 0, which is the top left of the map. And even if, so normally you can talk to the guy inside the pen and he'll give you a picture or he'll show you where the sheep are. So if the sheep don't spawn correctly, it still shows you off the yonder. And he's just like, it's there somewhere, go for it. And the game won't properly respawn it until you come back the next day when it resets everyone's coordinates. Or if you load an autosave. Which still makes it very, very painful if you're just going for it and it happens. So we came to Arius just to herd some sheep.
I want to say you have to herd up to 3 different groups of sheep, right?
Yeah, the fearful, scary, and something else.
And since that quest has to be done in morning time, and we happen to be at morning time by the time we finish off with our run through Lux and our trip up to Saz, we teleport down there and then we warp away and go do some more stuff. I want to say we went to Houston this time?
Yeah, to start the 300 miles of running we're going to be doing.
That's a good point. Houston does make you run back and forth across the zone a lot. Is there only one teleport zone for the entire area?
Yeah, at the station, unfortunately.
Forgot about that.
If they added one in like the champions quarters, it would have made it a lot more convenient. I would have routed out the extra 2 days of doing nothing just to save all the running back and forth.
So some of these quests are also family related, either adoptive or biological. In the first case, we've got someone who basically owns a restaurant and their kid is trying to become a good restaurateur in their own right. In other cases, though, we just take a nap at the inn and then we see an alley cat and we blow it up. Oh, look, it gave us a quest item that we need for that.
Thankfully, we can grab a lot of the quest items before activating the quest. It does save a lot of back and forth. So this is going to be one of the very long runs. We have to run this way anyways to just start the main quest, or to push forward the main quest, because we need to rebuy the sneak-in ticket. So it's nice we're able to start off a couple of quests and get a couple of items. Morris's quest we do have to start off because he gives us a key to open up these music chests.
There's 3 pieces of a very familiar song scattered throughout town, and you'll need to open up all 3 of those chests in order to put it together for him. because Morris just really wants to be a musician. And he's also an unfortunate soul who is, I guess, an older child that never got to grow up into an adult. Speaking of things that are not adults, next to these diviners is a child pickpocket who grabbed some gil from you because you don't have fireworks right now. That's really an annoying thing.
Yes.
To happen at 10%.
Nothing better than going to the fireworks director and him being like, I thought you said 10. It's just like, I'm gonna kill that little bastard.
That has happened. I think I just reset the first time that happened to me. So we're back to making it to the door to the Augur's Quarter. We talked to the same tourist we did last time, who says, "Hey, I've heard that you're able to sneak in the back way and gain access. There's this one-man band champ over there that you should talk to and buy a ticket." And so we do. But we're not talking to the Chocobo girls. Unfortunately, this run is completely free of Meow Meow Choco Chow, which I do believe is a crime against humanity. However, because that's not there, we don't have to go further into the alleyway, and we can work back to Lux South to push some more quests through.
So this is probably one of my more favorite runs, or legs of the game, where it's just, we're going to be running from Lux South to Lux North, just activating, we'll probably activate about 12 to 14 quests. Just by running from point A to point B. All these NPCs, random NPCs we're talking to, these are to progress the Voices of the Grave. Side quest we started back on day 2 or day 3. Day 3.
And this is where I wish I'd had more time to study up on hard, because I've forgotten the details of a lot of these quests. So go ahead.
Luca's everyone's favorite little shit. You basically just pay her money to cry, and she's like, people give me money for my tears all the time. So Lightning's like, all right, here's $10. She's like, I can't cry for you. And she's like, fine, keep the $10.
So, in a world where people have been living for hundreds of years, eventually they just become so worn down they don't quite have feelings anymore. So a girl who can actually get some emotion out is considered to be something special, and she monetizes it.
Lightning's actually really savage with Luca on the second talking.
Oh, she is just freaking mean to that little girl, but deservedly so, kind of. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, like we mentioned from before, some of these quests that save people's soul are kind of small or simple, and in that case, you literally just helped pick up a boy's ball from on top of a platform he couldn't reach or jump to. And so he said, thank you, here's my soul. In this case, we've got a lady who I believe just either has some sort of connection to this dragon or something it's stolen, so she asks you to run over and beat this Zomok, which we've done a number of times before. We know how this verse works. You heavy slash the head, and you just slash it down. Beat down, my bad. So it's a Zomok in Chaos on hard mode, but we're strong enough to where we can kind of just overwhelm most of the regular enemies at this point. We're also going to pick up a few random items for various quests as we run through here, like that blue mushroom off the ground. And we're also working our way towards advancing the Avid Reader quest again, the journal quest that we did last time. And basically the idea behind the journal is this guy's wife has gone missing, he doesn't know what's going on or what's happened to him, but he thinks that some reporter might know what's going on, so could you please track down my story and find out what's happened? I want to say that's how it goes anyway. We also talked to this particular lady here who I think is just looking for some help to get well or feel better before she reaches the end. And unfortunately for her, we start the quest and then we fly over these steps another 5 or 6 times before we finish it. So she must be sitting there just going, excuse me. Help.
The best is after we make the elixir, we can't be bothered to take the 20 steps back to give it to her. We give it to her like on the next day.
I don't remember why, but this person is really interested in all the clocks that are around town. I believe there's 14 of them.
13.
And asks you to take a look at every single one of them.
The world's going to shit in a handbag, and I want to make sure all the clocks are in sync.
Separately, you also have someone who's in trouble and keeps calling random phones, hoping someone will help them. And yes, who was phone? So Dyne is making himself over here to take a train back to Yusnan. And why not? Because there's 4 clocks in the train station. We're making progress, everyone. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is by far the longest day the most shit we do in a day. Mainly because it involves going through Snow's Palace again.
Yeah, this is the second time we've gone to Yusnan to run through and do quests in day 4. So we picked up another music sphere. We found another one-man band guy. And now we're going to also start dealing with some... do we start going through the restaurants yet?
We do after we've done the warehouse.
Okay, cool. So we're doing the sneaking in special now. And showing up almost at 6 p.m. no less.
It's weird because if you're slow, you can avoid skipping the time because you'll get to Yusnan at 17:45 instead of 17:15. But I don't know what else I can throw into that loop, so we can just skip pushing the time back. It'd be about a 5 or 6 second time save. So we're also picking up something for a quest that I'm not sure if we started yet, but these 8 gremlins, I believe, are hiding some sheep music. Yes.
Because reasons.
I think Buddy got scared and ran away and dropped it. And he was like, I want to impress this girl. And then gremlins show up and he just drops it and runs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So much like second verse, same as the first verse, we're only allowed 2 escapes. And I actually got to avoid a hoplite, which yay me.
Is that your first time avoiding one of them?
In this run, yes. They clobbered me really good in New Game.
I want to say you got caught by 3 or 4 of them. It was rough.
Kupo.
Well, you are the savior. Things that are easy for other people or hard for other people should be fine for you, right? Desdemonas are a big pain. They're not worth taking the fight unless you have no more escapes, because then you take the fight or you load the save and try again. The autosave mechanic here is pretty useful in the sense of it tends to happen fairly frequently. It only bites you if you decide, I'm going to retry and spend an hour and then trigger it again. You can often keep your time just by save scubbing your own autosave. Also, I like that you got caught by that hoplite, but the story wouldn't let you start the fight.
I was honestly shocked I didn't get into an encounter after the cutscene skip.
It was impressive.
Actually, much better warehouse than the first one.
Oh, this is infinitely better now. So far, knock on wood. So we'll get to push our way to the second Cyclops fight, which, other than what we're using for damage, is probably going to be about the same as the first Cyclops fight. So we'll come through here. Do we stagger it first and then?
It goes down to like 7.
We can do these interesting mechanics. No, we have too much attack for that.
So a lot of the fights just evolve to deprotect, imperil, and then hit it till it dies.
I mean, if we had a team, we could group up and hit it till it dies, but that we are the team, so.
So we don't need to upgrade the sight circlet. You will get an extra 5 ATB recovery back. But the fight lasts so short that, like, you shouldn't be sitting on vengeance hoping for ATB to come back.
And I don't remember if we explained the sight circlet very well the first time through. It's an accessory that will, in essence, make you need one less ability to reach a finisher for a given attack or ability. So instead of having to throw 5 blizzards, you can hit your finisher at 4. Instead of having to throw 3 fires, you can use 2 of them instead. And it's most noticeable with Beatdown because Beatdown is only 2 abilities, so in essence you just immediately go straight to the finisher with that one. That also doubled up really nicely with Shadow Hunter earlier in the run because you can go straight to jump with it. And we got caught by the niblets.
I was like one step away from the cutscene trigger.
It always works until it doesn't.
So much like New Game, we have to collect 10 fireworks, but 2 of the fireworks are guarded by quests. Fireworks for a Bottle and Funiculus's quest that we did in New Game to steal 5 fireworks off them. We're gonna hand them in so we get 7 back. Because it's a side quest, we can't just ignore them like we did in New Game.
Yes, that's actually an interesting quest. So the guy basically says, hey, this monster stole my fireworks, can you come get them back for me? And then after you beat the monster, you get to decide, oh, am I actually going to give this back, or am I just going to keep it, because that's half the fireworks for the whole quest.
If you keep it, you actually ruin his life. He ends up becoming a thief in Yusnan.
I had forgotten that.
Which I kind of wish more quests had like that. Like, there's very few quests you have that moral choice. Was it the little girl with her carbuncle doll in Luxurian North is like that too. You can give her the green doll and she's happy, or you can give her the red doll and it just gets really dark really quickly.
Oh gosh. I'm starting to feel better about not playing this game casually.
So one of the side quests is, this girl Candace wants to look fabulous. The way she looks fabulous is by stealing all the adornments we have. So the quest, when you talk to her, you have to give her 20, 30, and 55. So even though we're getting adornments from finishing quests, we still have to load up in the shop to make it worth it. I go, oh, this way. Dang, I was going the right way.
So that's a good point. You, in essence, sometimes just have to go through and find adornment shops just so you can clean them out just for that one quest.
Yeah.
You have other small quests here, like this fireworks worker is completely drunk, and you need to get him some more booze so that he'll give you fireworks.
You're like, hey, I got this letter from your boss. He's like, I don't care. I want more Bacchus brew. And we're like, all right, coming up.
Here, have some wine. Here, have some wine. Would you like some wine with that? Anyway, there's also quests that are tied to the restaurants that are up here and the people that are sitting at the restaurants. So we've bought some wine from him, and then we've shown him someone else's ring, and then we've talked to this other person who wants information about all of the other restaurants that are in town, and you are asked to go to 6 different restaurants here in this area and buy something and taste it from each of them. Restaurants in general are a nice mechanic if you're falling behind on your health and need to catch up, because it's relatively cheap money-wise. But this is just excessive, because I don't need to go have a big chunk of meat and then a dessert and then a plate of fish and chips and then
a veggie platter.
A big thing, a veggie platter, all within 7 seconds. That's a lot of food. This is funicular, right?
Yep.
Okay. So right past here is a scatane, one of the birds from the earlier parts of the series. They're not that special of a fight, though on normal they can push out some damage if you're not paying attention.
They're one of the strangest enemies stagger-wise. You can only generate stagger when they attack. And they have a very, very high stagger point. It's at like 800.
There's a lot. Another thing that wasn't obvious is that there is actually a hallway from this close to the starting area to the Colosseum. We didn't use it last time because the thing that started off our Colosseum time was all the way at the south end. Also, we don't need the Midnight Moth anymore because we're wearing it, but we do need the fight for... It's a pathway. Thank you, Melodia.
Hallway, panic!
It's a pathway!
Hallway.
So we go through the sidewalk here and manage to reacquire the Fragment of Courage because, of course, Dodge is broken to pieces and we have to try to help him as best we can. We also start up a set of quests where an alchemist next to the area is trying to work on the world's best potion. We have to keep testing it, so for a few back-to-back days we're going to grab a fight, get debuffed, use this item, and find out it either is completely useful or completely useless.
It's one of the more annoying quests by far.
Especially if you can't get the Nectons to actually debuff you.
I almost had the King special happen to me the other day, where right as he was using Eerie Soundwave, Fang was about to stagger him.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's right, you do have Fang at that point, so if you're not careful, Fang will kill the thing. Oh, that's no fun. Okay, so we gave this guy back his stuff. We have to follow him, I guess, back to his home so he can give us something or say thank you. I don't know, there's a restaurant in the middle of it here. It's kind of strange. Also, sometimes he just doesn't finish running home.
Yeah, sometimes he'll just stand around the corner and look at you, and he'd be like, I'll be there when I'm ready. And it's like, but I want you there now.
Hanabi means fireworks. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and push through some more of these quests. We've got the drink here for the drunk, and between those 7 and those 4 from those 2 quests, we've basically got 11 fireworks. So we're over 10 already.
Because we
get to talk to this.
Bigot, steal, kitty, bike. All right.
This is the dad of the pickpocket, right?
Yeah.
That guy's hat is just so unfortunate, it distracts me every time. Either way, we run basically all the way down through the Augur's Quarter so we can make some progress now and push through the rest of the way here and just check off a few more quests as we go. He steals his own letter from his own dad because, of course, why wouldn't he? We tell him to read the dang thing, and then we run away because we have other people to save.
So now we're back to just going through the Patron's Palace. Thankfully, this is probably one of the shorter things. It's still probably a good 7 or 8 minutes of just running through everything.
This run feels like it's less than we had to do the first time through. I don't know if it actually is, though.
I think we threw in two or three side quests because it fit in better.
Okay.
But it's unfortunate because a lot of the days are like 15, 20 minutes. This day ends up being close to 40, but it worked out just best for the route to throw like everything into the pot for this one day.
I mean, we've got to get all these quests done at some point if we're going to do an all quests run, so why not knock them out?
The biggest thing to like wrap your head around is trying to just find the time where like everything fits together pretty nicely. So even though we're still pretty beefed, we still need elemental weaknesses, at least for the bosses. Oh, hello, friend.
We don't have to go pick up the Thorn of Chaos again, or Thorn of Chaos, Thorn of Courage again. Does that even upgrade, or is that just straight cash now?
No, straight cash. Oh, so one thing we should talk about, there's two different kinds of accessories. There's head accessories and there's arm accessories. So the fighter's emblem is a head accessory which only works for that garb it's equipped on. But armbands like the Fireworm, Thorn of Courage, and things like that work for all garbs. And they are not upgradable. The game will give you, instead of giving you like the Thorn of Courage Plus, you end up getting a chest with like 16 or 1800 gil in it.
So in essence, if an accessory only helps one garb, multiple playthroughs can beef it up. If it's something that helps you across the board, like an end spell or bravery or something like that, you just get the one copy and you get to be happy with it.
They're also all garbs and accessories are also unsellable.
You can buy them, and we have bought several as these runs have gone through, but you can't sell them back.
It was so it was amazing because the first rendition of a dash that like Maelstrom and Destrian did, Maelstrom would fight Air Knight twice. The first time he would fight him in New Game and Chaos because he needed the 150,000 GP for garbs and different weapons. And that was one of the good, one of the really ingenious things that Savis did was he cut out almost $200,000 of equipment that we used to buy in the old route just by either selling abilities, taking out that garb, or like especially selling weapons. Like the Femme Fatale sell for 4,000, Liberator sells for 4,000. No, it's very easy to get 10, 15, 20,000 in the speedrun just by selling weapons you acquire during quests or during main quest lines.
I remember those times because my first time trying to learn had Chaos Air Knight in it when I had neither seen Chaos nor Air Knight. One of those is actually true. And yeah, the idea that, hey, in order to make this work better, we're going to pick an optional super boss in its upgraded form in your first playthrough, just because we need more money, was shocking. And I mean, it made for fun stories, but...
I think Chaos Air Knight was probably the one challenging fight in the whole run. For a new game.
In the first playthrough,
yeah.
I mean, it took me 3-4 hours to reach it, and it took me 4 hours to beat it the first time.
That fight was very heavily dependent on perfect timings.
Which I did not know how to do. Oh, good times. So yeah, Air Knight's coming up in a few more days here, and that'll be a fun treat to where we can show off the mechanics of how we get through the super boss fights. So it's a lot of trying to chip away at quests now. There's plenty of excitement coming up for anybody who's been nice enough to stick with us so far. So we've been going close to 4.5 hours, and we very much appreciate everyone that has taken the time to stay here with us and enjoy a very entertaining runner and a very monotone commentator.
The best commentator.
I mean, I think Reflections is pretty good too.
Oh, fun.
Reflections wanted to be here as well. He had some internet issues, and also he's in a European time zone, so I think it's about 3 or 4 a.m. there.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably about closer to 5 at this point.
He was actually planning up to stay up till dawn just so he could do this run with us, so he's a wonderful individual. And thank you both. I always appreciate the kind words.
We're getting close back to where we can actually maybe see something new. The one thing that intrigued me about this run was how all the side quests routed together. The old route, it's person to person whether it was more interesting. The older route before it devolved into what it is now used a lot of elemental weaknesses from spells to stagger, where now we just kind of brute force everything with beatdown. But to me, it's always the side quest routing has always been something that I look at and I'm amazed.
It's a lot to juggle all at the same time. None of it's super deep and complicated, but there's just so much that you're running by, and I'm going to talk to you, I'm going to help you, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to pick this up. Why am I grabbing this? Oh, don't worry, you'll understand it in that.
Well, it's very rarely we make a dedicated trip. Like, I think Velno's really the only one, just because it's so off the path. But it's always like every time you go to an area, you're doing 3 or 4 things. Maybe like a sheep quest in Arius, but Arius just has very, very few quests to begin with.
That's fair. Also, I don't want to embarrass you, but I will make one other comment that after we talked about doing this, I made sure that, because this was going to start a few hours later. We were talking about maybe going till 2, 3 in the morning here. I said, great, I'll make sure to take a day off from work to rest up. And I took Thursday off, and I still have it off. So
we'll get you out early. You might get...
I mean, gotta go fast, but I'm not complaining. I just thought it was funny.
Are you gonna trigger? Yeah, you are. Hi, friend.
We thought this was happening on Wednesday. Anyway, this is Snow Plus on hard mode, and we are back to just trying to get a stagger in and then pushing out Deprotect Hunters. On normal, we needed 3 overclocks and blitzes to push this guy down. On hard, we didn't use any overclocks, and it took 10 seconds.
We need 7 attacks.
Upgrading weapons is probably something they expected you to just test out over many weapons, and we just go all in here, and it kind of makes things unfair.
Funny enough, the last day grind we did actually helps out a lot. That ended up giving us somewhere close to like 150,000 GP, especially because of the Omegas.
Okay.
So the farming for the last ones is actually pretty beneficial. You could still save time by skipping it because you're saving the 10 minutes for the altar and the 20 minutes for the grind. But it's just not going to happen in a realistic world.
So now that we've taken care of 2 trips to Yusnon, a couple of trips to Luxurion, and we knocked out Snow all in the same day, it's time to open up a few quests in Rufian and finally go consider beating up that Gurungach.
Nope, we're getting debuffed by the Menekton by Grave of the Colossi.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Thanks for keeping me honest here. There's a lot to keep track of.
There's a lot to wrap your head around. I've never I've done quite a few long speed runs. This is one that has left me mentally drained, probably the most, because you're making sure you're checking every side quest, because it's so easy. If you miss a side quest, depending on what it is, it's run over. If not, it could cost you 4 or 5 minutes, and you have to keep it in the back of your head for day 11 or day 12. But it's also like you're looking at this long bullet point list of like things you have to do. But then it's also doing it as you're running around. It's, all right, did I get this quest? Did I get this quest? It's a lot of just mental gymnastics.
And with that much notes to read through, it's hard for your eyes not to gloss over either. So, Nectins have an ability that they can throw at you that throws a couple of debuffs around, and the request from the alchemist was to get ourselves debuffed, and then once we have been debuffed, go ahead and use their potion here and see if it does anything. And the first instance we use, we throw it, we get healed for 1 health, and nothing changes. So they really need to go back to the drawing board on that one, and we'll let them know tomorrow.
So one thing we did is we dragged the Monectin out of the Chaos and fought him normally. The Chaos has an infinitely higher spawn rate than out of Chaos. So it's always better to, especially if you're ending a day on encounter. We know we said we didn't like to, but south of Grave of the Colossi, there's always going to be a Chaos spot at night. And as you've seen there, it spawns very, very quickly.
So we don't want to use that up on the get the debuff fight. We want to have it there for the let's skip out quickly fight.
So we're getting close to about halfway through New Game Plus. We're on day 5. We have 5 more days to basically finish everything up. We're going to do a run through Yusnon, check a couple more clocks, do a race with a little kid. But first we're going to sleep because we're tired. Yesterday kind of killed us.
Oh, that was exhausting.
That was a lot of running around. Also, shout out to the manufacturer of the high heels. These things have slid through the sand and put up probably about a good 300 miles of running. And they're still pristine.
It is really hard to get a good pair of shoes, especially at the end of the world. I mean, who's got the time to work on this stuff? So we'll pick up some more clocks as we're running around, and we'll start pushing through a few more quests. I think there's one more that we talk to, and then we meet into a kid who really wants a foot race with a woman who can run fast enough to slow down time.
Oh, shite. Clock. Thank you.
Did you remember the clock?
I did.
Was it because I mentioned it?
Yes.
Awesome. I have done my job.
North Station. All right. So the one kind of frustrating thing with this race quest is if you get too far if you get too far away from the kid, the game kind of forgets about him. And it almost seems like his AI deactivates. Because there's been a couple of times I've hauled ass to get to Lux North or the Forgotten Graveyard, and then you end up having to run back and find him, and like it's either an enemy has spawned or you just kind of see him standing there off in the distance. So you want to give him a little bit of a leeway, but not too much of the leeway. He does like to just naturally stop a lot to begin with.
And while we've done this, we've also picked up items to advance 3 or 4 different quests while we're in the middle of this foot race.
Yeah, the Aramea quest that we started after Null. Another clock for the lady. We've already triggered the victory fanfare. So Running Buddy can wait for us there. We're going to check a couple more clocks and then also push forward the girl who cried wolf.
The one with calling all the phone booths to ask for help.
Yeah.
Is he going to move forward with that niblet there?
I'm going to find out when I make my turn back. I think the niblet should despawn by the time I'm done checking everything.
Okay. So we got in a foot race with a kid that got ate by a hairball.
No one's gonna miss him. It's okay.
I'm sure someone will. And we'll take that person's soul, because they'll care.
See, he even waited for us. What a nice guy.
How kind. And there's the Blade Master, working his way up to the train station.
You can teleport to Euston. The kid has two. Lamont. The kid's name is Lamont. Lamont has two places he can go. Either North Station or the Graveyard. If he picks the Graveyard, there's really no reason to teleport to Euston. You might as well save the 3 EP. Because the train station's right there.
I've only seen him go to the Graveyard before myself, but I haven't done this enough.
I didn't know for the longest time that the kid told you when the race started where he was going. I remember talking to I remember DMing Savis and being like, "Oh my God, Lamont tells you where he's going for the race," and he goes, "What? You don't know how to read?" I'm like, "Touche, good sir. I don't have a comeback for that."
Speedrunners are wonderful for their sarcasm. They really are. Okay, so we've come back to Yusnan, and the first thing we're doing is running back toward the Colosseum because we need to talk to that alchemist about that extra special awesome potion that we
Mark
picked
II.
up. Wait, we gotta drink another one? First one was bad enough.
It doesn't. It tastes like Robitussin.
You know, at least they didn't tell us it was grape flavored, because then we never would have taken it.
I remember what happened to Doma. Never again.
Oh no, that was not the reference I thought I was making.
That's the reference I took it as.
Oh, well played. So, because we need all of the adornments in the world, we're picking up one from this guy. We're coming back to Music Kid now that we've gotten all the different pieces of the nostalgic song. And I hope I didn't talk over it with the stream delay.
No, you're good. I've been famous for missing the Diviner's quest here, and it just totally breaks the quest line.
You get to talk to these musicians separately and figure out something that they need, which I think has to do with the music sack that you grabbed on the previous day.
Yeah, it's the reason we went out and fought the gremlins. Instead of talking to them, running all the way back, we just end up clearing it out early.
That's fair. It's less running too. So now these people are happy because they can put on a concert that's so good, even the Flanators stop and listen.
One of the nice touches is after you defeated Snow, no one in Euston wants to track you down. Like, all the guards kind of leave you alone, so it's a very, very peaceful run.
Very different than the any percent experience.
Yeah, where you're dodging Flanators for life.
Constantly.
So this is the last phone for the girl that cried wolf. Cutscene.
I think after this we've got another treasure chest and another clock, right?
And Luca.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's right at 4 o'clock. Is this the version that we need to listen to?
分かったよ。だったらその大層な売り文句にふさわしい涙を見せてくれ。
Lightning is extra savage in this.
やっぱり無理ね。あなたには売らない。
人を怒らせる芸は上手だな。
いただいたお題の分、とっておきの秘密を教えてあげるわ。ね。私がいつもどうやって泣いてみせるか想像つく？
何か悲しいことでも思い出して泣くんだろう。
残念。何も考えてないの。お金をもらって無心になる。そしたらスッと涙が出るだけ。
生まれながらの役者だな。
おじさまの指導が良かったのよ。
おじさま？
舞台に出てたから。
All right, we seen the line.
Lightning straight up just tells this little girl she has no value in life.
She's
Just
straight up savage.
So that was fun.
I totally forgot she said that. From I played this game casually when it first came out, and I kind of just didn't touch it until I started speedrunning it. And then I was watching a casual playthrough, and I seen that, and I was like, "Is that what I've been missing this whole time?" So coming up as a runner, I talk about this run that's a lot more stressful than what it is, but going through my mind, I always hope to see the ghost, see the question marks there, because that tells me I did everything properly. When I first started learning this, I made my own notes from watching Savas Monk's run, and I took shortcuts. I'd watch a video and I'd be like, I can remember this 5-6 hours into a run. No, I couldn't. So I actually met Reflections because he was learning Dash before LR killed his PC. And he was coaching me through it, so I had to end the stream because I forgot to write down a lot of like little helper notes. So for like a while back, where we were talking to a bunch of NPCs, it would be like, talk to the guy in the blue sweater, talk to the girl in the ugly green dress, and those things helped me point out the NPCs I needed to talk to. But my first couple of runs, I just completely buggered it up really good, and that kind of always just sticks with me in the run. Even though there's no need for it now. I've ran this enough over the years where like I feel fairly comfortable, but it's just so easy to space out for 1 or 2 seconds and you miss a quest.
See, you might not be old enough, but once upon a time we didn't have phones that could give us directions on them, so we actually print them out from a website and then take those on a drive. And usually the way that you found out that you were about to make a turn is that you watched as you drove right by the turn that you needed to go to. So the next time you came by and made that same drive, you're like, ooh, there's that thing I had to make a U-turn for because I'm an idiot. The notes for a lot of these runs are the same way, where anytime you do something that you forget a place for, you put a reminder down and it really drives home, don't mess it up again. This particular quest, I'm trying to remember if this was the phone quest or the clocks or which one it was that we just wrapped up here. But I do remember it being sort of memorable because at some point you start interacting with the ghosts and souls of some of the people in this town, and you realize that doing all these quests are kind of changing you and turning you into something different and something stronger. At least that's what I recall.
Did someone just pop one of those half-ball things? That might have been my controller disconnecting.
That would do it. Yeah, I'm on a dining room chair right now because my office chair creaks like no end, and I actually want Dyne to have a nice, entertaining run for everyone instead of people complaining about my chair.
I forget. The ghost quest is the voices from the grave. The soldier we talked to right after Armea. It gives us the Phantom Rose, and it ties into another quest where some kid's like, "Hey, I want a weird-looking rose." And we're like, "Here, take it."
Oh, right. Those are the folks that are up on the park bench here in the Knoll area.
Yeah.
That's probably coming back up. But I think we're pushing through the avid reader again and talking to this guy about his journal and getting the letter about what actually happened to the one dude. That's good to find. I think the phone booth person is also somewhere up here, stuck at a dead end or something.
Yeah, she's just right around the corner from where we're at.
And then, is this the point where we get chased around by a herd of hungry cats?
Coming up to it. So we got like
Excellent.
2 or 3 quest completions, and then we play follow the leader.
This quest was absolutely miserable for me to learn how to do.
Savis actually found the really good way to do this. It's quite safe. Saying that, I am still going to save because I'm a wimp.
No, you're smart. So what we're talking about here is basically one of these guys turns 2 of your niblet drop items into basically a thing of cat food. And then you have to reach this kid and bring him the cat food to make him realize he's not a cat. But if you get anywhere near his cat friends, they chase you down and steal the food from you. And you got to run back down and up and down and up and down and up until you finally get it right. Or until you load your autosave because you've run out of time for the day. So Lackey was the guy that we took the ring to the person at the Yuznan restaurant for.
Oh, this is not going to be good.
Oh no.
There's an encounter right there.
You think you can despawn the thing? Yeah, the gremlin's right there. That's a problem.
There we go. So funny enough, the NPCs, or at least these cats' AI turns off when enemies buy them or when aggro happens. So if you just end up running around in a circle, you could get to this kid pretty safe and then just get the drop on him.
You might be able to see from the mini-map there's a pack of green dots chasing lightning. That is a herd of cats that are trying to steal that niblet food from you.
Obviously, like, if you were playing it a little more riskier, like, you could just try to go for them and hope for the best, but it's very rare that it'll work out just because there's so many of the cats in the way.
The first few times I tried that, the cats stole the food from me before I realized what was happening. But we've managed to buy a few more garbs, pick up a few items from some random boxes that are on the ground, picked up the correct Cactar doll, I hope.
Yep.
Or is that a Carbuncle doll?
Carbuncle.
Okay. We see another clock here, which might be the last clock, or maybe there's one more to go.
No, that's the last one. We got the victory fanfare.
And day 5 is finally over. So we're now 6 days in to new game, and we're finally getting a chance to round the corner on some of these.
So we've gotten a good chunk of side quests started. We've probably finished about a third of them in the game. We're going to be spending a little more time in Arius. We're basically going to be cleaning out the vast majority of the quests the game has to offer in this one area, and we won't be back for another couple of days. Then we're going to start tackling the Dead Dunes, because we haven't really touched much in that area.
So a fun bit of trivia that I learned about this run's title is that originally they were trying to figure out how to put the letter E in it because they wanted to make sure that you beat the upgraded final boss and got Elementaga from him. But there was no good way to make the word dash include an E in it anywhere and have it still roll off the tongue. So eventually, I think maybe Destrian might have been the one that just pushed the other runner or two to go, can we just call it New Game Plus Dash? And that's what stuck. So
thanks, D-Wins.
And now that I've said that, everyone with much more linguistic skills is realizing what those 5 letters attached to, and I feel like I have a face for radio instead of thinking
New Game Plus Shade.
So side quests, heroic.
Actually, Maelstrom was talking about adding making the Ultima equipment. He made a joke about making the Ultima equipment mandatory, so we wanted to call it Dashu.
We could do worse.
We could definitely do worse.
But as I already called out about trying to save the family, we'll try to be more family friendly here. Lightning does ride side saddle with certain garbs like the Midnight Mauve, and it is a much more anatomically healthy pose than you get from where she just rides straight up. Because it looks like her hips just are both 90 degrees out from straight forward of her body, and it seems just not very...
I thought it was a really nice touch. Like a really nice artistic touch, where if Lightning wears dresses, she sits side saddle. That kind of threw me off. I didn't pick it up on the first couple of times I played it, but I was like, what looks different? And I was like, oh shit, she's sitting side saddle. So once again, because the Beloved's gift is in the middle of nowhere, we're gonna grab it. We're gonna be escaping from 2 encounters. Chef Arias doesn't open up his shop until 9 a.m. And since there's quite a bit of walking, we're gonna run into 2 encounters anyways. There's no way to avoid it. So we ate one of the quests we started way back in day 2 on Yogd. So there's a flower that Odin can eat that makes him that heals him for quite a bit, but Lightning won't let him eat it until you've talked to a girl, because she's like, yeah, those flowers are safe. Meanwhile, we fed everyone basically everything else without permission.
Yeah, I mean, we fed it lettuce and greens and a sports drink and probably a Red Bull.
It gives you wings.
Don't touch that flower.
So we needed to pick up 2 apples to make the legendary recipe. I think Chef Arias was just Ignis before Ignis came cool in Final Fantasy 15.
I don't think Ignis existed, at least as public knowledge, when this game was released. I think this was before 15.
Get in there. It is, but my headcanon says so.
As we heard Bishi. So it's like, hey, do you have 2 prairie dogs and 2 apples? I've got a new recipe. Perfect.
But I like how his recipe is something for the chocobo and not for like human consumption.
I mean, I'm kind of thankful it's for the bird and not for us. And this also uses up some of the other components, I believe, that we picked up along the way from fighting some of those enemies on day 2. You also notice a wandering guy who looks very suspiciously like the guy in the game that we talked to advance Sorala's quest. Yeah, Versus 13, I believe, was the initial incarnation of what became Final Fantasy 15, because they wanted to make 3 different games at the same time in the same universe, because it was such a big effort to make any of this stuff. So one of those games became Final Fantasy Type O, one of them became 13, and then one of them set in development hell for, like, I don't know,
13
like
years?
400 years. I think Da Vinci was actually one of the first game designers for Final Fantasy Versus 13. So it took a long time. And now we're finally back to the world-ending Gurren Gotch from earlier. Are we in trouble?
No, I forgot to activate proof of overcoming limits. That's why that Gurren Gotch took 2 hits.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, it could be worse. I forgot until I got to the ultimate layer. So this limit break setting that we pick up comes from something that you can get from Hope in the 2nd day of New Game Hard, and essentially takes the cap off of the stats that you can have in return for breaking your battle scores and not letting you post them anymore. And unfortunately, Underworld or Overworld services aren't supportive. Those servers got shut down a few years ago. So they don't really matter unless you just like the challenge of not having more than 5,000 strength. But we're able to push all the way through to like 8,000 in this playthrough.
We were talking earlier, even if you don't want to activate it, it really doesn't change the route much at all. You might need an extra couple of attacks on enemies. But like there are some people that are for the proof of overcoming limits, some people aren't. But like it's by no means do you need it to complete the run. Like we were talking, like runs have been completed by other runners before. When I first started running this category, we never used it. Just because we only broke the strength cap by a couple hundred, so it really wasn't worth it. But now, ooh, hi friend. Now that we got more strength, like it does save a second, 2 seconds on each fight, so it does add up, especially something in the ultimate layer where you're fighting 28, 29 omegas.
Can you imagine if someone made like a private server just for Overworld services?
I actually thought the like posting points was actually kind of a cool thing, but with how grindy this game comes with stats, it really turned me off of it. Like, the game really does have a very, very harsh diminishing return on stats. Which sucks because the game itself is just meant to be a giant grind if you're like trying to min-max abilities. Because like Noel goes from giving 86 strength to giving 12 strength to giving 5 strength. But I also think if all the main bosses just kept giving their like 80 to 120, it might also just break the game very quickly.
Faster than we do already?
Yeah. So,
That's fair.
just something, I always found it kind of funny. Beating the main quests gives you as much stat bonuses as beating every side quest once. So we'll be getting about 1,500 stat. 1,500 of our strength comes from stat bonuses. That's through 2 playthroughs, beating each main boss twice, and doing every side quest once. We get 4,000 attack for upgrading the Kiku to its maximum limit. So it really kind of shows you like going through everything in New Game Plus. For all the stats, for all the quests and all the main bosses, we're only getting 700 stats.
Maybe that was why they had the limit set where it was, so it wouldn't be quite as bad to reach the upper bounds of how your stats can go.
Yeah, the capping at 9999 was nice.
But I imagine it might not be as much of a grind if they only expected you to go to 5,000.
But then again, if you want a maxed out Elementaga, you gotta do 86 playthroughs.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Easy.
I'll get started now. So at this point, we're basically just pushing our way back through the maze. We've, I think, deferred Fang's quest to last at this point of the 5 main quests.
Pretty much.
So, and Fang's deal is she spent the end of 13 all the way to right before this game started up, inside the pillar holding up Cocoon along with Vanille. She pops out at the last moment, and of course, since she is so strongly tied to Vanille that the moment anything goes sideways with any of the local governments or groups, and it has anything to do with her, friend or partner, or read your subtext however you feel best. She immediately decides, I'm going to create my own gang and we're going to solve all of this because no one is going to mess with Vanille and live to tell about it. And that's kind of what happens in the end. So we go ahead and pick up our couple of cruxes here. There's plenty of these doors where you can explore through, but we don't really need any of them. However, there are a couple of side quests in the ruins themselves, and you may remember this wonderful little creature from 13. Bhakti is still here. Sadly, Bhakti had some friends, and Bhakti doesn't understand that humans need things to keep themselves maintained. So Bhakti's friends got stuck in the ruins and expired. And you, in essence, get to save the robot's soul by helping it understand and grieve the loss of the friends that it made along the way.
I always found it kind of funny that a robot has probably the most emotional side quest in the entire game, because he is so devastated that his friends are dead. He's like, I've been in low power state for 400 years, hoping that we would be reunited. Why are you so thin and braille? And Lightning's like, I hate to break it to you, little robot. Your friends aren't coming back anytime soon.
I mean, perhaps it makes sense because at least people get the opportunity to find out what death is at some point in their life, and he's never even heard of the concept. At least that's the impression I got.
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
You know, I just realized it while we were talking about it here, so that's fair.
Nope. Oh.
I appreciate those sounds because I know I'm going to find out. Was there another one around the corner that sniped?
There was. He was lying in wait.
I mean, it could be worse. We're eventually going to help someone by giving them 55 pairs of eyeglasses, heads, and shoulder decorations. And then we're going to help another guy talk to that chick because he's secretly in love with her.
Tommaso's quest is so creepy. I love it.
He's just like, I'm so scared I'm kind of a stalker. And it's awful. Don't be that guy ever. Do we even pick up the collector's catalog ever?
We picked it up in New Game.
Okay, I missed that. My bad.
You can do the run without it, but Air Knight, I've done a couple of fights and Air Knight's done completely fine without the collectors. I've done some and I've ran out of bravery wicked early. It all depends on his moveset. If he decides to just spam Arogas, you wish you had the collector's catalog.
The collector's catalog, for those we didn't explain it, is an accessory that extends the duration of any buff that you pick up from throwing a potion. So, in essence, by using one of your slots on that, you're able to get more time with haste or bravery or any of the different things that you're throwing. End spells as well, but end spells I think last for about 5 minutes, so there aren't really any fights that last that long. In the meantime, though, one thing that does last a while are full ATB fights, full ATB abilities, and
yes,
we don't have cold blood, we don't have high wind.
Oh wait, what?
But there's one special thing we can pick up here. Oh! You got back attacked.
So this is the only time we'll use Army of One to some succession. Cactuar, we can't Magnet spam him because he has way too many hit points. Because of Army of Ones, it has a 20 times damage multiplier as the finisher. It doesn't care about Afrotoir's resistances. But we have to deal the finishing blow in Equilibrium Plus just because it has the highest attack stat.
So this one thing that has so much defense that everything you can throw at it only does 1 health of damage takes a finisher of 160,000 and dies. It's just glorious. And that was probably your last P break.
The last one is like day 10 when you're watching the sheep go through the tube, but it's pretty close to it. There's very, very few pee breaks. The one thing I like about this run is you're always pretty much doing something, except like the longest load screens are definitely like the ending of the days. But you definitely have to manage your liquid intake. I wouldn't say go on like dehydration mode by any means. If you gotta pee, go pee.
Always stay hydrated because, you know, no speed run is worth saying, I really have to keep this 20 seconds. I'm going to let my bladder explode. If you lose time, just take the time loss and pick it up on the next run if you're feeling up for it. So here is where we're... Oh, you did get poisoned pretty early. I wasn't sure if this was the good one or the bad one.
We got lucky with the poison RNG.
And every runner finds different ways to either be able to make the time for the bathroom or be able to have a bathroom break not interrupt theirs. But there's 500 people watching, so I'm not talking about any of my solutions. Y'all have fun with that.
So we've already picked up... I think we picked up one iPad so far. We're gonna go pick up the second. At most Shrine, at most Sands, we also can pick up a loop, which is for a side quest in the Bandit's hideout. The older dash routes used to farm skeletons, like not the enemies, but the ones you can break inside the maze, for 10 unappraised items, so we could get an ether. The ether would give you 4 EP back in battle. And cutting the ether was one of probably the most joyous occasions, because it sucked just trying to break skeletons over and over again and get yellowed skulls instead of the unappraised items.
That was always miserable, I can agree there. Loop, I think, is just a fancy term for a magnifying glass. Because this kid just wants to be able to appraise things. And you find all sorts of unappraised items that could be anything, good, bad, or indifferent. And you don't know until you bring it to the kid to tell you, hey, did you find an ether? Did you find a crux? Did you find a tooth? Some of it's good, some of it's bad, you just never know. Also, we made it to 5 hours.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good here. I'm wondering if this is actually one of the shorter runs for a really, really long-a-thon.
I'd say for sure my Secret of Mana run's one of the shorter ones.
Because I know they're looking for at least like 4 or 5 hours or something like that, but some of these awesome runs that we've seen and some of them that are coming up are definitely all-day events.
Hi, friends.
Hi, friends. So it's time to basically just clean out the day at this point. We can retry, and we finally made it to day 7, which thankfully is quite a bit shorter than day 4 or day 5, so on and so forth.
Trying to think what we do. I think day 8's Death Safari. Trying to remember. Day 7 is just a bunch of cleanup in like Luxaria and Yusna Wildlands. 13-2 is near the end of the marathon. It was supposed to be the closer, but one of the runners that had to cancel out, I believe, due to health reasons, got better, so he's now closing the marathon. Connery will be the runner of 160 Fragments, which is the community-defined 13-2 100%. It probably would have been cool to have everyone back-to-back, but scheduling from Europeans and North America is a little bit of a pain in the butt at times.
I'd also imagine that, 36 straight hours of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy might be a little bit too much. Do you think you can ride this chocobo? So I appreciate it getting stretched out and giving us a chance to enjoy each other's runs. Because there's a lot of really great people in the 13 trilogy community, a lot of really strong speedrunners, and many of us are super supportive of each other across our different games. And Serena did an absolutely wonderful job of going through 13 as a plat run.
Yeah.
That was a great 17-hour day.
That was a very solid run, too.
I mean, we're all competitive in the sense that we want to do our best, we want to get our best times, but it's more about being supportive and helping drive each other to do better instead of wanting to defend my place on the leaderboard at all costs. Because everybody's time is going to get eventually beat by somebody. Somebody's going to get better luck, somebody's going to figure out a smarter way to do stuff, somebody's going to find a platform that happens to run faster. Whatever it happens to be, times don't live forever. So it's best to treat your friends the best you can, because who else are you going to bother about these games? Davey. So a runner a few days back, a very nice lady named Serena Flux, started a Final Fantasy 13 speed run at 1 a.m. and I think finished it around 6 p.m. the same day with the full platinum trophy. It was a glorious run, and I'm sure it's in the VODs, so feel welcome to check it out.
Or the YouTube channel.
When you're free.
Flux has done a lot of good work for that plat category too. She did a huge reroute on it. I think she's almost dropped the time by a little over 2 hours with her reroute.
With a few different chunks, but yeah, that's gone down from like a 19-hour event to 16 hours, I think is the PB at this point. And she did a huge amount of work, especially with cutting down a couple of the big CP grinds. I think at one point, because we thought it was the best place and we would need to, we routed in 80 grind fights in Chapter 13, and Serena's managed to bring that down to, I think, about like 24, 27.
Yeah.
So cutting 50 extra fights that take a minute or two to reload and start back up, it just cut hours out. Ooh, this is the Savage Child.
Yeah, Das Pharaoh was a big hand in that as well.
Yes, Pharaoh is a wonderful resource and a great speedrunner as well.
So there we gave Ranulf the Journal Red, which we failed Avid Reader, but it opened up to save the Sinless. So now we have to go around, talk to Armin a couple more times. And just kind of complete that.
I don't remember the details very well, but I remember this story getting really, really dark for this quest.
I think it ended up his wife and child got murdered.
Yeah.
I'm a little fuzzy on like a lot of the quests, like lore. I know a lot of their details. Their lore, however, is something you can't really read it in a book.
I mean, it's just been a while since I watched the thing play out. So in the meantime, we're grabbing more treasure spheres and turning in that quest. We've got a few other things that we need to finish off while we're here on approaching the north side of Luxarian.
Bye, Blight. I swear we'll help you out soon.
That's right. We fly right past that woman again, don't we? We could probably just drop down there and talk to her, but
yeah.
Oh well.
The thing kind of like about long menus is like what I found being a big router in a lot of games is if you're routing it, you're already getting the practice done to begin with, so it ends up being more muscle memory. But a lot of it just comes down to is like just driving it over and over and over again. It's almost like my piano teacher used to say, don't practice it until you get it right. Practice it so you can't get it wrong.
I had a little bit of a different approach. I do think that's wonderful advice. So I'm not trying to say anything else there. When things got too big for me, I would take smaller chunks and actually just get pencil and paper down and start writing stuff out by hand. So if it was trying to remember the money path for buying and selling stuff throughout a run, or upgrades or experience route or anything like that. Like with 13, I would just write myself notes that say, okay, chapter 9, com here, rav here, med here, and just a reminder that says, hey, it's chapter 9, go upgrade your Ravager, was enough to trigger me to not have to stare at my notes through the whole run. So whatever works for you is okay. So if you're a visual person, if you're a sound person, if you the kind of person to where you need to write stuff out in order to remember things, there's no wrong way to be a speedrunner.
It's mainly just finding what works for you. And that's something I've always found interesting talking to other runners. It's just everyone always has a different way of learning. And there's no real right or wrong way. It's just whatever works best for your brain. Like what works for one person will not definitely work for someone else. And it's like real life too. Some people just pick up on certain jobs better than others, or
And I believe we're finishing off Saz's quest now. So
yeah.
3 or 4 days earlier than last time, we're ready to get his kid back together.
That poor Chocobo chick's been standing outside the whole time.
And now it just vanishes because we zoomed right around it and never gave it the chance to show us what was going on. If you get towards the later game and you're not quite finding all those pieces casually, Saz himself will start showing up in places near them, like he's trying to figure it out and do those sort of things. It surprised me a lot one time when I went to Cactier in a run where I was a day behind, and suddenly Saz is running around the desert next to where the thing is.
I remember
cool.
when Shonen did that skip where you don't trigger the bird, and because of the PS3 load time, Saz takes a longer time to load. So Shonen got to Saz to try to finish a run, and because he did the bird skip, Saz didn't load right away, so he thought he missed something. And it was on a pretty good PB pace too.
That's rough.
And so like he was just like, what happened? And then you see Saz pop up like 3 or 4 seconds later.
We've got a new version of the Nectar to test out here again, right?
Yeah. So he's not being as kind as he was last time. The big issue with Fang in the fight is Fang can actually stagger this guy if this goes on for too long. And she usually ends up staggering right before he uses Eerie Soundwave. This looks like it could be one of those fights.
And you don't have enough time left in the day to take an escape, so you've got to kill this thing and spawn another one if this doesn't work. We can already tell it's been over 30 seconds because Bravery on the Thorn of Chaos just wore off.
I'm actually starting to get worried. He's getting to red waves. Bang, don't do it, girl. Alright, so it's been more than a minute. Because I just lost my end spell.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet on the stream. Oh, that was close. She almost did get the stagger off. Because she got it in the next hit. The time limit really isn't that bad for this game. You're able to farm up a healthy amount of enemies as long as you're not losing to them to be able to pick up plenty of chronostasis, and even if you're just playing it on easy to figure out stuff, escaping does not lose time on easy. And that makes it a very different speedrun route as well, because you can't skip through to end days on easy. Because retry won't take you to 6 a.m. So it's an experience. But it's definitely not... This game is not tuned to the point to where that clock is really going to prevent you from being able to finish a playthrough, I don't feel.
That was a good
And
minute down the tank.
Here's another iPad.
Alright, so we've got
Hey.
all 3 tablets.
Okay.
The one thing I liked about the game is because it has the New Game Plus feature, the only thing you're really losing is quest progression. And what you stumbled through for the first time, you're going to whiz through the second time. So it's kind of like, you just, if anything, you just end up inching yourself further and further. That also might not be your gameplay as well, because it can make the game feel like it takes longer than what it should be. Or a lot of people sometimes just get used to the point of like, I sit down and I should be able to finish this game. Or if like a boss gets too tough, just pop in New Game Plus, get OP in the second or third round, go back and have fun. Like, I know for me, like I used to be a very big completionist in casual runs, so like I'd have to do every quest. And then it was just kind of like, you throw around a little bit and it's like, all right, so I lost a couple of days, but what takes you 4 days in completion, now that you know where everything is, you can get it knocked out in a day and a bit. And it slowly just kind of like, the worries just kind of melts away little by little. Like no one can really say, oh, it's easy, don't worry about it. And you'd be like, oh, fantastic, thank you. It doesn't quite work that way. It's just, it also depends on the time of gamer you are as well. Like some people don't like restarting a game 3 or 4 times. They want to get through it the once and that's it.
And some of us are speedrunners and play the same game hundreds of times so that we can shave seconds off. Whatever makes you happy.
Oh yeah.
That's the important part. So I also get confused here because I keep thinking that the quest you just turned in was turned into Aranea. And I've got one of my best friends is a very strong Final Fantasy 15 runner. So I've heard that name for years now.
Yeah, Zelnus, if anything, we might be a little under.
Well, we've had a little bit of bad luck here, and I think your practice runs were close to 15-20 minutes under estimate.
Yeah, I'm on pace probably for about a 6:45 right now. All right, don't forget to talk to Lennet.
Safety. Well, also don't forget to safety save before the big fight that's coming up.
Yes.
This was where I learned that there was a time limit to come talk to Sarala. Because there's a difficult fight near the Colosseum coming up, and if you retry it once or twice, it'll take you too long to get to the Wildlands quest that you need to do later on in the day, and the quest giver's just gone. She went to bed.
The good thing is at least the last part of the Velno quest we can do in the Colosseum, so we don't have to make another trip back here. Because she's like, hey, you've gotten poison drinking all this stuff. Here, just drink it in this general area. Like, sure, I guess.
Remind me, did you talk to Lynette?
Yep.
Cool.
So this enemy coming up is so strong they give you the Libra notes before you fight them. They don't even do this for super bosses.
they just tell you, hey, you're about to get into the middle of this.
Go.
Have fun.
Gale Strike's
So-
more ATB efficient than Ice Blitz. Actually, this is the first time we get to talk about potion tanking.
Yeah, so that's a good point that I'm surprised hasn't come up yet. So while you're in the motion of throwing a potion, there is surprisingly a huge damage reduction effect that happens. So if he has to take a hit here, he'll pick a potion and throw it while he's in the middle of that, because you take only 10% damage while you're in the act of throwing a potion. It's a straight up 90% damage reduction while you're taking a drink.
And you can't be launched. Because that rush attack will will send you in the air and you will be sad because you will be dead. That thing hits like a tank.
I think you still took like 30 or 40% damage there, even in the middle of that potion.
Spinners, Primrose.
This is also a very useful mechanic for example, places of some of the super bosses or the final bosses' harder hits.
Yes.
I think it was Aeronite where I first learned that this was a thing, but there's a special move he uses, and instead of trying to teach you how to perfect guard it in the notes, it simply said, throw in an arrow potion, you'll survive. And the thing that was supposed to do 25,000 damage to me did 2,500, and the potion healed almost all of it. So we do use that in the speedrun sometimes, because some of Booney's stronger spells are just too much damage for you to effectively survive in a normal any percent run. So keep an extra end potion, keep an extra hero potion, and if you get an Elementaga, pitch it and pray. And usually you'll come through okay. Wow, that rhymed. I did not plan that.
You look at that, you're a poet, you didn't even know it.
And we've reached the pun stage of the long runs.
Gotta start digging into a new bag.
So this is the lady who needs all of the adornments. In essence, I think you have to get all the way up to 55 of them for her to be happy.
Yeah.
And then you take 3 steps off to the side, you see her hopeful stalker watching her right there. And you hand him an adornment, and it makes her apparently love him or something.
That adornment costed us
know.
4,000 gil, by the way.
That's an expensive pair of sunglasses.
He's like, I like her, but I don't know how to approach her. Maybe if I had some cool sunglasses. We're like, all right, fine, take them. Just get away from us, please.
Whatever works, man. So, one of the things that wasn't obvious from the first playthrough is that the area that was right next to the,
Oh, hi, friend!
Yeah, what am I trying to say? The theater area and Snow's Palace are right next to each other because we knocked a wall down. Oh, you can probably kill that anyway. Can't remember.
The good thing about him going, when he drops below half health, he goes into an enraged mode. And he ends up taking double damage. So as long as you can get him dropped to half hit points, the rest of it goes down pretty easy. Oh, hi, friend.
Did you get caught by another one?
No, but one just spawned as soon as I picked up the Chocobo girl.
So once we made it into the Oliver's Quarter, we were able to run through the theater area and actually go straight over the knockdown wall into Snow's Palace, which is a pathway that you never have to take in single or in any percent playthrough.
Yeah, there's a Canvas of Prayers quest to grab 6 of these statue fragments, which were those shiny things on the ground as we were running towards the Chocobo. Or not Chocobo, yeah, the Chocobo chick.
You got both of those Chocobo chicks, right?
I hope so. If not, I gotta go a little bit of a detour.
I guess we'll find out. So, we just finished the mother and daughter quest where we got to reunite the lady with her dog. And now we get to go back to Canopus to figure out a few more quests. One of them being talking to Surala, and the other one talking to Dr. Gasal's assistant. At which point he learns that she learns that he actually knows what her name is, and for some reason her name is 13. So, not very original there. We're going to pick up a potion, which I think is a safety at this point. Is it still an X potion at this point?
Yeah, it's a safety. I took damage. I took quite a bit of damage from Cyclops.
That's fair. So we're also going to load ourselves up for bear when it comes to niblets, because we're going to have to fight a huge number of them coming up really soon. So we've turned one of our garbs into magic-facing Brofira, or actually not even Fyra, it's Fyraga now. And we put our beggar's beads on so we can try to squeeze as many abilities as we can. Niblets will give you Light Slash. Light Slash, as Dyne explained earlier, is a much more efficient way to attack and just beat the crap out of any of the things that are coming up. And we're going to get as many Light Slashes as we possibly can so that we can upgrade them at the ability store. Was that the hot date quest right there? Yeah, so this guy took his shot with lightning, and she actually agreed, okay, I'll stand here and watch some fireworks with you. And he survived, so good on him. What number was that Chocobo when you picked it up?
I didn't know. I'm gonna check this one for sure, though. This should be number 5. Yep, 5. We're good to go.
Okay.
So yeah, we're looking for 8 light slashes. That's all we need. You can get away with less. When you're synthesizing abilities together, you can get this rare thing called a double bonus or a triple bonus. So Light Slash will increment the attack power of Light Slash by 0.05 per every time you do it. But you can end up having one ability count for 2 or 3. So even though there are some times that you'll only get 5 dropped, you'll still end up with a maxed out Light Slash. It's just the game being generous.
And in essence, what the game is doing is letting you combine multiple copies of ability.
Turtle.
Oh boy. The game's letting you combine all the copies of Light Slash that you picked up, so that he is really going full Gandalf, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wow.
I forgot I don't have Be Protect on, or I don't have guard on Midnight Mauve anymore.
Well, this is safe, I guess.
So we need to kill 30 niblets.
And we are going to do that with a lot of fire. Just remember, cool people don't look at explosions.
So once again, we're just using the jumping up and down to force spawns. This area is by far the best. You can get lucky and get anywhere between 1 to 10 to spawn in an encounter. Obviously, 10 of them's the best, because 3 fights and you're done. The run's still beatable if we don't get the 8 light slashes, and if we don't get a maxed out level 5. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, battles will just take a second, 2 seconds longer.
Now, it can be the end of the run if you accidentally equip a level 3 Light Slash instead of your upgraded level 5. But,
Oh, Jeebus.
that was a lot of numbers. I think that was your 10, because you just got 5 Light Slashes in one fight. So in essence, what we're doing here is we're going through a couple of quests that are something called a death game. Basically, the sneaking in special folks are giving folks the chance to fight monsters on their own and conquer their fears. And, you know, if it happens to kill you, then hey, at least that's entertaining. So, just because you made it to the end of the world doesn't mean you're a hero. And that is kind of what happens here in a way.
We gotta be sitting at like 25, 28.
We gotta be close now. There's another light slash.
Nice, that one's buffed. Nope, so it's probably 28.
Until you find out its strength in numbers.
ATB plus 15 or strength magic plus 100, I think.
Oh, that is much better than I was assuming. So, and picking up a high-powered light slash is kind of the last thing that we need to grab in order. You good?
Yep.
Okay. Picking up a high-powered light slash is... Wow, that's a lot. It's kind of the last thing that we need to pull together in order to bring the equipment setups we need for the rest of the major fights. I feel like that was way more than 30 nibblings.
Oh yeah. We got 38.
This is fine. So now that we finished off the first piece of that, there's a second part of the death game that we need to go take out. And that's basically just a 4-hour frenzy here to take down as many enemies as we can.
So the good thing about this fight is there's a lot of chaos, which will allow us to just burn a couple more teleports. Really don't do much with them, but it just really helps round out the day in Yusnan.
Yeah, are we trying to fill our ATB all the way out by the end of this?
Yeah, the goal is to leave here with 9 EP. That's 1 hour gone. Oh god, I hate these encounters that with the single Anubises that spawn. So much like the last thing we just went through, we're looking to kill 30 enemies. The Chaos will give the Light Slash an added bonus. It will have, instead of Strength and Magic plus 100, it will be Strength and Magic plus 150. Not needed, but any extra strength you can get for free is always welcome.
And if you ever wondered about what difficulty you're on or where in the run someone happens to be, the results screen actually says in big letters, hard mode or easy mode, or whichever one it is right there. So you kind of can't cheat on difficulty in this game.
Alright, so there goes both my escapes.
Are we trying to avoid Anubis fights here?
Yeah, they're slow.
Hey, more light slashes.
Ooh, thunder.
Once we do make it through this area, it'll be a few more quests, and then we'll finally be gearing up for Air Night coming up on the next day.
Don't have guard on Midnight Mob. Stop trying to guard cancel.
guard cancels, I think we've mentioned one or two times before, would let Dyne jump out of the animation of a finishing move and go straight into doing something else again, which we used a ton early on because it would let us just spam Blitz more often by stealing 10 ATB from a different garb and canceling the big animation. Think you're gonna have to use that potion, or are you doing good on health?
I threw the potion.
Okay, I hadn't seen it yet on screen, that just happened. Goblins and gremlins, this seems awful.
Nice, 2 buff lights. We gotta be getting pretty close to finishing off.
A lot of drops. Those beggar beats are doing work. Yep, we are 5.5 hours in. We've got just a couple more days of normal play. We've got the big dungeon on the final day, and then we've got
Nice.
The end of it.
Very nice. I'm happy with that death game. Started off rocky, but
I feel like I'm having deja vu, like that's happened to you on other runs.
my the last run I did on Monday was was just my Death Safari was amazing. Was like a 4 battle, and then Death Game was like a 26 battle.
Oh wow.
No, the super bosses aren't done yet. We're going to be doing the first one in probably about 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes.
And then the other one will be closer towards the end of the run, but not all the way there. So Air Knight, we can probably go into what's going to be coming up here. Sorry, I just realized I was about to talk over Moustache Moogle getting yeeted into the stratosphere. My bad. So Air Knight is a copy of Feral's dragon sprite, I believe, or pretty close to it, from 13.2. It's basically a giant dragon that sits there stationary and spends 3 minutes flinging bad spells at you. It also has, as one of them, a magnet ability, which will pull you in close, and if you are close, it will breathe fire and try to swipe at you with its claws, so all those are bad. If you can manage to stagger it in 3 minutes, it picks up a debuff and makes you do it again. If you can do it again, well, it wants you to do it a third and then finally a fourth time. And if you don't hit any of those 3-minute counters, then it's just going to get up and run away. It'll fly off and the fight's over. You've lost. However, if you get all 4 staggers in, it will lay there for 3 minutes, taking extra damage and weakly flinging strong spells at you as it can. And you need to burn through a very large amount of health that it has. I want to say that depending on if you fight it on Chaos and in what difficulty, it is either single or tens of millions of hit points.
Oh, it's tens of millions. Hard mode's 34 million.
I mean, we're almost, I think we're either near or just under or just over Yazamat levels of HP.
I think we're over. I think Chaos, Air Knight and Hard mode, I think has 3 million more than Yazamat.
It's not like 54 million or something ridiculous, is it?
Only, if only.
54. Did we, so are we, do you feel confident in going for it with normal, or do you feel like going for Chaos?
I'll go Chaos. This run's been a lot kinder than I thought it was going to be at the moment.
Nice. So you'll get to see something completely ridiculous then, coming up soon.
Put Dark Muse. Oh, you get Midnight Mob. Turn into Velvet Bouncer. Speeds turn into Nick. Sight Circlet off. Kiku Thorn.
And just to, so you might be wondering, how is Dyne going to be able to survive all of this essentially huge amounts of damage that's going to be thrown at him with these spells? Well, about 20 minutes into the run, we picked up an accessory called Runic Ring, which, if you wear it, means you take 10% damage, 10% less damage from magic. Separately, about an hour ago, while we were running through Euston, he picked up a guard called Quiet Guardian, which chops off 20% or 15%. It's 15 now. So chops off 15% magic, which brings us to 25% reduction. On top of that, we picked up a head accessory after beating Perandus the first time, called Preda Hood, and that makes you reduce your offensive stats to 5 in return for 75% damage reduction on magic. 10 plus 15 plus 75 is 100, and you do not need to do anything to guard magic attacks except actively be in that garb. And they just simply won't hurt you.
PC also has another interesting bug at 60 FPS. If you're at the very corner of the battle screen, sometimes between first and second stagger, you'll fly overhead. And if you're at the edge of the screen at 60 FPS, you don't need to guard it. Where on console you need to guard it, or that attack very much will kill you.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. So you could try potion tanking if you have potions. When I did my any percent run with Air Knight last year, I snagged a separate, I think it was Ghostly Hood or something like that, and set myself up for 90% physical tanking on the second garb, just because I wasn't confident in blocking those big physical attacks. And the Hellfire that he throws down in Phase 3, you just have to potion tank if you survive it.
So 15. So we're going to be giving our Ghostly Blooms a bunch of extra ATB regeneration. We're going to be boosting it by 20, which will result in quite a bit of an ATB boost. So normally, you're supposed to fight it with the Makote dress, because Magic Slash will hit both magic and physical immunities. So with all four debuffs, and Imperil, you'll be dealing somewhere around 25% normal or 25 times normal damage. But however, once again, because our Lord and Savior Light Slash with Deprotect Chaser actually does a pretty good damage as a replacement. Magic Slash has a very, very low damage modifier, where Deprotect Chaser has a very high damage modifier, and it won't be hitting as many debuff inflictions for damage. It still works out good just because it has a higher base attack. So you're not losing a large chunk of damage at the beginning of the damage formula, you're losing it near the end.
So while we used to use the Makote Garb of fan service for this fight, instead we've come around to being able to push out enough through Light Slash. And was that your innovation, or was that King?
That was King, because he was tired of trying to get Makote dress on PC.
That's right. So we're finally coming up on the first of our super bosses, and one of the reasons to be able to finish off, or be able to say we've met the category. And assuming that Dyne doesn't get caught by any of these goblets here, we're going to fight in Chaos. So it's going to have permanent regen, we're going to be able to debuff it less, and it's going to have 3 times the health. What just happened?
Forgot to put Thundera on Quiet Guardian.
Oh, no.
Got into fight and I was like, why aren't I flinging spells?
Well, safety saves are a thing. So it gets really noisy and really busy for what's going on here, but the long and short of it is Dyne's going to be scrolling through his guards as quickly as he can to throw as many spells as possible. And while he's doing that, he's going to be trying to make sure that any spells flung back at him hit at a moment that he's in this blue Quiet Guardian garb. Because he really can't take hits from any of the other ones. Fang is also here, but once she starts to feel some of the damage that gets flung around, she's going to go into Metaguard and just never come out. Which would be nice if she would bother to provoke, but beggars can't be choosers. Alright, so we're one stagger in. So now he's been inflicted with one debuff, and he's gone from throwing raw spells to Gauss spells. He's also about to do Megaton Break, which I think Dyne said should be safe because we're on PC, but this is a big hit, and then he flings Quake at you for good measure.
Throw a Veil Potion. If you have Veil, you cannot be debuffed. Pain isn't really much of an issue. If we get Fog, we can't cast Magic, which is going to be a little bit of an issue. Just potion taking Hellflare, because there's no way we'd be able to survive. Fang took about 60,000 damage.
Alright, so under 90% damage reduction, we just lost 5,000 health. So, yeah, this is still pretty rough. In the meantime, we're working towards our third stagger, and we're taking Ga level spells. Once the third one comes through, which it just did, he's going to switch over to using the ancient magic types. So we're going to see Chill or Surge or Flare. Just these gigantic spells that take up the whole screen, and Dyne's just going to keep throwing everything he can at it.
Because of regen, I can't inflict Imperil, which is actually reduced to damage right now. Or reduced damage I can deal to him. Because regen takes up a permanent spot. So, because he's got Broken, Unshelled, Unprotected, and now he needs Deprotect, obviously for Deprotect Hunter to kick in. Can he stop casting these long spells?
So basically what's happening here is that he's somewhat debilitated, but he's still keeping you on your toes, and the way he's doing that is he's flinging Ga spells at you even as he's laying in the dirt. So Ruinga or Lazaga or any of those different things are just flying out the door.
This fight can get pretty chaotic because he just starts casting spells over and over again. If you're not really paying attention to above his head or his head movements, you can just get sniped with a spell.
And Dyne only has 3 minutes to finish off this fight.
So Air Knight, because of regen, is regenerating about 20,000 hit points per second.
So every 10 seconds he's undoing one of those swings. So this is a lot of damage to push out.
Alright, so now that he's lost the other debuffs, I'm actually happy about this. Because my damage will go up significantly.
That's funny how that works.
Instead of a 5.83 damage modifier, we're getting like a 7.6. because Imperil multiplying by Bravery, or Imperil multiplying by Deprotect.
That looked like you almost got sniped at one point. Meanwhile, Fang is just getting launched backwards by all these big spells. Yeah, this is pretty insane, and yet he's still just about there. I've lost track of how much time you have, but that is...
Yeah, I'm probably getting close.
It's just unfortunate right now that we don't have haste to
there we go.
Deeper faster.
He flinging every time he does like a Roga or a Thundaga,
Nice.
the fight really slows down, and it eats into your buff duration, which is harsh.
Less than 5 minutes for chaos. That's insane, man. Well done.
I was too afraid to blink the whole time. My eyes hurt so much. I don't know. I love fighting Air Knight. Air Knight's such a fun fight.
That was seriously impressive, man.
Water God. Midnight turn to Vengeance. We give you Sight. You get Thundaga. Or Thundera. Velvet Bouncer will give you a TB, no. Strength, no.
So right now we're taking some time to reset some of our setup because while we finished off the super boss for the day, we haven't finished off the day. So we need to make some more progress throughout the Dead Dunes and finish off pretty much the remaining quests, I think, that are here. Which means we need to go back into the maze, including killing off an Earth Eater, which was one of those really bad ones from before that we saw in the final day of New Game. And then we're going to have to go and finish off Perandus so we can finish off this main quest.
So you can just see, even without Air Knight, like still doing 144,000 damage for 5 ATB, you really can't argue it. I did have to upgrade the Imperil for Air Knight. When you fight an enemy in Chaos, your debuff duration is cut in half. So our 15 seconds for Imperil would only last 7 seconds. Which a fight like that where ATB is so tight, having those extra casts for Imperil, you're basically just casting it over and over again for have it stick a little bit, it disappears, stick a little bit, so it's just better to spend the materials to get it from, instead of 30 seconds of duration, up to a minute. So this guy, you're supposed to talk to him, he gives you the Air Knight Liber notes, and he's like, I want to eat the skin of a great beast before the world dies. We're like, well, here you go. Have fun, weirdo.
Yeah, this guy's quest is literally, can you please bring me a steak from the world's biggest dragon?
You don't need to fight Air Knight and Chaos in the run. I just thought it'd be something nice to show off in the marathon if I didn't get too pummeled down with RNG. Air Knight outside of Chaos, you can usually finish in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it is definitely just an extra cranking up the difficulty here for the audience.
So that third Hero's Potion I threw on Air Knight, you would just use back in Booney in New Game, and at the end of New Game. I didn't find a way how to do it with just 2 Hero Potions. He kept living with about 6 million hit points. Regen is a hell of a thing.
It must have gotten pretty hard to pump out that last little bit of damage without haste.
Bravery was worse. Bravery, I lost like 118,000 a hit.
Oh, jeez. That is tough.
So like instead of doing like 344 with Imperil and Deep Protect, I was doing like 238.
And that quest about the stake is so ridiculous that it is now the text when you warp into the Dead Dunes.
Yep.
So we've got another quest to double check here that comes from the potion shop guy. After that, I think we just warp and finish off Perandus, right?
Yeah, we finish off the Dead Dunes. Air Knight, I'd say, is probably one of the most satisfying fights in the game. There's a couple of people on YouTube, mainly Korean players, that have been doing Air Knight without any overclocks or any items, no damage runs. They're quite interesting to watch. They did grind quite a bit for their stats and their abilities. There's an ability in this game called Whirlwind Kick. So a lot of their runs is fighting Air Knight in Chaos and kicking them in the face for about 2.5-3 minutes straight.
I think that's Martial Monk, right?
Yep.
So when Lude had his extra stuff to show off as incentives over at Limit Break a couple of years ago, he went with Martial Monk for showing Erishkigal and the final boss plus.
I forgot he did that.
So it was a little bit difficult just because there was only enough time to do an any percent run and then show off loaded saves for those two. But it was nuts to watch just how fast Hunt will beat those things down. Anyway, this is Perandus again. Second verse, very similar to the first. We want to get rid of his...
Thanks, buddy.
We want to get rid of his shell, and then as soon as it's gone, we'll just go back to debuffing and as many attacks as we can push out. Thankfully, we don't need 3 or 2 overclocks of blitzes anymore because we have Deprotect Hunter. So 20 seconds.
For anyone wondering why Light Slash is doing so much damage, Light Slash gets a 281.9 times modifier when it's paired with Deep Protect Chaser. So like in a speedrun, I'd probably say just arguably in general, it's probably the best damaging ability in the game, casual or speedrun. Some might argue that Artemis Arrows is the best damage dealing, but for 50 ATB, if you're hitting damage cap, Artemis Arrows also has a 50% damage swing, where a lot of abilities only have a 3%. So with Artemis Arrows, you can either do one under 1 million, or you can do 500,000. Where with Light Slash, you're always going to get within like the same amount of numbers generally.
So we finally got a refund from Tears Girl after turning in all this stuff on all these different days. And now we're going to sleep till 5, and we're going to close out the Avid Reader style quest. I wish I could remember what the resolution to that one was. Once we finish this off, we're just going to escape off of the guard over there, and that's going to finish off day 9. At this point, we've finished off all we can do in Yusnan. We've finished off the dune, all we can do in the dunes. This is it for Luxarian. So we're going to go to the Wildlands. We're going to finish a couple of quests, and then once those quests are done, we're going to spend the rest of our time gearing up for the final day. We're going to get an extra day because we've completed enough side quests and gotten credit for the world to get one more day before the end. And that's going to unlock the ultimate layer where we can progress down through a few dozen floors of Omegas to fight. So we are seriously rounding the corner here at almost 6 hours into this run. So
Probably got about 45 minutes left. So like the basic math is you need to get to 100 for the extra day. 3-star quests add 12, 2-star quests add 8, and 1-star quests add 4. Canvas of Prayers don't count, so as long as you do enough side quests to equal 100, you get the final day. This game's almost done. We're just kind of rounding into the last 45 minutes or so.
So we jumped back into Yogg because we need to talk to the Hunter Chief and finish off a quest or two here. These are only things that pop up from being able to finish quests earlier on, which include turning in the flan stuff to the guy that really wants to be one of the good hunters. So they told him, hey, you just got to bring your stuff in. You don't necessarily have to have caught it yourself.
Yeah.
So we go ahead and finish off some upgrades. We're trying to max out strength and hard hitter from our damage dealing garb. We're also maxing out strength on one of our Chaos Revenges. We're getting as much ATB as we possibly can out of our flower shields, the ghostly blooms. And then once we've done that, let's turn in our Yule flower. Let's turn in our mushroom cocktail lady. The last of which is going to give us something for, I can't remember his name is Talbot, whatever his name is, over in the guy that we saw that was dying of food poisoning.
I never remember his name. I always just call him Buddy.
Hi, friend. So that's the guy who's really just kind of sick, but because he killed this lady's husband earlier on, he's so racked with guilt that he thinks that she's trying to kill him. So of course the same woman is the one that produces the medicine because irony and thoughtfulness. The main trigger for this is that that antidote only lasts 45 in-game minutes. So you have to hop on the bird and run to get over there.
Yeah, you can't escape any encounters.
If you get caught, you've got to fight through it, and you just got to push here because it's over half an hour in-game to run over here. We got a couple extra minutes though, so let's go ahead and turn in our tablets from the other guy from before.
And as always, buy another Costco pack of Inero potions.
Yes, you can never have enough Inero potions.
That was 7, right? Yeah.
Your notes say to go to 7. Because of the different quests that we've done across both of these, our 5 potion inventory that we started with has expanded all the way to 12. I think that's about where it maxes out across multiple playthroughs.
Yeah, you don't really get any bigger for inventory space. 12 potions is still a nice chunk.
It's plenty. So.
Yep. Don't jump off the edge.
So we'll pick up 1 or 2 more chunks for this quest, and then after that we get to sleep till I think 6, and warp out to other places in the Wildlands so that we can finish off these quests. Because it is literally all side quests between the 2 playthroughs.
So I think after we do the ultimate layer, we should be sitting at 59 completed. And then we'll finish 2 or 3 of them in Yusnon.
That sounds
Diviners and Primrose. I think that'll put us at 61.
I want to say 61 is where we end up, because there's a couple of them that either we can't do in hard because of the branching, or since we already did them on the normal playthrough, we just skipped right by them, like the initial
Withered
quest.
Fate, Where Art Thou Holmes, Omega Point, and to save the Sinless.
Yeah. So we should be, if we did this right, we should be able to pull up the data log right before the final day and see that we're at 61 quests completed. I'm trying to remember, is it Disaster that Aeronite gave us?
Yeah.
So, we've got our D! Actually, someone in chat said that. I missed that. That was very clever.
So Chocoboden's fully healed. You need to fully heal him to do the Born in Chaos.
So there's a quest coming up that happens back in Canopus where the person that you, or the enemy he was fighting when you first met him has finally come back for vengeance and is trying to tear up the town. So before we get there though, we have a couple of small things we need to turn in here. We need to have a nice dinner to pull the family back together. Sarala and Cole and whatever Grandpa's name is finally realize they're still alive, and maybe telling your kids you're dead is not the best parenting move. Maybe.
So here we see the natural Odin in his habitat stalking the cow sheep. As you can see, the one is awfully scared and ran into the wall. We're just going to sit here and watch them run into the tube.
You know, I often wondered if I took a recording of David Attenborough's nature shows and just dumped an entire thing of maple syrup on top of the recording, and now I know.
I always think of the Family Guy skit where it's like the fire trucks in the wild. So one of these sheep will end up with a speech bubble, and I think it's the scared one. But these sheep can actually just block this little guy out from being able to be talked to. It's funny enough, but King's lost like several minutes to this quest once because the sheep wouldn't get into the right location. It was the most frustrating yet amazing thing I've ever seen in my life.
So yeah, those sheep ran together to a nice quiet area and laid an egg, because that's what sheep do.
They moo too. It's adorable and scary. So if you completely avoid the guys at the station Amberella, this quest won't flag to happen. I thought I could be smart and skip the text box, and I got to Canopus Village and nothing happened. I was like, oh. So the Chocobo Eater has come back with revenge. He slaughtered many chocobos, but we will get the revenge.
We hope. I mean, we just took down Aeronite. This guy can't be too bad, right? He's still pretty tough.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. Quick bite.
So we've seen this fight in a weaker form a few times before, but this one is much stronger hitting and has a lot more health, so he kind of has to be blitzed down.
Alright, so we've got pretty much everything. We're going to be buying 1 in Fire, 2 in Thunders. We will use 1 in Thunder in the Ultimate Lair. The other one, we want to keep 3 out of the 4 elemental potions on us for Bunafelza Plus. Bunafelza Plus can pick a element to start the fight with. So we want to make sure no matter what happens, we're able to exploit an elemental weakness. And I scolded this split by a minute, so either something really bad happened or I forgot something.
Where's your split for?
Day 10.
Ride Odin to Hunter Chief, except...
I think I got everything. Maybe the split in my PB was just bad.
Nadia, Cardesia, Polta, Talib, Professor Latham, which that might be a reference. 7 in arrow potions, 4 glyphs, back to Professor, back to Arius, fully heal, Stubborn Old Man, Dr. Sheep, Cornelia's Quest, deal with the sheep, get the mystery egg, Wildland Station, ride to Canopus, beat the cheater, get your potion, sleep to the end of the day.
Yeah, we're good.
Maybe we just split early or split late. I don't know.
We'll find out.
Go, Tracer, go.
So everything's done. We buy 3 heroes potions. We're going to be using one of them on Erishkigal and 2 of them against Bunavelza. And we're basically just going to end the days. The piggyback guide has a way to get every quest and every main quest done in 4 days. It is the fastest for like in-game completion, but it does revolve a lot of grinding. You fight a lot of enemies for like EP for teleports or chronostasis.
So it might be the fastest by in-game time, but not necessarily the fastest way by literal stopwatch time. I think is what you just described.
Yep.
Tell me if I... Okay, cool. So much like the end of the new game run, we're trying to make it to the last day here, except the last day isn't really the last day like it was before, because we did all these side quests. We get an extra special day, and we're going to get to carve through 20 some odd Omegas that we can fight through.
That's this category, Final Dragon. We're just getting to the point where we're gonna wipe out all the monsters.
We got credit for wiping out the 3 of them that exist in the final day during the other playthrough, because we've got to turn in the quest for this before the end, but yeah, one of the quests is literally wiping out all of the Omegas, and there's 32 of them you have to clean out, I believe. So we're going to go do that here in just a couple minutes.
So we got to day 13. Everyone rejoice. Kitty is not happy, but Kitty will live. So this is just basically a giant boss rush. There's 28 Omegas that live here. We're going to be invading their home and showing them the business.
We're terrible house guests.
As anyone can guess, a lot of these fights really aren't going to be challenging.
I think some of the challenge is more in being able to route through how to efficiently just carve your way through all these monsters. Some of them aren't going to have a lot of health, but being able to do all these without having to menu 25 times to get through these 30 fights is still a big deal. So, other small things just to talk about while we're here. The clock does not stop the whole time we're in here. So, even in the middle of battle, that last 24 hours is going to be winding down. So,
If you're too efficient, you need to route in a escape, or you'll be too fast and Primrose won't spawn, so you have to sleep at the end.
that's fair. So there's hoplites. There's now no more hoplites to deal with ever again. Next up comes niblets. Thankfully, we will never get caught by another niblet ever again.
Because the Omegas give quite a bit of EP, like some of them give 0.4, 0.22. Zaltis gives 4, which makes this overclock free. Dreadnought will give 4. So a lot of the bigger enemies give us overclocks for the smaller enemies. A lot of it just turns into just where can we use the most overclocks to avoid taking damage.
These fights, if they can manage to make contact with you, are going to do huge amounts of damage. And then if you're spending your EP on healing, then you're in a lot more trouble to finish the fights quickly and not take more damage. So it's kind of the circle of life. But now that we're using overclock to do 300,000 damage for 5 ATB, Xaltis goes down pretty quick.
Light Slash is also nice because like overclocks just last for days.
So we wiped out all the robots, we wiped out all the niblets, we wiped out the initial dragons. Next we're coming up to Gaunt. Which I guess is a form of a archangel that I just don't remember us seeing in the wild.
I think it's like a demonic archangel. Gaunts usually spawn in the graveyard in Lux North.
That's right, the floaters, those guys do show up a couple of times when you're running away, or when you're running to behold the Harbinger of Destruction. I forgot, because we never fight those on purpose. So after Gaunt comes Gremlin, and we can finally say goodbye to these little squeaky boys. And that squeaky boy is trying to throw a big spell. He's like, hi, I'm gonna Firaga you.
That Firaga will probably... we got the Preda Hood, so it's not too bad. But physicals will still do like a good couple of thousand. These guys still hit like trucks.
That might hurt you if you were in the wrong guard.
Oh yeah.
Well, this is fun. Next up, Dreadnought.
So we want to destroy both of his arms. We get a double damage bonus for physicals. There we go.
So the first one, you got him to swing and put it in front of you, and you beat it up. And then the second one is this.
You can either like go for airborne lightning and attack the head, or you can attack him from the butt for the 20% damage bonus. Both of them are viable. Sometimes you just end up working the way towards the derriere. The big thing of overclock is not mashing it twice and accidentally triggering army of one.
That's bad, because these aren't cactuar. So we took down Dreadnought. Next up, we've got Gorgonospid, which are the little wolvie-looking guys from the desert. And those don't have a lot of health, so they kind of just melt away. We're also picking up plenty of upgrade materials, which I'm guessing we've routed out and don't need any. But that's...
Yeah, there's really... Aeronite gave us the last we need for like the big upgrade. Unless we just pick random weapons to do it, there's just nothing to do. Which is sad, because like we get a lot of good upgrade materials, we get a lot of money, and it just ends up really sitting wasted at the end of the game. Just because the final dungeon's only 4 fights, and it's hard to make back a couple of minutes on just the 4 fights from upgrading.
That's fair. So goblets are gone, so our poison floating heads have finally gone away. Now we get to say goodbye to the king of the Fault Warrens here. And push our way through the last of the Gurungach. Who, ironically enough, needs a whole heck of a lot of work to be able to stagger.
You can only stagger him with wind elements. He's got a very high stagger point. I think he's sitting at like 1,000, 800 or 1,000. So you need 8 beatdowns.
That was a lot of beatdown.
Gurungach Omega has like one of the highest stagger points in the game, I believe. I know Bunavelza, his 4th phase is 2,000.
That makes sense. So after Gurungach is the Ecto Puddings, so we can finally say goodbye to the big hallway blockers from the Caius Temple. And we are very quickly getting to just exterminate the entire wildlife of the world.
Genocide percent activate. There'll still be enemies like the Anubises will always spawn no matter what, because they're unextinctable.
But those are pretty much only going to show up on the last day, right?
The Anubises will show up if we teleport to the wrong spot. Sets are the unextinctable ones on the last day. Basically like the set's younger brothers.
Okay. So we made it through Ecto Pudding. We made it through his little cousin Mini Flans. Next up, we get to extinguish the last Bulbasaur in the entire world. And this really is save the frames percent instead of save the enemies. More staggers, and now we're really pumping out damage numbers. Did we see 500,000 a shot against Aeronite?
Getting the 3x stagger damage because of the launch condition is really sweet for Aster, Protoflorian, and Cyclopses. There's no reason not to get them to that point.
So now that Bulbasaur's gone, we can take care of the last kitty, which I'm mixed feelings about. I like cats. Speaking of which, hi Evie. One of my two cats heard me talking about her and decided she had to make an appearance.
Oh, kitty kitty.
So, Schrodinger's gone. After this comes goblins instead of gremlins. And an opportunity to heal if we need it.
Thankfully, because we're throwing an arrow potions, unless you've really got the poop beat out of you, you can thankfully just throw this Kiraga somewhere else. I want to route it out, but it's so nice to have just in case.
That's fair. I think we're about, what, level 14, 15? So we're getting to about the halfway point of the last dungeon. Or the ultimate layer, I should say. Coming up next here is a Reaver, so this is basically Behemoth from 13. And like we saw in that one fight from earlier, if he gets the chance, he could try to stand up and get some health back, but he only has 1 overclock worth of health, so it doesn't happen.
So these Monectins, you need to kill 65,535 of them to kill to extinct, or you can do 40 side quests and kill them all in one fight.
Yeah, I think this is the maximum 16-bit number.
Yeah.
This was, I think, the HP cap in Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, the 4-byte value.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're all gone now. All 60,000 of them just snapped out of existence.
So here we just swap to the Fireworm because this little guy here is actually one of the most dangerous ones. He starts the battle with casting Elementaga.
Oh, the Cactuar. Yeah, and ice heals it, so you don't want that.
Yeah. So we're a little past halfway through. A lot of these, the Omega drops for a casual, or for the speedrun, sorry, is just not worth picking up. Out of the whole dungeon, we only pick up one, and that's the one the Scatnay drops with the Enlisters. Which will, if you're close enough to an enemy, you'll get a free 20% damage increase. So it's basically a free perfect attack, but it also stacks with perfects. So with Enlisters and a perfect attack, we get a free 40% damage increase. And if you attack them from the butt, you get 60%.
So we just took down a Cactuar, we just turned down a Triffid, which were the plant-looking floaters from the Wildlands. And you might recognize some of those from 13 proper. Next coming up is Cyclops, and then finally the last skeleton, which I think is also necessary for a quest.
Yeah, Jameis is in... yeah, the Dead Dunes. The skeleton's killed his family and he wants revenge.
So he decides that all of their families need to go. That's fair.
Kancho gives boost. What do you mean by that?
Does that only happen if you're in the Kanto region? So how soon do you think we should start talking about Ureshkagal? Because if
I'd
we're
say you
not
could
careful,
talk
that's gonna
about him
be...
after Chocobo Eater, because we have to do a couple of teleports down a couple of floors, and I have to do a menu. You could probably basically talk about him now. Like, this is just a lot of, like, rinsing and repeating.
Okay. I mean, you've got the last fish, which would give you better in peril. And you do have Earth Eater coming up here in a little bit. So we're working our way towards the very last one of the enemies here, which is Ureshkagal. That's who we're going to meet at the last, and that's the second super boss that we need in order to finish off this category. So Ureshkagal is built off of the model of a Zernitra, which you may recognize from several missions in Final Fantasy XIII. And most of its attacks are extremely hard-hitting attacks for anything that is on the ground. So it floats in the air, and it just lays waste to anything underneath it. So Dyne reminded me of a way to describe this, which allegedly I said a while back, but if you remember being a kid and throwing your couch cushions on the floor and just saying, the carpet's lava, so I really need to make sure I never let my feet hit the actual floor. And you jump around and you play and you try to do stuff, and you act like if your feet actually hit the ground, that's it for you. That's pretty much what happens with this boss fight. You make a swing, take a swing at him, which means you have to jump up in the air. And you may have noticed through some of the other fights that lightning remains in the air and doesn't get affected by gravity as long as she keeps swinging without doing a finisher. When you do a finisher, that's a big hit and you drop to the ground, but regular hits, you'll just sit there and keep floating at the level, swing, 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 or fire, fire, thunder, thunder, whatever it happens to be. So similar to what happens with Aeronite, we need to quickly do a number of staggers so that we can make it damageable and make it survivable and debuffable. So he's going to take one swing at this big boss, and then as soon as that swing lands, he's just going to rotate through his other guards, flinging spells as fast as possible so that ground never decides he needs to... The game never decides he needs to touch the ground. Once you get all the staggers in, throw a couple of debuffs, and then start swinging your sword as fast as you can in the air, and never let yourself hit the ground, because if you're on the ground and he gets a single attack off, you're toast. You're just not going to survive it. So, all that big example, which talked over a few more exterminations of Earth Eaters, Skatanes, Hanamans. Did we get the Zomak yet?
We're on them right now.
Nice. So Zomak is the last dragon, followed by the last Dryad, the last Leaf, the last Chocobo Eater, which I was not sad about losing. And then we'll be there. So 4 or 5 more of these, and then we can clean off the last day. Zomak still haven't changed. Do a big heavy slash that clips them on the head, because hitting a dragon on the head instantly staggers it, like with something that strong, and then just go to town. I would notice that because we picked up the Sahagin Omega, we picked up a max level in peril. So I don't know if Dyne will want to equip that later or not.
That's done with the Ureshkagal menu.
Nice. Okay. So here's our last Dryad. We've got...
I was about to say, I always like how right before the second last boss, they give you a Rafalisa Omega. It just seems like such a victory lap because this guy dies in like 2 or 3 hits.
それだけだ。
Nice. Well, it's like, hey, you've beat up all of these world-ending things. Here's a slug with a flower for a head. Have fun.
Like, I think this would be something like you'd fight like at the very beginning, not like a floor before you're done.
Yeah, actually, yeah, this is... You've got Cheater, and then you've got Ereshkigal, so... Super Boss number 2 is coming up.
命のやり取りをしよう。
Nice dodge.
光は時を超える。
Oh, he did dodge you on that. This is fine. So just like before, he's going to eat up an overclock or 2 worth of abilities to stagger and then eventually knock him down. Nice work.
Oh, I was supposed to escape on him to push the time forward. I'll do it on Ereshkigal. Because I'm going to be early for Rose to spawn. Actually, I'll just sleep at the end of an hour.
I mean, if you want to retry on Ereshkigal, go right ahead.
I don't know if I can get the 25% if I can.
I mean, you added 300% to Aeronite to make it more entertaining.
True. Steel guard. Barrel. Protect. Great circlet gets ring.
So we're giving up our completely avoid magic damage setup in order to bring back the Midnight Maw and be able to throw spells from it as quickly as we can. We're also using a drop from Aeronite called Falcon Charm, and Falcon Charm's job is to give you more ATB very quickly. So, here we go.
舞踏の幕を開けよう。
Psych. An immediate hero potion while it throws a buffer, and then we're going to try really hard to stay in the air and never throw a finisher. One stagger. Back up in the air while he nukes the entire floor. And we get a second stagger. And he nukes the floor again, but we're not on it. Quick debuffs, and now it's time to just push out as much damage as possible.
Ta-da!
And that still took 3 overclocks, even at that much damage.
Yeah, Ereshkigal's got a good chunk of got a good chunk of HP.
So that's your second super boss. And really, we had to fight it that way because we can't take any hits from it.
So we probably got probably about 12 minutes left of the run. We're just going to hand in a couple of quests unless I forgot something. Oh, I didn't want to talk to you.
We're just going to hand in a
Talk to
couple
you.
of quests.
Final day is usually about 9 minutes.
So we find Jamis here. We let him know that we've extincted all skeletons across the entire universe. So the skeletons are no longer in his closet, and he says thank you.
So I always thought this guy's name was Xantoro, and I still call him Xantoro, and it's Xanford. He's like, hey, did you defeat every one of the last ones? We're like, yeah. He's like, cool, here's the Bladed Lance. The Bladed Lance is a really good weapon. It's got great magic stats. It's got a great stagger. It also has an ability called Overclock Manual, which will add time to the overclock duration. The downside is you have to activate it in the garb that has it equipped. And even though like 3,000 points it probably is an extra 5 light slashes. But there's just no good way to upgrade it. So sadly it goes unused and we just stay with the double Chaos Revenge.
I think an older run used to waste a little bit of time to upgrade it, at least for swag purposes.
Yeah.
So does Zanford have a son?
I think so.
Zanford and son. Perfect.
The quests. Alright, we got 59. We did everything we were supposed to do.
We've got Turbo Chick, Diviners, and Primrose left. So we did not miss any. Hooray!
I did the thing I practiced for.
You rode that chocobo. Good job, buddy.
So we picked up an Ether before Rishkagal. An Ether will give us back 4 EP. We're just going to blow that on Booney Plus. In the North America Speedrun Assembly race, I died to Boonavelza Plus 4 times due to single spell casts. He was just kind of angry, plopped a Firaga on my head and did about 14,000 damage. I was like, okay, we're not playing anymore.
It's a tough place to be when one spell can just wipe you off the map. So we found all of the Chocobo chicks. We just need to bring them back to home, basically. And in the meantime, we get to talk to the Diviners, who kind of just leave you wondering, could they actually tell the future? Could they not tell the future? Did they make the future happen because they asked you to do their prediction, or told you it existed? Or, you know what, it doesn't matter, we stole their souls, let's move. One last trip up to the entrance to the Augur's Quarter, because we only went here 12 times during the category. Is Primrose a chocobo? Maybe.
Friends forever.
See, we're talking about my best friend. And that is 61 quests, so... Aranai was a disaster. That's the D. All side quests are now in. And we got Heroic Guard. So all we need now is to finish off New Game Plus and take down the final boss.
Something cool.
The final...
go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. I was going to say, our final day is going to be about the same as it was the first time through for the boss rush. We're not going to do the ultimate weapon again, because what's the point? And then we'll get to face off against an upgraded version of the final boss. So we'll finally get to take on Mike Titan Plus.
So if you end up doing the extra day, the Boonavelza fight changes slightly. Instead of it being 4 phases, it's only 2 phases. So kind of like phase 1, 2, and 3 merge together. But it's mainly phase 2 that's a dominant, which is like a magic type. And then you got phase 4. So instead of doing all 4 fights, you just get 2 beefed up fights. Which actually does save a good chunk on buff duration, because your buff timer and debuff timer does tick down during phase transitions, sadly.
It can be a bit touch and go if we're not careful with some of those, but we should have plenty to squeeze our way out to the end. The second phase, which kind of flew by really quick the first time through, he gets really tall. He throws magic at you just over and over, and basically what we're hoping to pull off is the Kiku constantly getting slashed will not keep it from ever getting any spells off, because we can't soak any.
Meow meow choco chow.
Meow meow Choco Chow. Shoutouts to Takaze, who heard us say that over and over for 2 hours and did not murder any of us on the couch. I know he was a couch for your FF6 run recently. That guy's a wonderful human.
Oh, I love Takaze. Great couch, great person.
Noel, お前の思い、未来に届けよう。
I want to say he's family with Silverfire from the RPG Valkyries, who is also a wonderful person.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh. We will not be getting the ultimate weapon this time through because we have some severely overpowered weapons of our own, and it's kind of just not needed.
The ultimate weapon is actually a downgrade, because the Kiku right now has 4,000 strength, and the ultimate weapon only has 2,200. We just got it in New Game just to help with the Omega grind. But for New Game Plus, there's really no reason to go through the altars again. Or even just pick it up. The game considers it a key item, so you constantly lose it every time you do the transition to a New Game Plus.
Dyne is completely overpowered. That is confirmed.
All swoon.
No.
So this puppy will go better than the other puppies.
I mean, you're a bit stronger this time, so I hope it does. So we've got this Chimera, and then we've got one more fight with Sets, and then it's on to the finish. And boom goes the dynamite.
I'm waiting to die to Booney like 3 times. And just be like, not today, boy.
I mean, what could be better than more really, really long-a-thon? The longer it takes to do the final boss, the more marathon there is.
Zelnus is like, please, no more marathon than there has to be.
Oh, I'm sure he's earned a vacation by the end of this.
Oh yeah, 21 days is a hell of a marathon to run.
It's like 3 whole weeks.
Down the stairs we go. Oh, and you're such a good person for doing that, Zelnus. Like, to make sure that someone else didn't lose out in the run.
So now that we've finally gone through this adventure, this 2 weeks that we've done twice, our Samurai Jesus Lightning can finally have a talk with literal God Almighty here. Because unfortunately, he's blocked her time off request to vacation in France. And she's just really not happy with that. It's been long enough. She needs some time off. It's been 3 whole games. So, they're going to have a fight. And Dyne's going to do his best to nuke through the first phase, and then try to get a stagger off and get to through. Second phase is basically the same last phase, except lots more stagger resistance and lots of health and doom. So here we go. Here's our final fight. Just a couple minutes to go.
I always like how the bravery icon stays on the screen during the start of the phase transition.
It does. He went with thunder. So arrow is the opposite element.
Oh hey, I was supposed to throw heroes.
You should consider that. Good timing.
We're gonna make this a long fight for Mooney. He's gonna regret his decisions.
So he's trying really hard to get spells and abilities off or get some of those orbs to pop out, and he just can't because every swing is interrupting him before he can start the mechanic of a cast. That's also the only safe attack we have right now, because everything else is going to let him nuke us in the
Only
face.
attack that's worth a damn.
But those two overclocks have gotten us to the last phase, and good luck kicking this off. You got it, Dyne.
He'll cast Doom. Panic.
Potion tank?
Couldn't even do it.
Oh no.
All right, second verse.
All right.
Round 2. We asked for time off and we got the poop kicked out of us. Now we're time to ask again. Cataclysm. It's in a rough spot because if I throw an end spell, I lose bravery.
Oh, that's right, because Doom's up.
Yeah, and so it's a very, like, getting Cataclysm is extremely unlucky.
We should have brought a bravery potion.
Yeah, we didn't have enough inventory space because of Ultimate Lair.
Right. Time's trial awaits. Let's go. Actually, if we'd taken the 20 seconds to run into the Auger's Quarter, we could have bought a bravery potion. Oops. Alright, so we're back to trying to nuke our way through phase 1 as quick as we can. He's gone with ice this time.
Nope, bad time to throw a potion. Thought I was still an overclock.
Oh no. Stop dying.
It's okay, I'm just rounding out the estimate.
Oof. This is fine. Alright, 1st try, let's go.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I hit the no stagger zone.
So in essence, we're just trying our absolute hardest to manage to get into red stagger alive.
Oh my god. Thankfully.
That's positive.
Oh, that stagger couldn't have happened at a better time.
Oh, and you still have to potion tank this.
Yeah.
Because that spell's still going off. Nice work, man.
I don't know how much damage this does, but I always wanted to find out.
Oh lord.
just to round out the EP usage.
Are you all for wanting?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hope this does something.
I hope this does nothing. Does like 30 damage.
That's a lot of 2000s. That's not a lot of damage.
Actually, that worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. And time. Ta-da!
Well done, Dyne.
Oh, thank you very much. Big shout-outs to Sharky for keeping me occupied through this whole run.
Meh. I filled space. You're the real talent. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you for everyone who was here and everybody who helped put this together as well. And I'll let you do thank yous because it's your show.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. Be sure to stick around. There's plenty more good games. I'll be back in like a week or something to run Secret of Mana. If you're not sick of me. Thank you everyone for sitting around and giving this run a shot. It's great to show off this category.
It really is a fun adventure and a chance to get to see the whole game and experience a lot of it.
I really like how the cutscenes use the game graphics, which is nice because like it'll use whatever garb or however awful you have her dressed up as.
I very much appreciate that you did not go for the lightning mask. That's just terrifying.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Should we skip ahead to the last cutscene?
Yeah, let's. Before Zelnus kicks me off the air, you do get a special cutscene at the very end of the game for completing all this, and I absolutely hate it. I don't know why. They messed up her hands, and it drives me insane. They put so much work into all these cutscenes, and yet they cheaped out on the hands. I don't know.
It's not really that bad. Man.
I'm overly nitpicky. I know it. I'm an asshole, but it bugs me.
Go have some poutine. You'll feel better.
Dinner.
So, we finally get to have that vacation. The world is over, it's been remade, and surprise, it's the real world. So, the era of crystals and monsters is gone, and we get to ride a train to France.
Hands.
My hands, I don't want to start again. I mean, that was the theme to 13. And they will not let me go.
Nope.
No, they will not let me go.
Does she get spammed with FC invites immediately? Of course.
Thanks for letting me be a part of this, man.
Oh, thanks for being a part of this. It was a blast having you on comms.
Appreciate that. I hope the audience really loved the show, and I'm happy we got to show this all off. So thank y'all very much, and thanks for Zelnus letting us be a part of this.
Yeah, big shout outs to Zelnus for always putting this on. It's always a pleasure to be a part of it.
I don't know how this show's going to end or get cut off, so